1-2. A very good morning and welcome to El Scorchio land. It is too hot out there. I'm glad we're inside. 20's plenty. Suggestions the temperature might reach 28 degrees this afternoon. That's the rumour, says Ash Thorpe, who will be joining us a little bit later on. Martin Emerson with you here from BBC Radio Newcastle. Nick Webb with us from BBC Radio Wales as well. Interesting day yesterday. Glamorgan winning the toss, deciding to bat. And I looked through the scorecards to see the last team who'd done it last year, and there wasn't anybody. But actually, Yorkshire did it a few weeks ago, which I'd totally forgotten about. So, not...
Delayed bowls, and that's played through the offside by Salter, backward of square. He's not bothering to run. He must have been confident in that and pass the umpire. Bowls to Salter, down leg side, who makes the most of it to Salter, clips it away through square leg. Miles still with 3 slips and a gully, waiting eagerly. Ul Hassan drives, slightly aerially maybe, but it has eluded cover and it's run away towards the...
Comes bounding in again. Right armour. And that's walloped over the covers for 4. It was slightly over-pitched and Salter's gone after him. And in comes McAlinden again. And that's played back by Salter. McAlinden nearly gets a hand on it, but it's gone past him. It's been missed by Borthwick at mid-off. And it's away for 4. Miles round the wicket. Bowls. Oh, hops. Caught and bowled. End of Ul Hassan. Miles. Big glasses of orange juice and whatnot for the players. It's gone down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch, and I wasn't sure there was much in that, but it's come off the tip, right off the toe of the bat by the looks of things. Nottinghamshire to get revenge. It's delayed bowls, and he looks to pull this one, and is he caught behind? He is, and that is the end of Salter. Patel with a full toss, and Carlson goes down the track and smashes it in towards the east stand. He's hit it for 6. Wow. Patel bowls. He's come down the track to him and launches that over Borthwick at...
Miles into northeast, works through the leg side and will pick up 4 runs running down the slope.
Patel bowls, a reverse sweep from Carlson, but where's that gone? It's gone through
the fielder.
Gone through the fielder's legs. He was...
Miles in bowls, Carlson pulls, and where's that one gone? Has it cleared them?
Yeah.
T20 finals.
Never been there.
Turned into the leg side by northeast. There will be runs to the tune of 4. Delayed it into bowl. Northeast pulls through mid-wicket and will get 4 runs down to the scoreboard, picking up the gap there. And with that, northeast moves on to 50 not out.
McAlinden comes into bowl to Carlson. He thumps that hard out through deep mid-wicket. Stiff arms, batters it into the ground, and away for 4. Now, Ben Rain to... well, let's discuss everything that just went on there. Miles bowls, northeast. They're appealing for LBW or a catch behind. I'm not sure what's been given there. Miles bowls, and he's got it there. He plays it nicely out through the covers. The leader cuts it off, and that's taken him his 4th century of the season, his 2nd against Durham.
Getting a respectable share of today's spoils, but not like that, as Root drives through the offside majestically for 4 runs.
And Rain in again here. Root squirts that one away along the floor, and vacant 3rd man snaffles another 4.
282 for 4. McAlinden bowls and Carlson steers that one down to wide 3rd man. Unless he gets a hat-trick now. As Carlson jabs one down. Oh, that one's gone through gully and it's beaten the 3rd man fielder as well. Reverse sweep from Billy Root, and he has hit that one nicely. Down.
Oh, he's bowled him. First ball with a new ball.
Played on.
In comes Rain, worth a shout, and that is the end of Cook 4-7. He's sort of... Here's Rain. Bowls. Oh, he's bowled. Gorvin. Off stump's gone. He's played around that one. He's out for none. A 16-ball duck.
as Miles bowls to Carlson, who's caught behind, slashing at one that wasn't quite wide enough. Carlson has gone for a very fine 162. Miles in, bowls, and Harris has gone.
Rain in. Oh, he's bowled him.
And then he comes and bowls, and McAlinden will get 4 down to third man, deflecting it away wide of Salter at fourth slip. Durham end the day, 386 runs in arrears.
Well, Craig, welcome to Durham. 4 wickets on your debut. You must be happy with how things have gone today.
Yeah, absolutely. To pick up 4 wickets is nice on a personal note, and I think we battled back pretty nicely there in the last session to get them all out under 400.
Yeah, it was looking like it was going to be a really long day in the field, but that new ball made all the difference. I think they lost 6 wickets for 50 runs in about 13 overs.
Yeah, that was pretty key there. I thought Ben Rain probably bowled brilliantly and deserved wickets earlier than he did get them. And yeah, he'd kept charging in all day, so it was nice to take those wickets quickly at the back end.
So on reflection, a better day in the end than perhaps it was looking for Durham?
Yeah, I think the guys up there are happy with how we pulled it back. It's a pretty good pitch once that ball gets a bit softer, so hopefully the guys can dig in tomorrow and get us up and be on their score.
It's obviously not the role of a cricketer to drop a catch, but we're just trying to avoid the sprinkler here. There was a leading edge from Kieran Carlson when he was on 67, which felt to Stan McAlinden, and unfortunately he put it down, and I think he probably would have wanted the world to swallow him at that moment in time, and it was a point where I think somebody just needed to put a hand around his shoulder and whisper a word in his ear or two. Yeah,
that was a key moment, and obviously unfortunately Stan dropped it there, but I think actually his last spell he came back pretty nicely, charged in, picked his head up from that disappointment, and it could have been different. Carlson could have been out for probably 70 odd, but that's the game of cricket, and I think at the end of the day we've battled back nicely and pretty happy.
When did Durham first approach you with an idea of coming up here?
I think it was probably within the last week or so. Hadn't been playing any 4-day cricket with Warwickshire. We've had the likes of Chris Wokes and Hassan Ali, along with Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hannon-Dolby leading the attack, so it's been pretty tall order to get in there. So it's nice to come and play some red ball cricket, because it's been also difficult in the early part of the year with the weather for the second team, so it's nice to get a run out with the red ball.
Yeah, you've got 2 matches in the county championship. I presume in between times you'll return to Warwickshire and might actually play against Durham in the T20.
Yeah, I think that's the plan, so there's a few miles to be covered, and it's going to be some long afternoons travelling or whatever, but it's just good to get the opportunity to come and play some first-class cricket and go back to the Bears in the meantime.
High praise indeed for Rain and Miles.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they get on today. The pitch looked a good pitch to bat on yesterday. Good toss to win, and the heat could well play a part today. There's a lovely breeze coming through our window at the moment, and hopefully they won't make us shut it. It's a different window to the one they did make us shut yesterday, but be interesting to see how things pan out today. If you want to get in touch with us, it's at Marty Cricket on Twitter or at NickWebb2017, or you can email weirdcricket@yahoo.co.uk. And your email?
We don't get a lot of contributions from Welsh listeners on email, to be honest, so I scrapped that one. It's interesting, isn't it, that whichever side is due to bowl the next day says, there's a bit in the wicket, and whichever side is due to bat in the next day says, great batting pitch.
Yeah.
Who are they trying to fool?
Yes. So let's see how this one unfolds and as the day goes on. So play set to resume at 11. Lunch will be at 1 and tea supposedly at 3:40, but never is. And around the country yesterday, it was interesting because the rain impacted events, particularly in Bristol. They didn't get many overs in there, and they ran off the field about 5 o'clock at Chesterfield, where Derbyshire were playing against Yorkshire. So there's been some pretty big thunderstorms bubbling up in other parts of the country, but not here. And I don't think we're set for any rain at all today either. In fact, I'm not sure we're going to get any this week. It came over really grey last night, though. It came in quite close, and it did look quite as if it could be quite thundery, but nothing materialised.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Farmers could probably do with a bit of rain, but as long as it comes at night to not interrupt the cricket, that'd be lovely. Thank you.
Players are just making their way down the steps onto the field. And we'll be getting underway very shortly. Reminder, of course, the Ashes begin on Friday, so Test Match Special will be bringing you live commentary of that one. There'll be highlights and clips on the BBC Cricket website as things happen, and on the Twitter feed. And then there's a highlight show on BBC Two every evening at 7 p.m, although on a Saturday it's 7:25 p.m. I don't know why there's a difference. Probably, and it's a good job we have digital technology now, but quite probable when they start the highlight show at 7 o'clock at night, they might still be out there playing.
Yeah.
They've only just finished.
The delights of the rolling edit.
Yeah, well, that's what they have to do in TV, don't they? So the umpires are heading down the steps now, Paul Pollard and Neil Pratt. The match referee is James Whitaker, and Durham will come out and resume their first innings. They had 1 over to bat last night. Stanley McAlinden, he'll have better days than yesterday. I think there were 6 or 7 no balls. He dropped a catch, and really just nothing went his way. The ball seemed to be following him around after that. But he can atone for himself. Is that the right word? Redeem himself?
Atone for his... Well, not sins. Usually atone for sins, but you can't describe dropping a cricket ball as a sin, really.
Yeah, he'll have better days, but he will come out as a night watchman in a moment or two, and he's on 4. Alex Lees opened the batting with him last night.
Incidentally, there's a women's England squad to be announced in just over half an hour's time for the Ashes, so look out for details of that on the BBC Sport website. I've got it in front of me, but I can't read it out yet, otherwise we might get in trouble. Bit of George Michael from BBC Radio Newcastle to brighten up our mornings.
Could have been so good together, you know.
It's strange how many songs that George Michael wrote were sort of fit in well with beautiful sunny weather. It's quite a knack. Sell millions in the summer, George Michael. Probably didn't sell as many in the winter.
No, other than last Christmas.
Other than last Christmas, yeah, quite.
No more questions, Your Honour.
It's more Club Tropicana weather than last Christmas at the moment.
I wonder if he ever did dance again, and whether really he was just telling porkies. What do you reckon?
It's those careless feet. You get yourself stumped if you got careless feet.
Yeah.
No ball, no balls.
Yeah. Right, I'm just going to rejig the microphones so that we can get Ash on as well. So give me a sec to do that. Right, here we go. Put you in there, turn that on there, and then that goes in there. And I think jobs are good. I think everybody's rocking and rolling now. Oh, where are you? Now then, what's happened there?
It's a conspiracy.
Oh, it's not turned on, that's why. There we go.
Oh, dear.
All it needed was just a little bit of a...
Call an engineer.
Yes.
Switch the volume on. Oh, this is interesting. Ul Hassan to open the bowling. Thought it might be James Harris. I think he was second change down in third change in Hove. Here's Ul Hassan then to bowl to Alex Lees, who plays that one out on the offside, and there is no run. The value for money you get for us, producers, engineers and commentators.
Yeah.
No wasting your licence fee here. Durham 4 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 390. McAlinden had that 4 off the last ball of the first over of the Durham innings and the last of the day. 3 slips is it in terms of the attacking field as Ul Hassan bowls and Lees plays it out into the covers area. Kieran Carlson fields. So there are, in addition to the 3 slips, a point, a cover stroke mid-off, halfway between, a wide-ish mid-on, man just in front of the umpire towards us, and then fine leg and third man as Ul Hassan, right arm, medium fast bowls, and Lees drives down the ground. Carlson gets across nimbly to it and intercepts, and there is no run.
In the news today, former Italian Prime Minister Berlusconi has died at the age of 86.
He led a colourful life, didn't he?
Yeah. Wasn't he connected with Monza Football Club more recently? He's got them up through the Italian system.
As Ul Hassan is in to bowl and Lees drives. It is a no ball from Ul Hassan. So the first runs of the morning for Durham, 6 without loss.
It's noisy. Little hot hatch going up the hill there with a silly exhaust on it.
Ul Hassan walking back towards us. The 22-year-old who's done the rounds over the last couple of years and settled with Glamorgan. Open the batting and open the bowling. As that is defended back to him by Lees, and there is no run. There are players who've done that in recent years for Glamorgan. Van der Hoogten, when he's been a night watchman, has done it once or twice. Open the batting and bowling. I believe David Lloyd might have. Maybe a couple of seasons back. In comes Ul Hassan again. And bowls wide the off stump, but driven back at him by Lees, and he stops in his follow-through. Well, apart from the no ball, this has been a pretty straight over so far. And Lees has played it straight, but with no noticeable discomfort. Here the crowd are in early this morning, enjoying the sunshine. Picking up a few rays as Ul Hassan bowls, and Lees plays that to Harris at mid-on. So pretty straight over, marred only by the no ball, and Durham, in reply to Glamorgan's 390 all out, are 6 without loss. Presume it will be Van der Hoogten.
Started last night, didn't he?
It is indeed. Giving his cap to umpire Pratt.
Coming to me shortly, eventually, at the end of this long bulletin. They're just describing the transport systems and methods used to ferry people to and from concerts in Sunderland and Newcastle at the weekend. A lot of the streets around near us, around the stadium, are like shut all weekend as Van der Hoogten comes in and bowls. Oh, that nips back in. He's appealing for LBW against McAlinden. Looked a bit high. McAlinden's quite tall. Here we go. Yes, Durham were 4 without loss after 1 over last night. They've added 2 runs in the first over this morning, and yesterday they bowled Glamorgan out for 390. That included 162 from Kieran Carlson, who was dropped on 67, and 4 wickets each for Ben Rain and Craig Miles on debut. And now, as I look up, Stanley McAlinden, the night watchman, has been caught behind, and he departs for 4. So Durham are 6-4-1. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
Well, McAlinden did his job in surviving the over last night, but no more. And Tim van der Hoogten has his 30th wicket of the season as an average of around 20. Durham 6 for 1. Obviously, it would have been useful for them to, if he had hung around a bit, but given that he'd been in the lower order, it gives the proper openers, I suppose, Lees and Jones, a chance to build a partnership together.
Here is Michael Jones then.
Averaging 47, I see. Pretty handy at the top of the order.
Well, he got a century in the last county championship match 3 weeks ago in Bristol. Just run-of-the-mill catch, was it, that one there?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Feathered to the keeper. They've got a drinks trolley here. It's quite snazzy. Yeah, that's... I wonder if they can plug it in or if it runs on
Take
solar
orders.
energy. So the 12th man, Glamorgan, it's one of these big picnic hamper type things, but it's got a big handle on it and wheels so they can wheel it on and off. It keeps everything nice and cool. So Jones then coming in to bat.
You mentioned Bristol, at least they're playing there this morning after not much of a day's cricket yesterday because of the rain.
Some incredible events happening in Bristol yesterday in one of the apartments. That is all I will say. 6 for 1. Jones playing in his 30th first-class match. Right arm over to the right-hander. He's forward to this one, plays it back to Van der Houten.
You'll have to explain that reference to me at some point later when we're off air. I'm intrigued.
Just I've had correspondence from one of our BBC colleagues from that ground overnight.
Right.
Got 3 centuries, Jones, and 11 half centuries. He made 121 not out against Gloucestershire in Bristol. This is played up to mid-on, no run.
Looks like they're playing everywhere apart from Canterbury at the moment.
Too far south.
Where Surrey 18 for 2 in reply to Kent's 301 all out. Surrey not having things all their own way for once. Certainly looked to be a powerful side in T20 the other evening.
And the Hooten in from the Lumley end. That's defended back to the bowler.
So they're playing everywhere in Division 2. Yorkshire well in control at Derby, 277 for 5 in reply to a meagre 111 all out from the home side. Gloucestershire 109 for 4 against Leicestershire.
And the Hooten in. Oh, nearly a nibble there. Jones pushing it one outside the line of off stump. And a wicket maiden there for Van der Houten. So how many overs did they get in there yesterday in the end?
Well, they've had 38 overs now, so presumably 35 or thereabouts.
Because there was a long period where they were off the field. The storms bubbling up here, there and everywhere.
And at Hove, Sussex 339 for 9. Bit of a tail wag exercise there. Carson 60, McAndrew 65, Shipley on debut 41, Carter 46. And after they'd been 142 for 6. So a good recovery from Sussex. As Ul Hassan sets off away from us and bowls. A token appeal from behind the stumps from Chris Cook. No more than clearing his throat for the morning.
There's been a thunderstorm at Canterbury. That's why they haven't got on there yet. But
They probably won't play for the rest of the week then.
There was suggestions in the weather forecast that I heard yesterday that last night a month's worth of rain could fall in certain parts of the south.
Ul Hassan ball to Lees, who doesn't quite time his drive to mid-off.
And the Midlands. The only thing it didn't say was which month's worth of rain it would be.
Well, last month there hasn't been any rain in our neck of the woods anyway.
No. Can't remember the last time it rained here.
As Ul Hassan is in to Lees, who defends that back down the pitch to the bowler, bowling nice and straight, wicket to wicket. Ul Hassan at the moment, my only game of the season, was it 2 and a bit weeks, a couple of weeks ago now. I'm telling you, the ground was blooming hard. Having 3 weeks after It was unplayable because it was too soft. Ul Hassan bowls, and Lee strives to mid-off again. Well, it's all in the V at the moment, isn't it? From Lees, he's hit mid-off a few times, mid-on, a few stopped by the bowler. So if Ul Hassan can keep up this sort of accuracy, he'll prove difficult to get away.
It was one of the wettest springs on record, wasn't it? I think.
Felt like it. Ul Hassan bowls, played through the offside, just a fraction of width, and Lee's taking full advantage and cracked it away to the cover point boundary for 4 runs, and Durham get into double figures with the first runs off the bat this morning. They are 10 for 1.
That boundary towards the castle side of the ground's about 56 metres, we think. It's not the biggest. Quite a lot of fours through there yesterday from Glamorgan as well. Yeah, it was the wettest spring since 1981, I think they said. And I'm imagining we'll be told of a drought in not too distant future.
Ul Hassan bowls, Lee drives, rambling stop from Carlson.
Nasty right in the face, I think.
Who's giving himself a moment as he gets up rather gingerly.
I remember it was around about the summer of '84 we went to Mid Wales and went up the Elan Valley, and some of the dams were so dry, the villages that were flooded to make the Elan Valley, the buildings started to reappear. That was a drought year. I think it was about '84, '85, something like that.
Mm. Yes, not a well-remembered time in Wales. Still something of a political rallying cry. Remember Tryweryn.
Here comes Van der Houten. This has gone off down towards fine leg from Jones for 4. The golden lettering on the ball glistening in the sunshine. I'm unaware of that story, so I don't know what you're talking about, I'm afraid.
The loss of those villages for not much benefit to the people of Wales.
Oh yeah, because all the water goes to Liverpool and Birmingham, doesn't it?
Quite so.
Yeah. Fed by gravity, apparently. The museum at the Elan Valley at the dams is quite interesting. 14 for 1, Durham. The 1 is the night watchman, Stanley McAlinden, at the 4. This is played by Jones up to mid-on. Last time we were there was about 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We stayed in Abbey Cumia near Raider. And a barn conversion. It was a lovely little place. And went up the Elan Valley, and it was February, so all the dams were full and the rivers were full. Van der Houten again, that's left alone.
A little bit of swing back in, I mean, albeit after it passed the wicket, but promising for the bowlers there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in this little village in the middle of nowhere, and in the village pub, which I think was probably the kitchen of the farmhouse at one time. And the only other people who came in while we were there were from Sunderland as well. They were staying in a house around the corner, couldn't believe it. Jones, bat raised, waits for the bowler, and plays this one off to point. Tippy-toes down the track. Can we have a run? No, you can't, says Alex Lees. So he tippy-toes back again as the ball is fielded by Andrew Salter.
Graham Smith on Twitter, surprised that Glamorgan aren't looking for lone players like Miles. Well, I suppose you've got to give the guys on the staff a crack at some point, otherwise what's the point in having them on the staff? But, yeah, they're not far away from the need to look for lone players.
2 balls left of this 5th over. Van der Houten bowls. Ooh. Playing a miss there from Jones.
I would have suggested that the need would be for more a lone opening batter, but Salter and Ul Hassan performed decently enough yesterday morning, putting on 55 for the first wicket. Neither hugely pleased with the decisions which dismissed them, I understand. But Salter did survive a couple of LBW appeals as well.
On the Hooten in, Jones forward to this one, finds Salter again along the floor at backward point end of the over, 14 for 1. A few emails have come in. Doug Rain says, I'm working in Edinburgh at the moment. I heard yesterday the second 11 are playing up here in Edinburgh. Which day or days will this take place? They're set off this morning, so they're playing a T20 later today, and then tomorrow they're playing a 50-over game. And he said it was a bit of a surprising end to yesterday's players. Our bowling attack looked laboured. Hopefully we can bat well today, he says.
Yeah, well, I suppose Rain and Miles both accomplished and proven county performers. Ul Hassan to start a new over to Alex Lees, who has 4 not out and defends that to mid-on, and there is no run. Should any Glamorgan supporters be interested in the second 11 finals day, I've been informed that Glamorgan are in the second semi-final. This is at Wormsley, the Getty Estate.
It's near High Wycombe, isn't it?
Yeah. As that is driven through the offside beautifully by Lees. It's running down the hill. The ball picks up pace as it does so away to the university stand just to our right. And that's another 18 for 1, Lees to 8.
A few years ago, Northumberland got to the Minor Counties final. Now, I've covered them twice at Lords, but they moved that to Wormsley. Gareth Breeze, former Durham all-rounder, was playing for Northumberland that day.
Yeah, make sure you've got a good sat-nav if you're heading there.
Yeah.
It's quite tricky to find. Ul Hassan is in to bowl to Lees, who blocks it back to him. No run.
I haven't been to the ground, but I've heard there's not much. You can't get a phone signal there either, can you? Isn't that an issue?
It's in the middle of a lot of wooded areas, so I would imagine that would be a problem.
Is it the Chilterns? Chilterns around there, is it? Chiltern Hills?
I'm a bit vague as to the geography of that part of England, to be honest. Well, Hassan bowls, and Lees chops down late on that one and defends it to cover, and there is no run. Glamorgan rather embarrassingly lost to Minor Counties in whatever the longer one-day competition was called at the time.
The NatWest Trophy?
I don't think it was the knockout one. It was the one where it was the
Benson
group
Hedges?
stage, whatever that mutated into.
Yeah.
One with group stages. Ul Hassan is in and bowls. Where's that one gone? Through the covers, nicely timed, sweetly timed, raced away.
It's hit the rope and jumped into the stand. There's a man in row 2 going down to row 1 to retrieve the ball.
That one really was well timed. It just left it on the corner of the window for a moment there. 22 for 1, and Lees is dealing exclusively in boundaries. He has 3 of them. 3 times 4 makes 12, I believe, unless they've changed it. And Durham are 22 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 390. The one being night watchman McAlinden, caught behind off Van der Hochten 4-4. If you are just joining us, Nick Webb 2017 or Marty Cricket on Twitter if you want to communicate pithily with us. As Lees blocks one to Harris at mid-on to end the over.
Bernard's email. Good morning all. Yesterday followed a pattern very similar to the first session. Glamorgan in control up to 80 overs, then the new ball having an immediate impact with Glamorgan bowled out before stumps as Durham fought back. I hope today Durham can establish some good partnerships, but it's not guaranteed in the sunshine that it will be a paradise for batting because good spinners also enjoy the sun on their backs. So he expects the game to remain very even throughout today, days 3 and 4. Hopes to follow us this afternoon. He's got 1 or 2 appointments, he says. And the Hooten bowling to Jones. That's left alone. What was that theme tune there?
That was That's a fine for not turning your phone off, isn't it? Bondi's Dreaming.
All right.
It's a great intro.
My phone ringtone's PJ Harvey Let England Shake, which was from an album that came about 10 or 11 years ago. And the Hooton from the Lumley end to Jones. Oh, good ball, rising ball, pitched on a length and then came up. Bit of tennis ball bounce there. Jones did well to get his arms out the road of that one. Stewart's emailed from Sedber. He said, over here, the last rain was a month to the day. It last rained on the 11th of May in Sedber, in the Howgills. And the Hooton. Oh, that stays quite low on Jones this time, and he's sort of played over the top of it. It's just missed the off stump.
Yeah, it is a bit up and down, isn't it? From the Lumley end in particular. Yeah, the mention of spinners enjoying the sun. Looking back at Glamorgan spinners this season, well, Salter has not got any wickets. This is only his third game. Hardly bowled in one of them anyway. Labuschagne has taken 5, 4 of which were Durham.
Next ball is pushed off towards short mid-wicket by Jones. He goes for a quick single, and there's a throw at the stumps, and one of the stumps is removed at the keeper's end. And Lees was already in his crease. Zainul Hassan with the throw.
So 5 wickets for Labuschagne and 4 for Carlson, who were very much batters first rather than spinners. 9 wickets taken by spin bowling for Glamorgan so far this season. Salter and Sisodia. Maybe Carlson will try to improve that.
He's replaced the stumps, and Lees is just rearranging his gloves before he takes strike. 3 slips in place here. And sensibly, we've got a third man and a fine leg. And Van der Hooten's going to come round the wicket to the left-hander. This is played to mid-on, no run there. Apparently, David Moyes is to stay on as the West Ham manager after winning the European 4th Division title the other day. He had a brief and very unsuccessful tenure at Sunderland.
Well, most football managers spells end in disappointment, don't they?
That's a nice shot from Lees. Overpitched from Van der Hooten, and he's drilled that back up the field. It's been chased by Carlson all the way up towards long off, and they get 2 runs. Good throw, actually. Lees was looking for a third and then saw the ball coming back in and changed his mind. End of the over. 7 gone. 25 for 1, the score. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Wales.
Yeah, Lees, of course, had the distinction of batting through the innings in Cardiff back in April last year. Seems a long time ago. 182 not out of Durham's 383. And that was the innings in which Andrew Salter took a career best 7 for 45 as Durham looked to press on the final morning of a rain-affected game and kept hitting it down the fielder's throats off Salter.
Yes, they were swinging the bat, weren't they? That was the weather-affected game that was hailstones that week.
Yeah.
And howling wind.
And a couple of early finishes there. 25 for 1. Ul Hassan to continue. He has 0 for 14 of his 3 overs so far. As he's in to bowl to Jones and beats him outside off stump. I think that's the first time he's bowled to Jones. And through it went to Chris Cook. Alex Lees on 14 not out. Jones on 5, the man out. McAlinden got behind off Van der Hooten, the night watchman, without addition to his overnight 4. Here's Ul Hassan into Jones through low outside off stump.
It is the first deliveries he's bowled to Jones. These are the first deliveries bowled to him.
So, not a cloud in the sky, or hardly. Anyway, a little bit away to our left, very high. Bit of haze on the horizon. But it should be a good batting day in terms of the weather conditions. There's Ul Hassan bowls, and Jones blocks it down into the ground. Bounces up back to the bowler, and there's no run. Ul Hassan seems to be having to do a lot of fielding off his own bowling.
Thomas Horn says, morning, it's great to have County Championship cricket back. Listening in Gran Canaria. Come on, Durham.
There's Ul Hassan is in to bowl. Jones turns it on the leg side. They'll look for a single. They'll get it very comfortably because Carlson has to make ground round from mid-on. Single taken. 26 for 1.
Colin Smart on Twitter mentioning Berlusconi and likening his career to those of Trump and Johnson. Although he says Berlusconi did make a successful political comeback. Derek Allen, good morning, everyone. Will Marcus North be on the mound today? I don't think so. He comes on normally on day one.
In comes Ul Hassan, bowls, and defended back to him by Alex Lees. And 2 comments that I enjoyed his spell on commentary yesterday morning. Tales of both counties, of course, having spent time at Glamorgan. Led them in T20. Ul Hassan still with the 3 slips. Bowls to Lees, who drives to Harris at mid-on. And there is no run. Well, Morgan won't have a lot of express pace today. Van der Hoogten is probably the fastest of their bowlers. They'll hope to get a little bit of swing, maybe induce a little bit of unpredictable bounce here and there, and nag away with the medium pace of these two, Harris and Gorvin, and spin of Salter and Sisodia, which will be nice to see if they get to bowl together. You don't often see 2 specialist spinners in the Glamorgan side. Van der Hoogten then into bowl, and Jones misses that one. Rather flat-footed jab outside off stump, went through again quite low down to Chris Cook. And the keeper just about managing to collect it. So Ashley Thorpe will come in alongside us, former Durham player.
Ashley, is it a Sunday?
Got the full Sunday now. Beautiful.
Here's Van der Hoogten. Oh, paying a miss again from Jones. And we were saying yesterday the invariable bounce was a bit of a sort of dead patch, just slightly wide of a length from the Lumley end, and seen it again in evidence today. I've never seen that sign before. I've just noticed it hanging by blue tack there.
Flying in the wind.
The media centre will close an hour after play. When was that put up?
No idea.
Not sure. Was it maybe because I was sort of adding quotes to the match report? Someone did stick his head around the door and say, how long are you going to be? They didn't seem too bothered about it.
In comes Van der Hoogten, defended by Jones on off stump.
It's a good channel, that, isn't it? It's where you, if you want to extract any variation out of the pitch, it's definitely where you want to be. Just challenging that 4th, 5th stump line. Beautiful day. A bit hazy, actually.
Yeah.
Waiting for the sun to burn it all off.
High haze towards the north, towards the Tyne. Gorgeous in our street this morning. I sat in the back garden till midnight last night. It's Van der Hoogten bowls through to the keeper. It's a beautiful evening. The river was so still. So there's the flowers, the nights, the smell of the The flowers in an evening in the garden, lovely.
Very pleasant at the moment. Considering the run-up, we had to delay the start of our club season by a week and then had the first week rained off. But summer's here.
In comes Van der Houten. Bowls. Forward comes Jones and defends. Keith Woffs tweeted, he says, 20's a heat wave in the northeast. Keith, 20's a heat wave anywhere.
It's definitely nudging north of that at the moment. It's beautiful outside. I've just had a walk around, get some cricket balls there, and it's beautiful. Light breeze.
Keith used to, he was the goalkeeper for Watford for quite a few years, and Peterborough I think he played for. He lives down in Stevenage, but he's from Whitburn.
The mighty village.
Yeah. Forward comes Jones and defends this one on a length, and that is the end of another decent over from Van der Houten. It's a maiden. Yeah, the village who are not mighty at the minute because they've lost every game they've played this season. The Northeast.
Did they get beat on the weekend again, did
they? Felling.
We've got Felling this week, actually. After having our bottom smacked by Burnmore on the weekend.
The England women's squad has been announced for their Ashes series. The Western Storm uncapped pair of Lauren Filer and Danielle Gibson are included in the 15-strong group. Their first full call-ups. Filer seam bowler. Gibson all-rounder who's been opening the batting and the bowling for Western Storm at times this season. Previously played county cricket for Wales, so I think she's back with Gloucestershire now. It's Ul-Hassan bowls, and Lisa's tucked that one away nicely on the leg side, down towards fine leg. They'll hurry back for a second, and they do make it safely as the throw comes in from Sisodia in the far distance, up in front of the health club.
Yeah, good running that from Lees there. Identified the left arm thrower out in the deep, and he had to run around the ball. It was a good bit of fielding, but Lee's more than up to the challenge of getting back for a second.
28 for 1 Durham. McAlinden, the night watchman, the man out. Ul-Hassan bowls to Lees, who plays it into the offside. Carlson scampers round at cover, and there's no run, and Glamorgan have already withdrawn one of the slips.
Captain Cook says, I enjoyed watching the Sacriston Academy yesterday. Both sides had a young lady playing, and Sacriston had 2 14-year-old bowlers playing. And the bar done a trade in the heat.
I can imagine, especially if it was at Sacriston, that is for sure.
Ul-Hassan bowls to Lees, who defends it to mid-off.
Steve West wondering, is it too early to bring on Houdini? Which one's Houdini?
Referring to the Great Escape, maybe. Down in Sussex last time out for Glamorgan, where I said slightly in jest at tea on the final day, all they need to do is back through 6 sessions to save the game, and blow me, they did. Ul-Hassan bowls, and Lees drives to mid-off, and there's no run. So that England women's squad: Heather Knight, the skipper, Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Bell, Alice Capsey, Kate Cross, Alice Davidson-Richards, Sophia Dunkley, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filer and Danielle Gibson, the newcomers, Amy Jones, Emma Lamb, Nat Siver-Brunt, Izzy Wong and Danielle Wyatt. Ul-Hassan bowls and driven straight by Lees to mid-on, and there is no run. Everything, or nearly everything, they've had a clip down to fine leg, but nearly everything is being hit very straight at the moment.
Yeah, a sign of good bowling there, getting hit back down the ground, and as we say that, a deep backward square goes out.
Cunning plan or a double bluff?
I'll go the bluff.
Ul-Hassan bowls middle and off, defended by Lees. Up to Van der Hochten at mid-off. It is the end of Ul-Hassan's 5th over, 0 for 17. Van der Hochten, the tiger of the 2, 1 for 11 in his 5, and Durham after 10. 28 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 390, but that one is the night watchman, so it doesn't carry quite as much weight as losing an opener.
Oh, you know what? I didn't write down what Durham got in the power play. I got it right. Hang on a minute. Yeah.
That's a bizarre week,
Friday
isn't
again.
it?
Yeah.
Well, you have that flood of T20 games and
They
then
do it
a
every year,
championship
though, don't
game
they?
and then another T20 game. But yeah, could be a day of attrition, this one, I think. Patience from both sides.
Van der Houten starts a new over, bowling to Jones, who plays this off end towards the covers. Keith's been back on. He says when it gets to 20 degrees where he lives, they put the heating on. I think he's in Stevenage, somewhere down there now.
Yeah, my mum would be throwing a blanket on as well, to be fair.
And it's 20 degrees, we open the window.
Perhaps he's talking Fahrenheit.
Maybe.
In 1993, we went to Wembley to see Sheffield Wednesday against Sheffield United in the FA Cup semi-final. As Van der Houten comes in and bowls, defended. And then on the afternoon, we got tickets off Gary Porter, who was the Watford captain. So we drove from Wembley to Watford, and we saw Watford play Luton in a derby match.
Right.
Heath was in goal. And then spent the evening with relatives in Bromsgrove. And on the Sunday, we were driving up back home, and we pulled off the M1 at Kegworth to watch the semi-final between Arsenal and Tottenham, which was also at Wembley.
Mm-hmm.
And while we're in this pub, lots of people were coming in Nottingham Forest tops, and they were playing Aston Villa, and we managed to get 3 tickets for the Villa game. So we went to see that as well. Van der Houten bowls.
Derby weekend?
Yeah, so it was. We went to 3 derbies and saw 4. And I remember at the end of the day stopping a little chef on the A1 at Wentbridge and thinking that's been the ultimate footballing weekend.
Not a bad one.
That's the nickname for Essex bowler Sam Cook, by the way.
What's that?
Little Chef.
Little chef, is it?
Oh, I like that. He's a handy bowler as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is he not called Cupid?
Again, see that deep square leg go out, just to put a little thought in Michael Jones's mind. It's a beautiful day up here. Good day for batting.
Van der Houten coming into bowl. Jones pushes the ball, sets off for a single. That's not on, and it's set straight back. And nice. He's played the ball straight to Salter near point.
Yeah, Salter's quite a decent fielder, to be fair.
I think Alex Lees might be looking at him as if to say, what on earth are you playing
Alex did not move. You don't want to be run out on a day like today.
No. He's got plenty of sunblock on his cheeks and his nose, Michael Jones, under the helmet. Van der Houten again. Comes in. Jones plays and misses. That's a cracking ball. He's played it fresh air there. It was just a little bit too quick for him. Now, when I got up this morning, I was making a cup of tea. There was a guy just coming back up the slipway, and he had this. They've got these kayaks now that are designed for fishing, so they've got GPS on them and all this kind of stuff, and they've got a box in the middle of the kayak where you can store all the fish you've caught. So he'd obviously gone out early morning, maybe about 5 o'clock. He was just coming back in about 7. But it was flat calm. It was like glass this morning as well. Van der Houten in again, and this is played past square leg off towards mid-wicket for 1 by Jones. This time of year, there's probably loads of mackerel jumping on the rod, aren't there?
No idea, but I could think of worse ways than spending my time out there. Sounds good. I've seen a few clips in Australia of sharks being quite inquisitive of those kayaks.
Yeah.
Take them out in the open water and obviously chasing the fish into the kayak. Rather them than me on that one, I think. Natural selection.
I'm not sure if some of these kayaks, they're like thick plastic ones, you know, the moulded seats and all that. I'm not sure if some of them have actually got like a pedal system in, so you can pedal.
Okay.
Rather than just paddle.
That would make sense, yeah.
Andy Gorvin then to bowl his medium pace.
Keeper up. Is he going to stay up? Stand up in the stumps?
He might at times. He might at times. He'll probably see how it goes and what the
he is.
the batters are doing. Yeah.
He's just setting his slips there as he had a little wander back.
Yeah. Gorvin, military medium, runs away from us and bowls to Michael Jones, who plays that to square leg, which is not where he was looking to play it. But on the other hand, it's a no ball.
He reminds me of Oliver Gibson.
Very slight, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not a big man, Andy Gorvin.
I think Ollie might take a bit of offence to that, pace-wise.
I don't think he's as quick, but
There is similarities, isn't there?
similar sort of style.
Yeah.
31 for 1. Gorvin bustles in. Bowls to Jones, who's hit on the pad as he looks to turn it on the leg side, and Chris Cook.
It's quite a similar run-up, to be fair. I'll give you that.
Fred Raffles been on. Good morning, Martin. I can't be out the ground today, but I am listening avidly in Roker.
Pleased to hear it, Fred.
He says, I was at the game Nick referred to when Glamorgan lost at Wormsley, and it was to a team called the Unicorns. Yes. Lovely ground, he says.
Gorvin bowls and again whacks Jones on the pad as he looks to turn on the leg side. Unicorns, yeah. It was the best of Minor County side, though, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. They were around 2012, 2013.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Chesney Hughes from Derbyshire? Didn't he play for them?
There's a guy, Paul Hindmarsh, who played up here a little bit for Durham. He definitely played for them, a Cumbrian lad. And like you say, the kind of a bit like the best of the rest kind of thing.
As Gorvin is in again to bowl to Jones. Outside off. Defended carefully, though. Into the covers, and there is no run.
I think Wes Durston rings a bell. He might have played in that and then got
he
did, out of that.
He did, yeah.
There was a few that I guess the idea was to try and get those guys into professional cricket.
Yeah.
And it worked for a few of them.
I remember commentating on a game when Durham played against them in the Sunday League sort of format.
Just checking Gorvin's follow-through there.
And he comes running straight, trying to bowl straight as well. And that's a little bit of a half volley, but it's well saved at mid-off and saving 3 runs there. And that looked as though it might go through the boundary, but a tumbling stop and just the single to Jones, who moves to 8, 32 for 1.
Angus has emailed. He says, hi, Marty. Angus up in sunny Perth. This is the proper Perth, Ash, not your pretendly one in Australia. Mm-hmm. Enjoying your commentary as usual, but I was amused when your co-commentator started talking about loan openers. Took me a while to work out what he meant.
It's not a financial arrangement. Yeah. As that is a play and a miss from Lease, pushing forward through to Cook outside off stump, who takes the bails off just in case, yes.
Loan as in on loan.
Opening batters on loan from another county.
He'd written it in the singular sense, i.e. just one person out there on their own, alone.
Anyway, that's the next form of cricket.
Yeah,
single wicket.
Yeah. He says it looks set for a good game.
32 for 1. Gorvin to Lease, defended back to the bowler again.
David Fennick wants to know, is Ash going to be starring in this match at Bamburgh Castle on Thursday? I thought it was Wednesday, actually.
I know nothing about it. What's on?
This is the one that Marcus North was referring to.
The Lord's Tavern as a player. I'm sure he said it was Wednesday.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
He said there's a great restaurant in Bamburgh called the Potted Lobster. Booking recommended.
Sounds all right to me. Yeah, Wednesday I'll be with my Parkview mob. We have a national quarter-final down at Bradford College at Bradford Park Avenue's ground, so looking forward to that one. Might have a couple of Durham players playing for us, but if we get any luck from Marcus, if he releases them, the schoolboys.
You weren't able to play at the weekend, were you, Ash?
No, unfortunately, yeah. My brother-in-law's very unwell at the moment, so I was backwards and forwards from the Freeman Hospital.
Hope he's out on the men soon.
Thank you very much. In the best place. They've been amazing, actually, the Freeman Hospital. Big shout out to anybody listening from there. Amazing people.
Here's James Harris coming into the attack for Glamorgan. Played by Jones off towards mid-wicket, and he is a record holder. He has the best figures in a game against Durham. He took 9 for 34 for Middlesex at Lords, Bank Holiday Monday, May time, in a howling gale at Lords in 2015. And In all, 13 for 103 in the match. Comes in, right arm over and bowls, and that's cut, and that's a wicket, and that is the end of Michael Jones. Caught that second or third slip there, and snatched out of the air, and it's just risen on a second slip. Good high catch.
Northeast.
And Sam Northeast with the catch. Jones has gone for 8. Durham are 32 for 2.
That's a build-up of a little bit of pressure there. And good work carried on from the 2 new bowlers. Jones missed a few in the last over that thudded into his hip, as Nick was describing. But that one, probably a little bit close to cut if you're looking to be critical. And a flashing, big, thick edge was well hung onto by Northeast above his left shoulder. And that's a big wicket for Glamorgan, who have been very patient and have got their rewards. 32 for 2.
On comes the drinks cooler.
It's impressive, that.
Yeah. It's I haven't noticed it before. They may have had it at previous matches, but it's
A couple of ice bucket bags in there, I would have thought.
Any cornettos in there?
Don't know. I'll
Send a couple our way.
Be nice.
But yeah, it's certainly the sort of day when you have to be careful about hydration. Kieran Carlson's long innings yesterday said he was a bit muggy out there and felt very hot and had to keep taking drinks on board to concentrate, especially, I suppose, after a 6-hour road trip the day before as well, which isn't ideal.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Scott Borthwick coming in at number 4, the Durham skipper.
Yeah, and 32 for 2 sounds problematic for Durham, doesn't it? But I have to keep saying the night watchman's one of them. With due respect to McAlinden's batting talents, he was stuck out there as the sacrificial lamb last night, just in case things went wrong. With Durham having the 1 over to face, he got through it, but fell first thing this morning.
Yeah, big partnership this for Durham. Durham will look to try and build here, but Glamorgan with 3 slips in place. Harris, good start to his spell and a good start to his day. There's 1 for none.
He's not trying to bowl particularly fast these days, James Harris, just concentrating on line and length and a bit of swing.
I think it's a day for it as well, isn't it? You probably just keep a little bit in reserve and try and bash some good areas and get your rewards.
Here he comes to Borthwick, the left-hander. That's wide of off stump. It's a no ball as well.
It's been a few in this game, hasn't there?
Yeah.
Loads in this
You know, I missed quite a few yesterday, and I've just realised why now. Because when Neil Pratt is putting his arm out...
Going to go with the white sheet?
Yeah, no, the advert behind him for a betting company on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
With the white writing in the middle.
Yeah.
I almost didn't spot his arm there. Took a while to realise he was signalling there. Harrison again, and that's left alone. Wide of the off stump. So behind him, there's an advert on the floor for a betting firm, and the logo for the betting firm is written in white, and it's just at the height where he would be signalling a no ball, and he's got obviously a white jacket on.
Try Sophia Gardens, where the score is a square of the wicket, and when the umpire turns and signals to them, you sometimes can't see it at all at the far end.
Tell you what, we haven't got, Marty. We haven't got the Toblerones out today.
I know. I noticed that yesterday. Yeah, don't know where they are. Harris in, and Borthwick goes for a quick single, pushing the ball wide of mid-on. Yeah, they weren't there yesterday. It's a lovely white rope as well, isn't it? Is it new? I think they've got a new rope.
It looks very white. I don't know whether I just noticed it more with it, the Toblerones not being on top, but we'll have to ask Vic.
The chocolates are available, as
There's about
but probably not triangular ones.
There's about 300 of them they've put out, isn't it? All the way around the field, varying companies being advertised on them.
Nice to see they've kept the, is it the Durham School stand? Kept that open after the students the other night?
Yeah. Students were pending in there, weren't they? Harris to Lees, who drives at a wideish ball. He's got a thick edge. It's gone along the floor, through the slip cordon and away for 4 down to vacant third man. The pub is open.
Bit loose there from Lees, but looking to latch on to a bit of width there from Harris. And getting a thick outside edge, as you said, running between third slip and gully, down to the vacant third man area for 4.
Yeah, Harris with a bit of a slow start to the season. He was played in the first game, but was then left out for a couple. Been building his form since in the Championship. Didn't play in the T20 and was on commentary with us on Friday night.
That's left alone by Lees, just wide of off stump, taken low by the keeper.
A little bit of shape there after it passed the stumps. It's probably a better area. He'd be disappointed to finish his over off with that wide one. But he also probably thought he was maybe half a chance there, getting the outside edge. 39 now for 2. Lee's on 20, Borthwick just off the mark. New to the crease. And a beautiful day up here in the northeast. Blue skies of varying descriptions and a bit of haze off up to the north. And a light, gentle breeze coming in from the north.
Yeah, is that haze going to enough to help a little bit of swing or not?
It hasn't swung much, has it really?
No.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, just enough with the new ball.
Bit of wobble. 39 for 2 as Gorvin will come round the wicket to the left-hander. Balls and it's worked away by Borthwick. So the left-hander, I have to say which left-hander now, because there are 2 of them. 40 for 2. Borthwick gets his second run. Trying to bring up the stream and find
Excuse me.
Sussex v Glamorgan by mistake.
Oh, well.
Not an awful lot of use. We know what happened there. It was a heroic draw for Glamorgan. Gorvin bowls and turned on the leg side by Lees. Well stopped at mid-wicket and there's no run.
I like the catching mid-wicket in place there, just in case Lee's overbalances. And it might not be long into the day where you might see one slip and a catching cover as well. Where Glamorgan will look to be nice and patient and make Durham work hard for their runs.
Gorvin bustling in. Bowls hit firmly to point by Lees and there's no run. So 2 slips, they're standing a reasonable way back, even though the keeper is up to the stumps. Glamorgan without their usual first slipper, David Lloyd. The Championship and T20 captain who's out injured. As forward comes Lees and defends up to Ul Hassan at mid-off, and there is no run. Crowds probably a few down on yesterday when it was reasonable. They were in good spirits, the crowd yesterday, particularly when Durham launched their evening fight back, but generous applause for Glamorgan milestones as well. On the way to 390. Gorvin bowls beautifully caressed through the offside by Alex Lees to the cover boundary, giving the ground staff a bit of fielding work to do.
So Vic's just vacated his chair there, actually. He had a bit of company. The Glamorgan coaches were around there, sat there earlier.
Lees takes him on to 24, 44 for 2.
It's pleasant, wasn't it? All timing through the cover point region. Is that Matthew Maynard down there with a pair of, well, I would call them thongs, but flip-flops?
As that is defended on the offside by Lees. Yeah, Matthew Maynard's chatting to someone in the crowd, accompanied by assistant coach David Harrison.
Harrison, yeah.
He had his flip-flops on yesterday, didn't he?
Mr. Maynard has got a sun hat on. Mr. Harrison, I would suggest, ought to have, but hasn't.
It's burning his bald head.
Can happen.
Yeah. Thongs, of course, very different things on other sides of the world.
Indeed. I'm sure he would look lovely in a thong.
Let's not go there.
But we'll leave that right where it is.
Been a level 42 now. Lessons in Love. That wasn't a bad one, was it?
It's all right.
Canny tune. Approaching the news. So, Here's Harris from the Lumley end, bowling to Borthwick. It goes for a quick single. He pushes out in the covers, and he's got away with it because the fielder in there misfielded. Is that Charlton? Yeah.
I'm not sure Lees is very happy about that single.
He was away like the clappers there, Borthwick, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think it might have took Lees by surprise, but Carlson came racing in, trying to pick the ball up and throw in the same motion, but it bounced out of his hand. He was quite close in. You're only looking about 4 wickets across.
Yeah, it was tight. In fact, I think he would have been struggling if he picked it up, but obviously he needed to pick it up and then hit the stumps, and he did neither.
The Glamorgan coach is now right down below our position as Harris bowls, driven by Lees. It was over pitched and he's played it out through the covers. You'll get 2 here. Ball runs up towards the boundary on the Health Club side of the ground. I think this might be the sort of day when we inflate the paddle boards again. They've been in the garage all winter.
Worst plans.
Might be nice on the river this evening.
Be beautiful. Did you have any wildlife for company last night on the river?
Couldn't see much in the dark, but there's an otter. I've seen an otter quite a bit recently. You get the seals out there as well. In comes Harris. That nips back in on Lees, and he pushes it away out through mid-wicket for 1 run. In a few weeks' time, you'll have the... Oh, David Lloyd's he's here. He's just tweeted a picture of the ground. Must be up on the top balcony there and the boxes. Yeah, in a few weeks' time we'll have salmon and sea trout
doing
eating
the runs
in the river, and that brings the gannets in. They come in and feed on them for a few weeks.
Might be more fun on the kayak then. A few fish coming in.
Harris bowls, and that's left alone by Borthwick. Let's hear what the weather forecast is. "24 yesterday." In came Harris. Borthwick plays it to point, no run. Fielder at points has slipped over there. Who's that fielding there? Andrew Salter.
Yeah.
Hexham 25 today, 26.
Incredible.
Too much, isn't it? It's a silly waste of heat. 48 for 2, Durham. Harris bowls to Borthwick, who cuts nicely at that one, and he's played it behind Salter at point and down to wide third man for 4. Nicely timed.
Yeah, gorgeous shot there, just allowing the ball to come all the way in. More like an old-fashioned late cut, that one.
Up.
With the 50 up, yeah, absolutely.
52 for 2, is it? 52 for 2 after 15 overs.
Yeah. Little partnership just starting to build between these two. Borthwick always busy at the crease.
What's he just said in the weather forecast there?
I haven't got
Something
it.
could happen. Can you hear it? Can you?
I could there, but no.
Something could happen weather-wise, but I didn't hear what it was.
I wouldn't be surprised if it feels stormy, doesn't it, again? Like it could build up later on tonight, but at the moment it's beautiful.
New over from Gorvin, bowling round the wicket from the Finkel end, our end of the ground.
It sounds very humid last night, and when we were coming back from, I mentioned we were at the hospital coming back from Newcastle, the sky over the back of Durham was black. I thought we were going to cop some thunderstorms there, but we didn't get anything.
In comes Gorvin, bowling round the wicket to Lees. This is defended.
Just see the first signs of heat impacting the outfield here. It's the few bare patches out there of dry grass.
Well, I never thought I'd see the day when the lead story on Radio Newcastle would be about Berlusconi, but there you go. Don't think there's a Tyneside link. Gorvin in. This is played up to mid-off. No run there. So the news has begun, so I'll be doing an update for them in about 3 or 4 minutes. So
Nice little crowd in. You don't expect big crowds, do you, on work days on a Monday? But there's a nice smattering of people around the ground.
Gorvin is lobbed by
wow.
Lees. Everybody's missed it. This is going to go for 4.
Yep.
And everybody's missed the ball. It's an interesting shot. Did he play that down into the ground?
He did, yeah, he did. He jammed it into the ground, which then lobbed back over Gorvin's hand and over the umpire's head.
Horton's on as a 12th man. And the last time one way, Horton went the other. The bowler missed it and it went for 4. Came straight back over the bowler's head and down to our commentary position.
I thought he might have given his mid-off a little dirty look there because I think he could have done better. But 4 more to Lees. 56 for 2.
Gorvin in again. Defended. Ball runs up to Ul Hassan at mid-off. Jamie Bowman, who covers Lancashire, reporting Phil Salt's got a century at Southport, 4 lanks in their match against Hampshire. Is he a contender for England, he's wondering.
He suits the style, doesn't he? That is for sure. Southport, there's a game at Southport. There's a game at Chesterfield. I think Derby are playing at Chesterfield. Few outgrounds getting a hit.
Gorvin in. Lees drives to Ul Hassan again at mid-off. And that is the end of the 16th over. 81 left today. Just the 81. British Road Race Championships are on in Redcar and Cleveland next week. I'm wondering if I'll have the time to go and watch any of them cycling. Highlights on ITV4 and all the usual channels as well. Ben Stokes has just tweeted a video of him with a ball saying, "Preparation done, it's time to do whatever it takes." Narration by Ian Botham, apparently. Let's have a look at that later on.
Friday, isn't it? It starts the efforts. World Test Championship done. Preparation for the Aussies. Did you see the fines for the Australians and the Indian teams? So talk about slow over rate. Right after this ball.
Harris to Borthwick, start of a new over. Digs out a Yorker on off stump. It's played to backward point to Salter.
So I think Australia were fined 80 or 85% of their match fees.
Right.
India were fined 100%. And Shubman Gill has been fined an extra 15% for his tweet on his dismissal yesterday. So he's actually had to pay to play the game. I'm sure he can afford it, to be fair.
I saw somebody predicting that by the end of play yesterday that had lost around about half a day's worth of overs. Nice drive from Borthwick, meets the ball on the bounce and drives it down to 3rd man, 1 run.
I think at the point of conclusion there were 44 overs down. So which is pretty much half a day, yeah.
Billy Root fielding there. Right. I think we'll be coming to us shortly. Here we go. Not too bad at the moment. It's a beautiful day for batting. It's really warm here, so hopefully we'll see a decent partnership develop. But they have lost 2 wickets this morning. The first, Stanley McAlinden, he was a night watchman. He was out for his overnight score of 4, caught behind. And that was an hour ago. And then Michael Jones wasn't really timing the ball that well, couldn't get it away. James Harris came into the attack and he tried to cut one from him and clipped it to second slip Sam Northeast, and he was out for 8. Out there at the moment, the skipper Scott Borthwick has 8. Alex Lees at the other end has 31, and Durham are 57 for 2, so they trail Glamorgan by all the threes, 333. Commentary on the BBC website. We're going to see a run out here now. Oh, what an absolute horror of a piece of fielding from Glamorgan. And quite frankly, I don't know how Scott Borthwick hasn't been run out there, and Andrew Salter's going to have nightmares for missing the stumps. So it was a free hit. So there we go. Durham is still 57 for 2. It should have been 57 for 3.
I'm not really sure how to follow that up.
What on earth happened there?
Lees has dropped that down into the offside, and Borthwick has just taken off for a single. Salter has done very well, come in and probably been better off throwing the ball back to Harris.
Well, it's time to lob it back, isn't there?
And Harris has had a shy at the Salter's had a shy at the stumps, and Harris has tried to dive to collect it, and somehow Borthwick scrambled back.
I mean, Borthwick is alongside Lees for most of
He's
that.
run too.
In comes Harris again. This is left alone. So Borthwick should have been run out on 8, but he got a gift from the gods.
Well, that was just one of the clearest opportunities you'll see in a very long time, wasn't it, for the fielding side? Zay Salter's usually one of the hot shots.
I think I interrupted your broadcast with your bulletin with "Oh no," as I was expecting the stumps to be disturbed.
In comes Harris again, and that's leg side-ish, played away by Lees up to mid-on. 1 run.
They're the kind of chances you want to take on days like today, just to keep building the pressure on the batting team, because it is definitely a batting day out there. Glamorgan doing their best to try and bowl straight and strict Durham, and any time you can run out one of the top order is a huge bonus. For his sins now, I think Salter's going to have a crack at bowling here from the Finkel end with his wily off spin. He's been around for a long time now, hasn't he, Salt?
Yeah, he's just turned 30 the other day, but made his debut quite young.
Yeah.
So a decade in and around the first team.
Opening the batting now as well, isn't he?
Yes, on occasion.
Yeah.
On occasion. I think 43 was possibly his best effort as an opener yesterday. I think Glamorgan at the time, several times he's done it, have not had anyone in the seconds who's in any sort of form and able to step up, so they chucked him into it really on the grounds that he's wanted to be in the team, knows which side of a bat to hold, and wouldn't be too distressed or traumatised by it if it did go wrong.
Right. Prepared to take the roll on.
So he's going to bowl in the 18th over of the innings, which is pleasantly early in a championship match, and first ball is just turned around the corner by Lees for a single down towards the umpire.
Was there any turn yesterday for Patel?
A little bit, fairly gentle.
Mm-hmm.
To go with Patel's gentle run up, I suppose. Yeah. He ambles in.
It's a nice way to describe him, actually. He seems just a gentle person as well. Fair.
10 wickets in Durham's last match, as Glamorgan coach is tossing a rugby ball around at the far end. And the hold-up is because of a short leg being... No.
It's just doing his shoelace.
No, sorry. I thought it was someone putting on an extra pair of pads, but it's the Borthwick fiddling around a bit with his pads. And he is now ready to face Andrew Salter. Round the wicket to the left-hander, given a little bit of air and patted gently back to him by Borthwick. Needs to get on the same wavelength as Lees after that near run out in the last over. Sweep shots and a miss from Borthwick.
Half an appeal there, wasn't there? I think sliding well down the leg side.
Yeah, just need to clear your throat occasionally, don't you?
Absolutely.
Let the umpire know you're thinking about things. Salter into Borthwick, who pushes forward defensively. Ball trickles towards mid-on, but doesn't get there because Root is in from mid-wicket.
Could be a few overs in for Salter today, I think.
Yeah, still looking for his first wicket of the season. It's the 4th innings in which he's bowled.
He might have it here.
There's the sweep shot. Again, maybe drifting down leg from the nature of the shot that was played.
It's a better shout, but he's quite round arm as well, isn't he? He's coming from very wide on the crease.
Yeah.
So it's going to have to straighten quite a lot to get an LBW there.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he was turning it prodigiously on this second day, as that is driven on the onside to root at mid-wicket. And there's no run. A promising first over from Andrew Salter there.
Bit of a false shot, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, he used the crease really well there. Actually, when I was saying he was coming quite wide of the crease, he was much tighter to the stumps on that delivery.
Dom's text, something you might want to mention. Durham, visually impaired, won their third game of the season away to Yorkshire. Yorkshire 113 for 6 off 28 overs. Durham chased them down in 10.5 overs, making 114 for 2.
Well done, Dom. Good work. Wonder if he got any runs.
I don't know if he would have batted, would he?
Sure, he'll tell us now.
Yeah. Harris from the Lumley end, bowling to Lees. Lees plays the ball back to him along the ground.
Bit of gentle shape there. Back in from Harris.
Derek says Almouth and Lesbury, first, second and third teams, all won this weekend. Ellie is the leading wicket taker in the club in league games.
Go on, Ellie.
Stuart Pointer got 171. Who was he playing for?
Hindmouth.
Right.
Oh, no, that was for Northumberland, I think.
Oh, in the minor counties.
Yeah.
Or the national counties. Harris bowls and Lees went after one that he should have left alone there, moved away from him. And it was a bit of a sloppy looking shot.
It did dart away a little bit there, but it was... I think Lees, by his own admission, would say that was a loose one.
He says, our Ed Brunton got 108. I was there. It was class. Dom reckons he got 33 off 15 balls. I don't believe him.
I believe you, Dom.
In comes Harris. This is pushed out to the cover area. No run there. Dom, part of the Radio Newcastle sports team. They're all scattered to the four winds at the minute, all the football commentators.
Guess a little bit of spare time with the World Cup being played over the winter.
Yeah. Harris to Lees. Lees plays this through mid-wicket. That's a nice shot. That's away for 4. Right out the meat of the bat. Off towards the Castle stand. Just come to rest at the front of that one. Some emails have come in.
A little bit straight, that one from Harrison, tucked away nicely by Lees through the vacant mid-wicket area.
What does Ash think about the Ashes, asks Davey. Quite a small urn, really, isn't it?
It's tiny, yeah. What do I think? I think it's set up for a brilliant series. Especially if England want to play the way that they have. I think Australia will welcome that challenge. And let's hope we get a 3-2 or something like that. And hopefully it's 2-2 going into the last test with bring back 2005 and all those vibes.
Lees punches this off the back foot and it's running away upfield towards the car park at the far end. It comes to rest about 15-20 yards on the rope at the far end of the ground. 2 runs. Who do you want to win?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cricket.
Cricket and the general public have a wonderful time. No, I'd definitely be wanting Australia to win, which makes me very popular. Yeah. Although with the coaching staff around here, that's probably all right. But obviously I wish Ben and Woody and Potsy all the best. I hope they make hundreds and take loads of wickets and they lose. And I tell them that every time as well, to be fair. I love them to bits.
Harris round the wickets to Lees on the Lumley end. This is played up to mid-on.
That's the counterpart of what Matt Maynard said about the Ashes. Hope Labuschagne gets hundreds and Nisa gets tens of wickets and England win 5-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Interesting to see if Nisa gets a crack, actually. He's... Well, Scott Boland's jumped ahead of him pretty much in the queue now.
Nick wants him back.
Yeah, I think he might get him back as well, to be fair.
I don't.
Do you reckon they'll wrap him in cotton wool just in case?
I mean, if you've got a decent quality fast bowler that you can just park on the sidelines ready to get out at a moment's notice, then why wouldn't you, really?
It's interesting that I feel that they still need to bowl, though. Not getting match practice, I don't know. I'll sit on the fence on that one.
Salter is in to bowl, and Borthwick works it away through mid-wicket for a single 66 for 2.
Saying that there's only one championship game before the nonsense kind of starts later on in the year anyway, isn't there?
There's a few in July.
Is there?
Yeah. They've listened to the members in the shires as Salter bowls and Lease defends. So
Not in August.
there's none in August, no. But there's a couple in July. 3 in July for Glamorgan. Salter bowls down the wicket and driven back to him, and Salter flicks it back at the batter Alex Lees as he'd left his ground. And quick thinking there from Salter, really.
I like that. Yeah, and like I say, if I don't know, he's probably sitting behind Hazelwood, who didn't play in this test, and then you have Nisa. So do you really want him sat on the sidelines?
Down the wicket and over the top goes Alex Lees, and you heard the bunt ball crunch into the advertising hoardings in front of us. 39 becomes 43 on the scoreboard for Lees, 70 for 2.
Davey says, I still think the Aussies are favourites. Are England seriously going to try and smash the best attack in the world all over the park? They have much more experience than a lot of England players, and the only players I would have in the Aussie team from England would be Stokes and possibly Brooke.
That's a bit harsh, I think. Especially when you look at Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad and
Root.
Joe Root, yeah. I think it'd be a fascinating series.
Just don't buy tickets for the 5th day.
Yeah, well, and watching the way that McCullum played against Australia for New Zealand back in the day, he definitely took them on and had success.
Salter bowls. Lees gives them the charge again and lofts this one over for 6 runs. Going all the way up to long on. Just dropped a couple of metres over the rope in front of us. And, game on. Lees to 49. Durham to 76 for 2.
A pair of beautiful shots there. And he didn't try and overhit that, did he? Both of them were just nicely timed. The one before bouncing one bounce over and thumping into the advertising boards, and this one clearing the rope quite comfortably.
He's had 79 at Hove this year. Lees in the first game. That's his highest score. Got a 90 in the T20 at Yorkshire a couple of weeks ago.
Salter hit for 10 and 2 balls into Lees, who drives towards mid-off Ul Hassan Fields. Dot ball, 11 off the over, 76 for 2 in reply to 390 all out.
Also made 70 here against Worcestershire in the first home game.
He hasn't had a big one yet, has he, this year?
No.
And that'll disappoint him.
45 against Derbyshire.
Lots of starts. For a very fine player. He probably hasn't given up himself on trying to get back into the England side. He's adapted his style of play, if anybody has, to the new regime.
This is his 51st championship match for Durham. Played in 10 tests in all for England, 453 runs, debut in the West Indies in 2022.
Good player and a good leader for Durham. Not captain in the red ball, but has those responsibilities in white ball cricket. Batting with the red ball captain Scott Borthwick here.
Well, if he gets the 1 run, which he should, be the 63rd time I think that he's reached 50 in first-class cricket. This is a nice shot from Borthwick, right through the middle of the covers and away for 4.
It's a good little period this for Durham. Harris trying round the wicket to the 2 left-handers, and Borthwick getting low and punching that through the covers for 4. Saw a few of those for Whitburn the other week when we played against Scott.
He's only played in the 1 game.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Lees has had 700s for Durham and 16 50s, so came in 2018 on loan initially, and I think his debut was against Glamorgan in a match that lasted a little over 2 days in Cardiff. It was a muggy, damp sort of week in August from memory. So Borthwick is forward to this one. It's a no ball. Did you see the umpire's arm go up there? See how it disappears in the white?
I see exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
50 partnership comes up.
Needed.
Better than a runner balled.
49 balls.
And a good rebuild from these two. 82 for 2.
Harris in. Oh, and he's trying to pull a ball. That's a no ball as well. He's trying to pull a ball through mid-wicket and he's missed it.
Disappointed there, Borthwick. It's probably one of his favourite shots. Just losing a little bit of control here, Glamorgan, where they've been really good so far this morning. That might force a couple of bowling changes.
Harris round the wicket. And that's played to mid-off by Borthwick.
Yeah, how far do you hold your nerve as a captain when batter's coming down the wicket as a spinner and trying to hit over the top? Do you think, oh, well, that's going to produce a chance sooner or later?
Yeah, I mean, you can change the field, can't you? You can maybe put your long on out and bring somebody catching quite straight and make Lees do one or the other. I wouldn't give up on Salter just yet. He's only had a couple of overs, hasn't he? Started off okay.
Harris back over the wicket now, and this is played by Borthwick up to mid-on.
Harris is in his 5th over, so we might see a change from the Lumley end.
Eric the Stanmore Mackham says he remembers the game at Lords when Harris got the wickets. He said, I left home in Stanmore at 10 and was back indoors at 1. Lunch still in the cool box. Yeah, it was over very quickly on the morning, and Chris Rushworth's dad, Joe, brought me home. And rather than go and get the train, we got in the car. This is defended by Borthwick on off stump. And I remember that day. It was an important day in our family's history because that was the day my wife went to register Astrid's name at the register office, and she rang me up from the register office when we were in the car heading home.
There you go.
8 years ago. Elizabeth Cruikshank has emailed. 2 balls left of this over, the 21st over. Durham 84 for 2. And Harris comes in. And that's cut by Borthwick off the back, flows away through the covers. Has it got the legs to get to the rope? Looks like it does, and it will, yes. 4 more for him. He moves on to... Have they already had a double? 13?
Pretty rapid scoreboard here, isn't it? They've been quick on the trigger so
I don't
far.
think it has yet.
Oh, no?
No, it's
Good.
excellent.
On, yeah.
I think it's 88 for 2.
Yeah. There we
Yeah,
are.
it is on.
17 he's on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit short and wide there from Harris.
It's a slow
But normally
scoreboard, this one.
normally are quite quick.
It's been decent so far.
Elizabeth said, afternoon, gents. I was at the ground briefly yesterday. Sadly can't make it today, but hopefully we'll be able to attend tomorrow and Wednesday. So Harris bowls to Borthwick. That's turned past square leg, and there's a man down there, but he's not going to get round from fine leg. 4 more. So that's been quite an expensive over. 3 boundaries plus 2 no balls.
Leaking a little bit there, Harris, at the end.
She says, may I add my wishes for Ash's relative for a full and speedy recovery? On the subject of the slow over rates, instead of fines, would it not have more bearing on the match in hand if runs were given to the batting side?
Yeah. If they're the fielding team's the cause of it, I think there was occasions in that test match that I've watched some highlights of where some batters were struck on the head and on the arms, where physios are coming on and off. I think at one point they were complaining that Jadeja had hit a 6, and then Boland, after the ball had been retrieved out of the crowd and the umpire had checked the ball, Boland had started to run in and Jadeja still wasn't ready to face up. There's lots of different things, but just in general, it's gone slow, hasn't it? Like, enough's enough, I think, especially when you're paying so much money to go and watch it.
Salter to start a new over and nudged into the offside by Lees, and they'll go through for a single to bring up Alex Lees's 50 after 63 balls, 8 fours and 1 6.
Excellent inning that from Lees. Some beautiful drives and some tucks off the hip, but thoroughly deserved. Took the attack to the spinner in the last over, and he'll look to kick on here and try and get his first century of the season for Durham. So we just see a few scouts out now. We've got a sweeper out on the offside, and Root was out at long on for Lees.
As Borthwick cuts into the offside, finds the sweeper, Sisodia. Single taken, 94 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit more of a defensive field now, which is absolutely right from the captain.
route back at long on in front of us as Salter bowls, and forward comes Lees defensively. The ball just trickling back down the pitch to Salter. No run.
Just want a quiet couple of overs here, Glamorgan, and try and build a little pressure back on these two.
Salter bowls and Lees drives it, but back to the bowler again. And there is no run. Well done to Wales women, who beat Gloucestershire by 9 runs in what was a 35-over match yesterday. Salter bowls, played back to him by Lees. I think it was meant to be 50, but rain in Gloucestershire.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, the county system is a bit underpowered at the moment, as reading for the women with the introduction of regional contracts. Salter bowls. Lees plays it back to him.
Excellent over that one there, just pulling the strings back a little bit on the pace of the ball. So see, injured Bryden Cass is about to go and have some practice with the familiar gait of Alan Walker around the ground.
94 for 2 as the details of Lees's half-century are introduced. So, yeah, with the introduction of regional cricket and more professionals, I think there's a feeling that the top level below that, if you like, the top level of the amateur game is being a little neglected.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. We're part of the regional setup here where we have the Northern Warriors setup, which is a bit of a combination of Cumbria, Northumberland and Durham, which feeds into the Yorkshire Diamond system. I play a lot of white ball cricket. I was having a conversation the other day that obviously the women's Ashes is coming up this year with a test match and things like that, but there's no longer form cricket for the females. So I don't know if that needs looking at as well, or even if it's viable for them to go into it. But Van der Gunten's going to join us from the Lumley end. And the ball round the wicket to Borthwick.
Comes in and bowls. Borthwick flicks it to mid-wicket and he's out. And he's just put it straight into the hands of... who's that out there? Zain ul Hassan, possibly?
Believe so.
I think so, yeah.
And he's gone for 22.
And that has come completely against the run of play. But Glamorgan will take that. That's a soft one there from Borthwick. He'll be really disappointed. He's looked good since he's come out to the crease. He's been busy. He goes caught by ul Hassan, bowled Van der Gunten for 22. And that leaves Durham on 94 for 3.
Well, it's just like catching practice, really, wasn't it? So he couldn't have found the fielder any better if he'd been trying to do it. And
I think it surprised him how slow it went to him, Nick. Actually, he seemed to set and then just take his time and allowed the ball to come to him.
Van der Hoogten 2 for 12, and again leading the Glamorgan attack. Seems to have thrived on the extra responsibility this year with Michael Hogan departed. A formidable pair with Michael Neser, but in terms of pace, having to really take the mantle on for this particular game with no second overseas player for Glamorgan.
This is a bit reminiscent of Durham's first innings at Bristol, where they had too many wickets on the board for not many runs. They were 149 for 4. And, I guess the leader and Clark put a partnership together.
I guess with the night watchman going, it's maybe a little bit misleading at 94 for 3. But you now have Beddingham and Robinson, De Leader and Clark still to come. It's still some formidable batting to come for Durham. But on a really good batting day, I think Glamorgan will be quite happy to have picked up 3 wickets in this first session.
Yeah, that's the bonus point. 94 for 3, 390, still some way away. And Glamorgan just have to keep plugging away on a pitch that might offer a little bit of up and down bounce on occasion, but it's more in unsettling the batsman, because a lot of it's shot. A lot of the lower deliveries have shot through outside off stump. Although there's the one that got up that got rid of ul Hassan yesterday morning that was judged to have come off the gloves, though he apparently was sporting a broken helmet as well.
Oh,
Bettingham on strike as Van der Houten bowls as has played to mid-wicket, no run there.
Interesting one for Bettingham, who's had a couple of weeks away while the T20s have been on. Obviously would have been a lock-in to play for Durham. However, the lack of fast bowling stocks in the northeast at the moment meant that Wayne Parnell was called in very late on, who along with Ashton Turner have been the two overseas players, which left Bettingham sat twiddling his thumbs for a couple of weeks.
Comes in and bowls. He's looking to play that through the offside. He's ended up getting a bit of a leading edge towards short mid-wicket.
Yeah, that was the one that kept a little bit.
Might see a few chop-ons, I think. Maybe with that outside off stump.
Yes, Sodia, the Glamorgan last man, went that way last night.
Interesting period of the game, half an hour before lunch, and if Glamorgan can pick up another, they'll be thrilled with their morning's work. Durham will be looking to have these two heading to the dinner table together.
Bettingham plays this to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, the most recent championship game in Cardiff, Glamorgan managed to claim 3 wickets in the Worcestershire second innings to played on. Which tells you that the batters, I suppose, aren't entirely confident about what the pitch is doing. But you need a bit of help for the bowlers here and there.
Absolutely.
Bettingham defends this and it rolls very slowly up to mid-on.
It's a very quiet ground today. I don't know whether this is the last time, but the crowd is dispersed right around the ground, aren't they? Sun available in every single place, apart from a little bit of shade over to our right in the Durham University stand. But most people enjoying the sunshine.
Bettingham once more. Forward to this one. Plays it back to the bowler. Yeah, there's not much noise out there. No. Maiden.
There are. They're away.
Maiden.
Wicket Maiden. Just a ripple of applause for the away side.
It's more than we'll expect on Friday night when Glamorgan have a date with Essex in Chelmsford.
Oh, you'll get nothing. You get absolutely nothing there. That is a ground for silence.
The sound of one hand clapping.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a few mad baths in the crowd.
Liven things up a little bit.
Yeah, so I was making similar remarks during the Glamorgan-Essex game the other evening before I realised that we were probably actually being watched on the stream by a fair few Essex folk as well, even if the radio broadcast was separate. Salter bowls and Lees plays this one up towards mid-off, calls for the rapid single, and it is, in the end, comfortably there to Sisodia.
Lees ran down the wrong side of the pitch there, and at one stage I thought him and Bettingham were about to collide into each other.
Yes, it was fortunate for Glamorgan that Borthwick didn't profit hugely from the should have been run out when he was on 8, and he went on to make 22. When Salter had a shy when he probably should have lobbed the ball to Harris, who couldn't collect it at the bowler's end. Salter bowls, back on his stumps goes Bettingham, works it into the leg side and then just strolled through for a single as Colin Ingram does the fielding.
Works in his own time zone, does Bedders. Everything just slows down around him.
Mark of a class player.
Absolutely.
There's Salter bowls and Lees drives back to him. Salter gets a hand to it, cannons away, but there's not a run to be had. Just the odds suggesting that Salter's inducing slight mistiming from the batters.
It's fair.
As that one is prodded away on the leg side. The reaction there was more amdram than anything real.
It's a better field, isn't it? He's got a bit of protection out there, so it doesn't give Lees full licence. And obviously with the fall of a wicket, a little bit more responsibility on this to get a partnership started.
Sisodia's back at long on. There's a man in the deep at square leg as another ball is defended back to Salter. About 5-10 metres in from the rope at square leg. I mean, no, it's a longish boundary. That's slightly odd that he's not back on the ropes.
Especially for these two running between the wickets. I know Lee's hustles through, but Benningham's probably on the more casual side of running.
Dot ball to end the over. 2 singles off it. 96 for 3, Durham, in reply to Glamorgan's 390 all out. One of those 3 is the night watchman. But Glamorgan will be reasonably satisfied with their morning's work. 2 for Van der Hoogten, 1 for Harris, the second ball that he delivered. Getting the wicket of Michael Jones for 8. Borthwick was caught at Ul Hassan at mid-wicket. Off Van der Hoogten for 22. Van der Hoogten also got McAlinden, the night watchman, early doors.
All been in the first over of the spells, haven't they, this morning?
Yeah. So Van der Hoogten to look to add. He's in to bowl to Bedding. 2 slips. Nice and straight. Played nice and straight by Bellingham back to him. Bellingham's the sort of quality of overseas player you want, isn't he? A guy who's going to be one of the significant performers in the team, but
be available.
Is available,
Yeah.
yes. No international calls.
That's what you want. You need that continuity, and I think that's where some counties struggle, having players coming in and out all the time.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Bellingham plays on the offside, no run. And Glamorgan had Labuschagne for 5 championship matches, and that was it. I mean, he's
That's it for the summer, isn't it?
that's it for the summer in all probability. I mean, a glorious innings up at Yorkshire and a major part in saving defeat against Sussex. But then off he goes. And lively presence in the dressing room as well.
I'd imagine.
Always willing to talk cricket to anyone who'll listen. As that one's played nicely through points by Bellingham, up on his toes, getting on top of the ball and sending it scorching past Salter at point for 4 runs. Bellingham's first boundary, and that brings up the Durham 100 in the 25th over, which therefore is a run rate of 4 runs per over, and the second 50 coming in about 10.
How does that maths work?
It was a classy shot, wasn't it? Just stood up and allowed the ball to come to him. Eased it through the covers.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Bellingham defends back to him, and there's no run.
Essex have declared on 462 for 9 against Somerset.
Cheeky.
Yeah, we're just talking about overseas players and how having good ones can sometimes be a detriment because they don't spend full seasons with you, and how we're lucky to have Bellingham as around for most of the time.
Yeah, Glamorgan, as I said, I'll be pleasantly surprised if they see Nisa again as Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's played into the offside by Bellingham, but fielded at cover, and there's no run. But the problem has been is that Glamorgan can't then commit to a replacement overseas bowler until they know for definite that
What's happening?
Nisa is in that Ashes party.
Surrey 39 for 4. They're going to get to 152 against Kent to avoid the follow-on. So they have got going there because there was a thunderstorm this morning which delayed things.
Van der Hoogten to Bellingham, playing defensively to mid-off. To end the over. 100 for 3 then Durham in reply to 390 here on BBC Sport Online from BBC Newcastle and BBC Sport Wales.
Yorkshire's Darwin Milan out for 106 in Chesterfield against Derbyshire today. Yorkshire still 219 ahead though because they bowled Derbyshire out yesterday for just 111 I think it was. 330 for 7 Yorkshire a few moments ago. Salter right on round from the Finkel end. That's played by Lees into the cover area. No run there.
Yeah, going back to overseas, but Michael Nisa would be, I think, the perfect overseas player. Offers everything with the ball. more than handy with the bat.
Salter
Oh,
again beats the outside edge, bails her off, courtesy of the keeper.
A little bit of turn there from Salter out of the footmarks, maybe. Yeah, straightened, definitely straightened.
Here comes the bowler, and this is played down the ground by Lees up towards long on, and fielded by Sisodia. He's got floppy curly hair, a bit like Stanley McAlinden's thatch. Got a black headband on as well.
If only.
What? Stanley's head.
I was thinking of mine.
Floppy hair on top.
Salter in. Played back by Bellingham. Stanley's head sounds like a Half Man Half Biscuit song, doesn't it?
You don't want to know what's going on in Stanley's head.
Salter in bowls. Driven by Bellingham nicely out through the covers. That should go for 4. It is going for 4. It's just gone over the rope past the posh drinks box that Glamorgan have got from Go Outdoors. Other camping suppliers are no doubt available as well.
Glorious for Bellingham, just slightly over pitch from Salter. Maybe a little bit of curve away in the air, but Bellingham elegantly drives that one through the covers. Gives the sweeper no chance out on the boundary. Some 2 nice boundaries from him in the last 2 overs. Just to get him up and running as he moves on to 9. The score under 100, is it 105 for 3? Or is it 109? I can't see that. My eyes are blurred.
Salter again. And that's played back to the bowler by Bellingham.
It is 105.
Yeah. It's the end of the over. 105 for 3. I'm just looking at the... Right, that's quite an expensive box, that one. Just seen the maker's name on it.
You going to elaborate any further, or?
Well, think of a place where an Eskimo might live.
Might live, yeah.
439 quid.
Shut the front door.
Wowza, Rudy's. You can get them for about 340.
Oh, bargain. I'll get 2.
Well,
oh, actually, there's one there for 169. That looks about the same one, actually.
There we are. If it gets you an extra wicket or 2 in the course of a season,
Yeah,
having the players properly refreshed.
full of energy drinks.
105 for 3. We are.
Gonna have Gorvin back in, are we? I think.
Jeff Dawson says, having my lunch in the sunshine at Costa del Whitley Bay while enjoying the excellent commentary. Howay, Durham, don't waste a good batting day. P.S. Did you solve the mystery of the missing boundary Toblerones? No.
No.
We need to find...
I'll check it out.
We need to
Yeah,
ask Tom Seymour
I'll
whether it's
investigate.
his childhood brainchild, or whatever you call it. Dream to have the Toblerones.
So Gorvin will bowl his 4th over. His first 3 cost 12. Keeper Cook is standing up. Gorvin will bowl down the slope. Right arm medium pace round the wicket to Lees, and that has gone away for 4 somethings. Sundries of some sort? No, just a tickle down the leg side. Down to fine leg. Fine of Sisodia.
Don't know if Cook's got a little paw on that there. It seemed to go away slower than just off the bat, didn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought it might be like buys.
David Battersby's wondering if the picture that I posted on the tweet this morning to the commentary feed was Nick having a sneaky 99. It's a photograph I took of my daughter Astrid.
It's a small child, rather.
She was about 3. She's 8 now, and I brought her here a few weeks ago, and the first thing she said, and she hadn't been here for quite some time.
Can I have an ice cream?
Gorvin bowls, and it's driven to mid-on by Lees.
I came to test the lines, so she came with me. I think there was a school strike day or something, I can't remember. Anyway, she looked out from this room and she said, Daddy, where did I sit when I had the ice cream that time? It was about 5 years earlier. And the answer was right in the bottom corner of the northeast stand.
There we are.
Yeah.
I think my head is about 3 times the size as the said child in that picture. That's turned on the leg side by Lees, but he's picked out mid-wicket, and there's no run.
She's wearing in the picture, and I use it regularly on the tweets she's wearing a little sort of rainbow patterned bucket hat.
Little bucket hat.
Yeah,
Mm.
Beauty,
and
that,
still,
isn't it?
still fits her as well. Just had it on at the weekend.
No need to get rid of that. It's a beauty.
109 for 3. Durham, as Gorvin is in to bowl up in the block hole, and bowler might have got a finger to it as it was driven by Lees and ends up at mid-off. No run. Still glorious conditions. And a quiet buzz as these two look to build significant partnership. Glamorgan's biggest was the Northeast Carlson stand, as that is driven through the offside. Go fetch for 4 runs. Lees latching onto that one, smacking it away between cover and mid-off for 4.
No thoughts of running from Lees there as he stroked that one through the extra cover region. Literally took a step back and admired his work.
Moves to 60 off 80.
I was just going to say that. He moves on to 60. And again, another little partnership building, and Glamorgan have a big 13 minutes ahead here as they try and break this partnership before lunch. 13 for 3.
Gorvin, just the one slip, bowls to Lees, who plays to mid-on, and there is no run. 2 boundaries then off the over, 1 to fine leg, 1 through extra cover. 113 for 3, Bedingham 9. Lees 60, the men to go today. McAlinden, the night watchman, for 4. Michael Jones for 8. And Scott Borthwick for 22. 2 wickets to Tim VDG and 1 to James Harris.
Oh, don't look at that.
Oh, what's these? New corkies.
Boxer balls.
Oh, the smell. The lovely smell. They're not normal. They're quite small, then, aren't
No,
they?
they're proper size. Yeah, they're
There's no-
actually quite big
There's
compared
no
to what
seam on it.
Yep.
Where's the seam? Here's Salter. Comes in and bowls. This is played away out through the covers for 1 by Bedingham. So these are for Parkview.
Yes.
What are they meant?
Supplied by
who's-
Durham have helped us out a little bit and
Right.
sourced them.
MSG, I've not heard of them.
So MSG, I'm sure they've got an advertising border somewhere around here. So they're a company that does Macron and things like that.
All right.
So they supply all sorts of training equipment.
This next ball goes off to point. So would these be used in a match then, or are they just
Yeah,
training?
well, a little bit of both, I think. We'll see how they go.
Nick, there's no seam on that.
It's more like a kookaburra kind of shaped ball.
Mm.
Are they using kookaburras here today?
No, it's next match.
Next one, is it?
round.
Next 2 rounds.
Certainly not very pronounced, is
Very
it?
flat.
Salter bowls again round the wicket and defended by Lees. What would you do with that then, Nick?
Not a lot, since bowled for years. They all feel the same when they come into the keeper's gloves.
Yeah. Salter bowls, played off the back foot by Lees out through the covers. 1 run. How much is a corky these days then? Because the Dukes ones they use in these games are about 50 quid or something.
Oh, they're more than that.
Are they?
I think, yeah. I think the balls that we use in club cricket are about 60 quid a ball.
I was surprised by the price of golf balls recently. I went to buy some for my mate for his birthday and they've shot up in price. Astronomically silly. In comes the bowler again. A little bit of drift on this one. And it's played away by Bedingham up to Sadir at mid-off. Can't beat a box of balls. Look at them. Brand new balls. Some of them are wrapped. This one's nice and red.
Yeah, I think somebody's just had a look at that one. Make sure they're red.
Ball played away by Bedingham for 1 up through to the covers. That is the end of the over, is it? How's it want to go? Yeah, that's the end of the over. 3 from it. Durham 116 for 3. I'm going to take a picture of these just so you know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's the thrill of having new balls. You don't see them very often in Division 11. Once the first one's been hit into the river, you any old tat after that.
I was talking to Norman Turner at Whitburn the other day. I haven't seen him for years, and we played in the second team together. And he said he worked in the pharmacy department at the university for 45 years, and
Wow.
he had this kit where he used to revive balls and repolish them, re-lacquer them, get the seam right again. So I'm just wondering if he devised all these chemicals in the pharmacy
Could make a
department.
fortune.
Here comes Gorvin then, medium pace from the Lumley end to bowl to Beddingham, who plays to point, and Billy Root tumbles, gets half a hand to it, and they'll go through for a single as Ul Hassan mops up. And Billy Root kicks furiously at the an old practice wicket.
Right in front of the groundsman as well. He's now having to run towards them and is probably just going to duck his head a little bit. But that did flick up off the footmarks. I think the umpire's having a bit of a go at him as well for his reaction.
Well, it won't make the mark any
he
left
won't.
if he kicks it. Gorvin bowls and Lees plays it back to him.
What a reaction that was. Here comes Vic out now, the groundsman. They'll be saying, did you see what he just did?
Yeah.
As he stood about 5 yards in front of the grounds. I've got a little umbrella out there now. Must have been one from the old, remember that enclosure they had at the far end of the ground, Mark?
Oh,
in the
yeah,
late
yeah.
20s?
As Gorvin in round the wicket, bowls,
Great take.
and that's snapped by Chris Cook as it went down the leg side. Whips the bails off.
It was a brilliant take, that. It was full and wide down the leg side, and Cook's brilliantly swept it up and whipped the bails off in one motion.
Yeah, he's a really high standard quality keeper, Chris Cook. 37 years old. Obviously didn't do the job regularly for much of his career, and Mark Wallace was in situ, as that's driven nicely by Lees, but
Wallace was a
straight
brilliant
to mid
keeper
off.
as well, wasn't he? Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, fine work. Glamorgan have been lucky with the glove men. Wallace did it for so long, of course. Barely missed a game for many years.
Is he involved with the club?
He is the director of cricket now,
Oh,
so
brilliant.
he'll be the man hammering the phones and trying to get a overseas paceman in at the moment. Gorvin bowls, and it's driven back to him on the bounce.
On to Andrew McDonald trying to get Nisa for a shift. I think it'd be really. It's a similar conversation I had with Ryan Campbell the other week, saying I think it'd be really good for Stan to get some red ball in and to have some overs. He might be doing the same. It'd be great for Nisa to get some overs under his belt, just in case you need him for a game.
Yeah, next championship match in a couple of weeks' time. Home to Sussex, as that's driven back to the bowler by Alex Lees. It is the end of the over. 117 for 3, Beddingham 12, Lees 61, McAlinden 4, Jones 8, Borthwick 22.
Couple of overs left before the lunch break.
Tell you what, I missed at the weekend. Heard it on the radio this morning. The crazy golf world championships.
Never.
Yeah.
Can't believe it. Missed that one.
Yeah.
I do like my crazy golf, to be honest.
Through the windmill.
Mm-hmm. Off the clown's head. And
Yeah. Imagine going for the world title and you hit the windmill.
I see some left arm spin from Sasodia. The token over before lunch.
First over,
Orthodox.
not terribly slow, probably, if his T20's anything to go by.
We have seen some wickets in first overs of spells so far this morning.
Comes in and bowls from the Finkel end, turns to backward square leg. Right, Beddingham, no run. One slip in place.
Last championship game, 2008. Last first class game,
Really?
the following March or April.
Wow.
2008.
18, sorry.
Oh, so
18.
wow.
Sorry.
That's impressive.
He wasn't born.
No.
This is out through the covers for one. My Beddingham.
18. He played
Yeah.
a couple of championship games in 2018.
Even that's still 5 years ago. isn't
And
it?
a couple of
Debut,
times,
debut against Derbyshire in that season.
most recent first class was for the Cardiff MCCU the following year.
It's the time. 5-1.
Mm. Lee's just making sure there isn't any extra overs.
This is defended by Lees.
What you spotted now?
I was going to say, what's caught you?
You haven't gone back to Bristol, have you?
No.
You will giggle at that.
This
when you
is
see
deer.
it.
This is deer bowling here. This played away. So the manufacturers, MSG, of those balls, I've just tweeted, can't beat a box of new corkies. The smell of a new ball is so nice as well. Reminds me of the excitement of being in a sports shop as a kid. And Rob McGregor replies, it's turned off through mid-wicket for 1 run by Lees. He said, County Championship now using balls with MSG in it to get the kids addicted.
I might say that for the other competition.
Monosodium glutamate, isn't
Yeah.
it? Put in Chinese meals.
Yeah.
These crisp manufacturers get everywhere.
Yeah.
I think it's for the Mansfield Sports Group. Is this MSG? Yeah. But I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I like it too.
Left arm round, he comes in here, and this is played out towards the covers. Sam Fields, end of the over. 2 from it then. And we've probably got 1 more over to get in before lunch.
And I'll have to leave you to describe it.
Yeah.
Martin, I'll be back on commentary after lunch.
There is an excitement about new sports gear, isn't there? The smell of sports shops.
I'm a 48-year-old and I still love new kit. Bats, gloves, anything. Yeah.
I mean,
just takes you back, I think, to when you are a kid.
Yeah. One of the nicest smells, linseed oil. I mean, you don't see it you don't really see linseed oil anymore now. Unless you're oiling a kitchen bench, putting it on a bat. And like going into cycle shops, the smell of all the new gear in the cycle shops, the new bikes and the rubber and the tyres and all the rest of it. Scorvin comes around the wicket here to ball to Lees. Keeper standing up to the stumps, so Lees in his crease. Yeah, man. When I was a kid, I used to go to Willie Watson's sports shop in Sunderland. All the cricket gear in there. Timer Girks in Sunderland as well.
Yeah.
John Pack, who used to have a
Shield.
Place called Sports Pack in South Shields.
Yeah, he still runs something out of Shields, Rob.
Gorvin bowls, driven by Lees. It's cut off at short extra cover. No run there.
Yeah, I still love seeing the bats, and anytime the Durham lads are around, I pick up theirs and just see what's going on and who's making what. But we've definitely got some good bats knocking around in that change room.
I don't think John's got the shop anymore, has he?
He runs something, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It did have a shop years ago. But,
Shields, yeah.
Gorvin in bowls.
Follow him on social
Balls
media.
played
He's got
back.
something going on. Still makes bats and things. They used to have a player of the month and things like that, didn't they? They used to sponsor and give a bat away and stuff like that.
I remember buying some footy boots from him, and it was around about the time that Adidas Predator came out. Rob Pack. Oh, there is a shop there then, is there? Right, all right, can he? It's just off Fowler Street originally. Gorvin's bowled him, and he's taken Lees has off stump out the ground, so the pressure of the keeper standing up has paid off, and it's nipped back in, jagged back in, and a punch of the air for Gorvin, and a massive wicket for Durham to lose right on lunch. He's out for 62. Durham 119 for 4. They could have done without that. Definitely last over before lunch.
Yeah, huge wicket there for Glamorgan right on the stroke of lunch. As we were just talking about there, they were trying to get that breakthrough, and they'll be absolutely delighted to get the set batsman of Alex Lees, who again has got another 50-plus score without kicking on, and he'll be hugely disappointed as he trudges off on his own. And you could hear the excitement from Glamorgan as that ball cannoned into the stumps. They're absolutely thrilled to pick up 4 wickets on what is a beautiful batting day, and Durham are 119 for 4.
And the deficit is
I was going to say, was it where we at there?
271.
271. So Glamorgan will be thrilled with their morning's work as the players head off to the pavilion for lunch.
Right, I've had confirmation. I'm going to have to wait and do a news update into the 1 o'clock. But Paul Mooney, our weather presenter, said we could actually officially have a heat wave this week in the north of England, 3 days or more at 25 centigrade or more, but also an increasing risk of thundery showers by the end of the week.
There you go.
So a big wicket for Durham to lose right on lunch. We'll be back with a commentary in 40 minutes. Yes, it's lunch here. It's a lovely hot day and a great day for batting, but Durham have just lost a massive wicket right on the stroke of lunch. Alex Lees was on 62 when he was bowled by Andy Gorvin, lost his off stump. And that came after Scott Borthwick had clipped a Tim van der Houten delivery to Zain ul Hassan at mid-wicket and went for 22. And earlier today, Michael Jones out for 8. So at lunch, Durham 119 for 4 and they trail by 271. They need some big partnerships this afternoon to bat their way back into this game against Glamorgan.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's 6. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
And he's gone.
We rose from the dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware. a professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programmes that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
Welcoming players for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people.
Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
equity,
diversity,
and inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
Our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
You turned into a lover and mother, what a lover, you wore me out. All you did was wreck my bed, and in the morning kick me in the head. Oh Maggie, I couldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from home, 'cause you didn't want to be alone. You stole my heart, I couldn't leave you if I tried.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to Chester Street for this second session on day 2 of Durham against Glamorgan, with the home side resuming on 119 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 390 all out. A significant breakthrough for the visitors on the stroke of lunch when Alex Lees was bowled middling off by Andy Gorvin, the medium pacer, angling one in, bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. And so Gorvin has got 2 balls left to bowl in the over, and his new man Ollie Robinson on strike as Gorvin bowls, and Robinson plays defensively on the offside, and there is no run. David Beddingham is the other not-out batsman. He's on 13. Lee's 62. McAlinden 4. Jones 8 and Borthwick 22, the man out in the morning session. As here is Gorvin to finish his over, and Robinson drives pleasantly into the offside, but picks out Ul Hassan at cover. 119 for 4 it remains at the end of the 31st over of the innings. Just the one bowled last night, so 30 today. You're listening to BBC Sport Online from BBC Newcastle, BBC Sport Wales, myself, Nick Webb, and Mr. Martin Emerson.
Aye, they're out sharpish there. It's only just gone 22.
They came, I think they went in maybe a minute too early because it was mid-over when, when Lees was dismissed.
Yeah. Anyway, Paul Mooney, our other presenter, said we could be in the northeast this week, officially in heatwave territory. So you need 3 days of 25 centigrade or more, but he said towards the back end of the week there's an increasing risk of thundery showers.
Only 3 days to call it a heatwave?
Yeah. That's long enough. You don't want any more heat than that, man. It's bad for you.
That's why millions of us pay large amounts to jet off to the Med to get that sort of heat.
Yeah. Well, Hassan starting his first over of the afternoon. Right arm over from the Finkel end. Played across the mid-wicket. I've just been round up into the one of the boxes upstairs to see David Lloyd, and he's there with the first chief exec of Durham, who was in charge back in 1992 when they became a first-class county. And in the box next to them, Tina and Stuart, who travel up from Pocklington near Hull, yon side of York. It's played away. Collins up there as well, one of the members, and Mike, the former chief exec, lives about 2 miles from there.
Yeah.
So Pocklington, for those who aren't sure, it's a little village near Market Wheaton on the way from York to Beverley. What you got now? New cricket bat.
Ash Thorpe having tantalised Martin with a box of balls.
I'm going to have to smell that. Oh, that looks nice. In comes Ul Hassan. This is played off towards mid-wicket. No run there. That's the same manufacturer that Ben Stokes was smashing around the ground at Worcester last year. He used 5 bats in his 160 odd. That's nice. It's been fixed now, yeah. Prima. No.
Perhaps I should have brought my bat up with me, and Ash could have worked some shots into it.
Well, Hassan bowls, and Beddingham drives the ball up to Kieran Carlson at mid-off. No run there.
I've got a range of shots. One's the forward defensive, and the other's the backward defensive. Not a bad leave occasionally.
The last bat I bought cost me about 25 quid new. So it must have been about 1992. Bought it from John. And it was a Hunt's Ultimate County Destroyer. And you used to have to oil it. It had the tiniest middle, as this is played. No. Well, in those days, that was a decent price for a bat in 30-odd years ago. Yeah. Singled out a long leg. Might have been a little bit more. Might have been about 40 quid or something. I can't remember. But the only thing it destroyed was my average. Because the amount of times I picked out mid-off or mid-on when I was convinced the ball was sailing over the boundary rope.
It was in your dreams.
Yeah. Still in the house with the All the rubber's perished on the handle now. Well, Hassan to Robinson. Robinson's been having a good season. He's had 3 consecutive 50s in the T20. He's had some good knocks in the county championship as well since his arrival from Kent. I found a second bat the other day, which I can't remember buying. It was in the garage, and I've got no idea where it came from. Because it's the same as the other one, so I don't know why I ended up having 2.
Must
You
be
wouldn't, would you?
memorable.
Having been so disappointed with the first one, you wouldn't go out and buy another one and thinking, well, this will change things.
No, not like the pros who have, what, about half a dozen?
Yeah, well, Ben Stokes had 5 bats down at Worcester last year and was smashing 6s around the ground with them. And somebody sent us a photo screenshot of an Amline advert for said bat, and they were retailing it something like 690 quid.
Yeah, they're not cheap these days, mate.
You could buy a car for that.
Especially with he'll have his own logo and everything on them, Stokesy.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten takes over from the wicket-taking Gorvin and bowls, and it's defended by Bedingham on the offside for a no run.
Ollie Robinson has what's this? Is his 55th first-class match. He's got 500, including 114 against Derbyshire this year. And he's got 14 half centuries, including 67 at Bristol in the last match, 73 in Cardiff, and 58 at Sussex in the opening game.
How many first-class games did he play? Was that innings or first-class matches?
First-class matches, 55th.
Really?
Yeah.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, that's beautifully driven by Bedingham, but he's picked out Billy Root at cover and there's no run.
Why are you surprised by that?
Yeah, he's only a young pup, isn't he?
Yeah.
24, 5 seasons at Kent.
I can't remember being 24. What was I doing then? It's pre-BBC days.
It was a long time ago for me, I know that.
In comes Van der Hoogten to bowl down leg side. Bedingham doesn't take advantage and Cook takes neatly. 24. Oh, yes, I was just being made redundant when my first professional radio station collapsed, went bust.
Mm-hmm. Anything you did?
I think it was more to do with the miners' strike, really. There wasn't an awful lot of money knocking around in the South East Wales economy at the time. Yeah. So there wasn't much money around. We had good audience figures, but not much advertising, which if you're a commercial station, tends to not help. Van der Hoogten bowls. That's turned off his legs by Bedingham. Oh, they'll think about a single. There's a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. And we had one near calamitous mix-up between Borthwick and Lease early on.
I tell you what we haven't done. I may as well ask for it anyway. What's the follow-on target?
Oh, don't. It's 150 off, isn't it? 240 plus 1, 241.
241.
So they're halfway there. Nearly.
It's always worth having these things written down, just in case.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Bedingham drives back down the pitch. Yeah, when you're in your first job, wet behind the ears, and you're summoned in by the management, and they said, we haven't got any money to pay you next month. And being young and foolish, we carried on working, really, but got paid back about 6 months later when the administrators, liquidators, whatever you call them, had sorted out the remaining cash. As that is pushed forward by Bedingham into the covers, and there's no run. 120 for 4 at the end of the over. But I did meet my wife to be there, so priceless.
Brilliant.
I remember I was at school, the miners' strike, but you had 3 huge collieries near us. I mean, one of them, Wearmouth, is where the Stadium of Light is now. You had Westow at South Shields. And then, in fact, there was 2 along at Seaham. And quite a lot of the kids I was at school with, their parents worked down the pit, grandparents did. And it was a tough time, and the resilience of some of these families amazed me, but quite a few afterwards. I can't remember that many parents still being married after they'd gone through all of that.
Tough times.
Yeah. Well, Hassan bowling here. This is pushed off towards point by Robinson.
It was a formative experience for a young reporter. I remember one day in the pouring rain, chasing the police around the Valley's town of Absalary, who were chasing the striking miners around the town, who were chasing the strike-breaking miners around the town.
Did anybody catch anybody?
Did anyone get a personal best? What was the average time for a lap? Well, Hassan bowls. Ball runs off towards the covers. I mean, you had a situation where, you know, in local league cricket, you had lads playing in cricket teams who were minors,
clubs, yeah.
And there's quite a few colliery clubs around here, and you had guys playing in the cricket team who were policemen, and they would be facing each other, you know, on the picket lines and whatnot. $120 for 4. Well, Hassan bowls, turned away, down towards long leg by Robinson for 1 run.
I remember interviewing a local union leader in the middle of a large crowd of dozens of protesting miners, and listening back and thinking, my accent slipped a bit valleys there. Trying to blend in.
The film Pride, that was based in Wales, wasn't it? Where was that meant to have happened?
Slipped my mind at the moment.
Well, Hassan bowls, cut by Bedingham. That's a gorgeous shot. That's away for 4. It's flown away past point and off towards the TV screen on the left-hand side of the ground. Tractor and the covers are parked over there.
Yeah, I think it must have been a bit further west than our patch, because it didn't sort of...
So where were you? Southeast Wales?
Southeast, yeah.
So Newport, somewhere like that.
Started off in Newport office and then worked in Cardiff when the Newport station went pear-shaped.
It's the Usk, isn't it? That goes through Newport.
It does.
Well, Hassan bowls and played back to the bowler's end over on there. There's a cycling channel which I subscribe to called GCN, and actually you can see a lot more of the races than would just, for instance, appear on Eurosport or whatever. There's loads on there, but they've also got some nice documentary stuff, and one of the series that I've watched is called Slow Rides, where a couple of people tour through the countryside and camp out. And so that the episode where they start off on a farm in the Usk Valley and then make their way down through to Newport, some nice scenery. Same shot again from the last 4, and this one races towards the goal box.
They don't get extra runs for hitting it.
There should be bonus, shouldn't there? Or get an ice cream or something. But that's a beautiful shot from Bedingham again. Oozing class, loads of time off the back foot and just punching that away. Moving himself under 22 and scoring 129 for 4. As Durham looked to rebuild after the lunch break. 4 wickets in the morning session for Glamorgan. Sure, went to lunch very, very happy, picking up Lees right on the stroke of lunch.
That really tipped the session, didn't it? That one.
Yeah. Yeah, you would say with 3 wickets down and one of those being the night watchman.
Yeah.
You would say that's probably level pegging, but that definitely tipped it well in favour of Glamorgan this morning.
10 runs added by Durham since lunch, and Van der Hoogten is in to Robinson, who plays to mid-on, and there's no run.
Dave Fennick says, could it be that Durham are struggling a bit in this heat with their batting because they're more accustomed to minus fower? And that is spelled F-O-W-A. For those of you who don't know what that means -4. Fower.
Mm-hmm. Back to the pits.
Yeah, Pitmatic.
Van der Hoogten turns at the Lumley end, runs in balls, and Robinson is hit on the pad, I think. No appeal as it bounces down into the slips. Neil Thornycroft tweets, Kieran Carlson's innings looking better all the time.
Yeah.
Developing into a good game.
That drop catch is looking more expensive all the time as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, a couple of them, really.
Yeah, he was
67 and 107.
Yeah. Was it Miles put him down?
Miles at,
in the slips.
Gullish, I think. Yeah. So Glamorgan have two slips at the moment, who are Ingram and North East, as Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's played gently on the offside by Robinson. No run.
It was about this time yesterday when I was saying all it needs from a Glamorgan point of view is one decent partnership to develop, and sure enough it did, so I'm going to say it again now.
That's the conditions for it, isn't it? And I think Glamorgan did really well and were patient and held Durham for large portions of that session, rather than they did leak a little bit, didn't they? That Lees and Borthwick partnership got off to a flyer, and then
Van der Hoogten bowls and Robinson on the defensive, but Glamorgan need to be careful with Van der Hoogten's workload, really, because he missed 5 T20 games with a side strain. Only played in the first and the seventh of that particular block, and with Nisa not around for this game and possibly for the future games, they need to be careful not to overdo it.
I think his second spell was quite short, wasn't it?
And he comes to bowl to Robinson, hit on the pads, big appeal, medium-sized appeal.
Off stump to me.
Not good.
Didn't look good. Going down leg side for my naked eye.
Yeah, it was.
Got a pretty good seat here, right behind it.
He's been very tight, Van der Hoogten. This is the last ball of his 10th over coming up. He's 4 maidens, 2 for 16.
Well, very well. Led the attack nicely this morning.
He's adapted well to the extra responsibility, I think, after the departure of Hogan. It seems to have benefited him to be, one of the 2 top dogs with Nisa, and probably top dog in this bowling attack. As this one is played into the offside by Robinson. Salterfield's at point, and that concludes Van der Hoogten's 5th maiden over out of 10. 129 for 4.
Graham Clark's due in next. He got his first county championship 100 in 6 years in the last match at Bristol, but he's hardly played any games up until this season, until he started in a match this year. His last game in the county championship had been the penultimate game at Northampton 2 years ago. So he said he actually thought his days as a county championship player were over in red ball cricket, because nobody believed in him until Ryan Campbell came and took over and had a look at him and thought, yeah. Then you got Basta Leader, who can bat. Ben Raines got 100 to his name. Patel can bat. So there's still plenty of runs, in theory, out there for Durham.
Clark, there was rumours going around for a long time that used to frustrate Clark that he was on a white ball contract only, which just totally wasn't true. He wanted to play red ball cricket, but like you said, wasn't in favour with the coaching regime at the time.
Well, Hassan bowling here to Beddingham, and it's pushed away through mid-wicket. Billy Root chases after it, 1 run.
And his style of play suits the way that Ryan Campbell wants to play his cricket. He's aggressive. Obviously, he opens the batting in T20 cricket and is very dangerous in that format. 100, he got 100 in a week, didn't he? 200s in a week in different formats.
Well, he smashed 102 at Northants. About 4 days after his 100 at Bristol?
Which is outstanding. Great fella, good club man as well. It's good to see him getting the opportunity.
Well, Hassan to Robinson. Robinson up on his toes, gets on top of that one, steers it off to Kieran Carlson at mid-off.
And this
playing my ears now.
This lad's been some signing for Durham as well, Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, he's having a crack.
Really impressive with bat in hand and behind the stumps. Slotted in nicely after his loan spell up here last year.
He's on strike again, and this is played this time to Corbin at mid-on. He's got a number 11 on his back. That was a left winger, wasn't it? Number 11?
Yeah.
Back in the day.
He celebrated like a left winger just before lunch.
Yeah.
It was a decent first wicket of the season in the first team, to be fair.
Absolutely. Knocking Alex Lee's off stump out of the ground.
Well, Hassan. Oh, that one nips in sharply, and he's kept that out quite late there, Robinson. Played it away to square leg, jagged back in.
Looks like he's eager to get going here, Robinson. Just normally scores quite freely. Just the one to his name so far.
15 deliveries he's faced. Ul Hassan bowls. Ball played out into the covers this time by Robinson. Tricky little spell this for Durham after lunch, having lost Lees. Beddingham hadn't been in that long, had he, when lunch came along? 13 he had on his name.
Yeah, Ul Hassan still looking for his first Glamorgan first-class wicket. But it's an emergency opener that he actually won his place in the team.
Comes in and bowls, and driven by Robinson up to Gorvin at mid on, no run there.
Open the
So
batting.
he's only played one game before this, hasn't he? Glamorgan against Sussex this year.
Yeah, one in the Championship, couple of T20.
From Islamabad.
Via the Midlands.
Yeah, Worcestershire in 2018 and Herefordshire in the minor counties. And didn't we say yesterday, Barnt Green Cricket Club in the Lickey Hills?
Yep, all sorts of second 11s along the way, and South Asian Cricket Academy.
The Durham chief exec, Tim Bostock, lives in Blackwell, which is the village next to Barnt Green, so he's a neighbour of my auntie's. Been a bizarre quirk of fate.
So Van der Hoogten lugging away in the afternoon sunshine as he bowls, and Beddingham is forward defensively. 2 slips. Mid-wicket, Ul Hassan is pretty close. Mid-on, mid-off, cover and point are all in single saving positions. Square leg is back towards the boundary rope on the longish boundary way towards the dressing rooms, and fine leg is about 5 metres in from the ropes as well. On the 45.
2 o'clock news has begun on Radio Newcastle. Be an update there soon.
Van der Hoogten bowls, turned off his legs by Beddingham for a single. Do you wish to take over the lead then, Martin?
No, you're all right for a... It'll be about 4 minutes past when I can...
Hokey cokey. 131 for 4 in reply to 390 all out. Albeit one of the 4 is the night watchman. Clark, Rain, Deleda, Miles, Patel. Not necessarily in that order. Van der Hoogten into bowl. Robinson up on his toes, defending on the offside to cover. And again, a dot ball. Root mooching round at cover. This looks to be on the move in the field. One of the usual boundary riders in T20, square of the wicket. Very important job. But now they're settling into the graft of a 4-day game. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Robinson again defends, and Root is again the fielder. Beddingham 24, Robinson 1. Men out in the morning session, McAlinden 4, Jones 8, Borthwick 22, Lees for 62 just before lunch. Again, glorious conditions, temperatures in the low 20s Celsius. As Van der Hoogten is in from the Lumleyant ball to Robinson, who blocks on the onside just for a change. Straight to Ul Hassan at short mid-wicket, no run.
Hello.
Hi.
I thought somebody was trying to talk to me down the line there.
It's just Nick.
This will be, Martin will be addressing BBC Radio Newcastle.
Very shortly.
Listeners very shortly. Last ball of Van der Hoogten's over.
Voices from the ether suddenly there.
In comes Van der Hoogten then to complete his 11th over and bowls to Robinson, who gets 4 runs, I think, off his hip. The fielder at long leg is coming round, in fact, keeps them down to a couple. James Harris, as he picks up just inside the ropes. 133 for 4 are Durham, as Robinson moves on to 3. Bellingham is 24.
Might be time, really, to take him off now and bring somebody like Harris on, who looked a threat early doors. Just like you say, if he's the spearhead and he's recovering from injury, you don't want to bowl him to his maximum for each spell.
I'll tell you what this warm air is doing. It's magnifying the smell of manure on nearby fields.
Well, I did get a waft of that when I first came into the room. I didn't want to say anything out of pure respect to you both.
No, must have been spreading on the fields recently somewhere.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, here we go.
Smell it.
Okay. Yes, afternoon session underway here. Durham lost a crucial wicket right on the cusp of lunch when Alex Lees was bowled by Andy Gorvin for 62. They were 119 for 4 at that point, having also lost Scott Borthwick for 22 and Michael Jones for 8 in the morning session, on top of night watchman Stanley McAlinden for 4. So now they are 133 for 4. They trail by 257 against Glamorgan. David Bellingham has 24. Ollie Robinson has 3, and these two need to forge a decent partnership here to get Durham back in this game. Commentary on the BBC website and the Sports app.
Absolutely.
Well, Hassan bowls, defended on a length. Yeah. Is it muck spreading season? I didn't think. I thought they'd normally do that later.
Earlier and later, isn't it?
Maybe they've just been cleaning out a barn somewhere near. Good for the roses, apparently.
Not for the noses, that's for sure.
Hassan bowling to Bellingham. Bellingham plays the ball out into the covers. No run there. Saw Don Topley on a video yesterday. He looked like Crocodile Dundee with a leather sun hat on.
It's the right time for floppy hats out there, that is for sure. The sun's beating down on the UK.
Well, Hassan bowls to Bellingham, played up to Carson at mid-off, no run.
Just needs to be content here, Al Hassan, just to bowl these maiden overs. If you can keep these two quiet, you're doing very well, because they both like to score freely. So just be happy. He's got a pretty defensive field, but we see Harris actually starting to loosen up in the covers as well, so we might see that change that I was talking about earlier.
Comes and bowls. And again, ball is kept away. It's been a tight over this. All dots so far, 1 ball left of it.
Perfect. This is what you want as a captain, just get that control back.
Keep the pressure on.
Transfer that pressure back onto the batting team, absolutely.
Damo's reported in from yesterday's cricket as it is a maiden. He's found Carson again at mid-off this time. Good over from the bowler there. Damo says, update from the cricket yesterday. First time I've retired hurt. I top-edged one into my cheekbone under my right eye. I still can't see properly.
Yeah, that'll do it. If you've not got a lid on, that is for sure.
Bad crack. And
literally.
Nick was telling us yesterday of 2 wicketkeepers playing in the same game who both got injured. Did they both end up in hospital?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, same hospital. Machin wicketkeeper, this is in Division 3 of the South East Wales League. Machin wicketkeeper Di Knox got a bang and was knocked unconscious and was carted off to hospital with concussion. Thankfully, he was released later that same night, but still feeling pretty sore and shaken couple of days later. And the Pontypridd wicketkeeper had 30 stitches after being hit on the lip. As a new over starts with Van der Hoogten.
Yeah, he's continuing.
To Robinson, who plays that into the offside, and there's no run. So, best wishes to Tom, the Pontypridd keeper, and Di, the Machin chairman stroke keeper.
Get well, lads.
Di had only been promoted from the second team at the last minute because the first team keeper had to drop out with work commitments.
It's one way to celebrate it.
In comes Van der Hoogten bowls. Robinson's hit on the pad. That must be close. Big appeal not given.
I think inside edge there,
Well, I hope he's hit that because it looked very adjacent.
Van der Hoogten, I think, was convinced.
Hook's hiding his face behind his glove just down in front of us. That looked very, very close to me. Really good shout there for Glamorgan. I'll be disappointed. Like Marnie said, maybe there was an inside edge there. Not we can tell from where we are. But that had all the signs of looking as good as an LBW can.
Van der Hoogten in to Robinson, who gets back to bowl definitely this time, plays it back to the bowler. The tendency yesterday was for not many LBWs to be given. Sam Northeast, I think, was the only one to go that way. There were some catches given that were not disputed because
Go on, say it.
The batters were surprised with the decisions. Van der Hoogten bowls. Robinson works one off his legs to try and relieve the pressure through the leg side. They'll look for two here and they'll get it comfortably as Al Hassan has to scamper back from the infield.
That's a waft.
That's a dose of freesia.
That's a good waft. Wow.
The wind's obviously changed direction since this morning.
No, it hasn't. I don't
It seems to be coming from a northerly direction.
Yeah.
Where's the farm? To the north of here?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
It's a good job your broadcast online is not in smell-o-vision. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Scratch and sniff. You can keep that.
There's no sewage works near here, are there?
135 for 4.
Enjoy your lunch.
Van der Hoogten to Robinson. Drives and gets one along the ground through Northeast at second slip, who possibly should have stopped it. It's run away for 4. Bottom or under, or spot at the bat or under edge or something.
He's towed that straight into the ground and it's bounced underneath Northeast, who got a hand on it. But
you're happy that it's more than 20 degrees and not at the beginning of April with that one. You probably just leave that. Finger breakers them in the cold.
Northeast gets up slightly gently. Got a hand to it. It was hit down into the ground. It wasn't a chance. 139 for 4. Van der Hoogten to Robinson again. Oh, inside part of the bat. Plays out on the onside. Van der Hoogten causing Robinson some difficulties, but he's survived. He's on 9. It's 139 for 4. And these two have added 20 since lunch.
do you think the wicket's doing a little bit all of a sudden?
That's a good over that. I think they're just bashing a really good line in length there the last couple of overs and building some pressure on Robinson, new to the crease, who, as we've talked about, is pretty fluent and likes to get away and keep the scoreboard ticking over. And Glamorgan have done very well to not allow him to do that. As Billy Root coming and having a chat with Robinson there, probably talking about that last shout of LB.
They're taking Al Hassan off.
Yeah, and Gorvin's going to have another crack.
He's just bowled a maiden. Well, Gorvin's coming into the attack. He's taken 1 for 21 in 6 overs, 1 maiden. Economy of 3.5. Van der Hoogten's taken 2 for 25 in 12 overs, 5 maidens for him. Here is Gorvin, then right arm over from the Finkel end down into the ground, and that just angles away from Bellingham, and it's half volley outside of off stump, and he's driven it past mid-off and away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, as a captain, that's not what you want after they've just built a bit of pressure over the last couple of overs. The new bowler comes on and serves up a long half volley that Bellingham is more than capable of putting away.
Spooksy says, just to the north of the ground is Chesley Street Sewage Works. Enjoy.
Yeah.
There's something in the park then, at the far end of the park.
There is, but I'm not sure. I've never smelt that before from...
That's it. This is more, I would say, a farmyard.
Yeah, it smells like it.
Farmyard in Northumberland. Ball played up to Carson at mid-off.
There is
on a stiff northerly breeze.
Yeah.
Come down from Beadnell.
There is a football... Well, it will be a football field, so we've got some land as Parkview, Not the Thorpe Family Trust, that is for sure. That they're flattening and building some football fields on. So I wonder if they've sprayed something on there to try and
Like
encourage
fertilizer
growth.
thing.
Yeah, because it's encouraging my nostrils, let alone growth.
Yeah. Gorvin comes in and slower delivery. It's not timed well by Beddingham. He cuts out towards the covers. Has this sort of leaning angle as he comes in, doesn't he? Sort of leaning towards his...
He's leaning down the pitch and his follow-through as well.
Yeah.
It's the second time the umpire's had a look at his follow-through from this end.
Warwickshire have declared at Trent Bridge 571 for 9. Sam Hain made 100. 4 of the scores in excess of 50. Gorvin bowls. It's played to short mid-wicket to Root by Beddingham along the ground.
Have to be careful throwing the ball back into the keeper now, especially with the keeper standing up. You don't want to be pinged for a level 1. After all these years of trying to create energy in the field and throwing the ball back to the keeper, you don't want to accidentally hit the batsman. Get some penalty runs.
143 for 4, trailed by 247 Durham. Gorvin bowls and Beddingham leans into the shot and just steers it back up to the bowler's end. It's collected at mid-on.
Everybody just settling back into the afternoon in the sun after lunch.
Comes in and bowls again, and it's defended. Goes to short extra cover.
Well, it was the pattern of the game yesterday, wasn't it?
Hey.
It was the pattern of the game yesterday, with the batters profiting in the afternoon after a fairly even morning session. Glamorgan slightly on top this morning. Durham looking to fight back as Carlston and North East did in that lengthy partnership that occupied most of the afternoon. I did 168.
He's going to keep going, Tim. About 5 over spells so far after lunch.
He's been pretty decent.
I think, after that last over, they're probably just thinking we can keep him on and try and sneak a wicket here before he ends his spell.
There's Robinson in a bit of trouble. He's bowling to him now. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Robinson plays into the covers. Not entirely assured. Was looking to play straight.
Just played across it a little bit, didn't he? With the bat coming down from the gully backward point region across the ball a little bit, and he's just shadowing how he wants to play that. As Gorvin has just ridiculously jumped into the igloo there over and got himself a cool drink as he goes back to deep backward square.
As Robinson is defending out into the covers, and there's no run.
Other cool boxes are available.
Yeah.
I can imagine that being filled with something different on a bus trip home.
Will that be described as an esky?
Yes, absolutely. I like your thinking.
An esky? What's an esky?
Yeah, esky is an Australian term for a cool box.
All right.
143 for 4. Van der Hoogten runs towards us, bowls to Robinson, who jabs it towards mid-off. No run.
Jumped up to the stumps there as well.
As in short for Eskimo.
I would have thought so, yeah. I mean, Aussies like to shorten everything and
everything's shortened, yeah.
Keep things simple, especially when it comes to keeping the beer cold.
Well, when they've shortened Australia down to Oz, they've done well there. Just 2 letters.
Yeah.
Could have an esky on hand to go with the Barbie.
That's it.
With a tin of Swan Lager.
I like it.
Van der Hoogten, born in Sydney.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plays up to mid-on, does Robinson? I think it was Sydney.
Yeah, he was.
South Wales.
We were talking about him on the weekend with my wicketkeeper at Chesley Street. Not mine, but a teammate of mine. He's from Western Sydney as well, and I think he might have played junior cricket in the same area. And Souter's from there as well, out there.
All right.
The lad playing for Whitburn from Subiaco.
Yep.
Yeah.
That isn't it? Literally over the back fence from where I was from in Perth.
As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and that's beautifully stroked through the offside for 4 runs by Ollie Robinson. Well, it's broken the spell slightly.
Yeah, it's come from nowhere, that, hasn't it? It's just a beautiful piece of timing there as he pushes that through cover point. As we've seen quite a lot this year, Robinson's beautiful on the front foot and driving. He takes full advantage of that one. Not sure it was a particularly bad ball either. It's just nicely put away on the up.
Van der Hoogten had a season on the New South Wales books and
the Tasmania, didn't he? I think
season in the Big Bash with the Hobart Hurricanes. As that's played into the offside defensively this time, or more defensively, and Root stops 147 for 4. Bedingham 28, Robinson 13. As Ul Hassan comes back onto the field, was off temporarily, allowing Alex Horton, the Glamorgan backup keeper, to have a little run round in the deep.
Yeah, absolutely right, yeah. Born in Sydney, made his first-class debut for New South Wales in 2011. So represented the Netherlands. Played for Sydney University at the age of 15. It's a very good effort.
He must have done his O-levels early. Gorvin in here from the Finkel end, turned away by batting him down towards long leg to Sossadia for 1.
To take it, the Sydney University is not entirely limited to current students.
Unless he's an absolute genius. And I'll leave that to you because I've never met him, so I'll leave that for you to decide. But yeah, I tell you what, to play first grade cricket in Sydney at the age of 15 is no small effort.
Morvin coming in. He's got a short extra cover in place as he bowls to Robinson. That's turned away out of mid-wicket for 1. Fielded by Van der Hoogten, who's just in front of the ground staff. Vic, the groundsman, and his big...
Loves his deck chair, doesn't he?
Chair. A few in the east stand. 1 or 2 sensible people.
It's a few in the shade.
The shade in the back of the County Durham stand. Driven.
Gorgeous.
That's a nice shot. That's right out of the middle. That's away for 4 through the covers from Bedingham. Nicely timed. It's made its way all the way up to the sheets, which are lying in front of the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion.
Little bit of width there from Gorvin. Played on the up out through cover point, and I'd be surprised if Harris doesn't just lurk out there on that boundary after that one, as Glamorgan will try and settle in and strangle Durham a little bit here. But these two are now seem to have a bit of rhythm in their batting after the lunch break. Just building a partnership. Put on 30 odd so far. 34.
Yep.
Is the current partnership.
Gorvin in again. It's gone down the leg side. Keeper takes the bails off.
Tidy again from Cook.
That's just such a skill, isn't it? To be able to see the ball at all when it's gone down the leg side off a medium pacer.
Absolutely melted into his gloves as well. There's no fumble, no hint of anything other than a beautiful take.
Are you saying, Nick, you wouldn't be able to see that? Gorvin bowls. Ball played upfield to Ul Hassan, who comes running around. Does a little forward roll as he stops that one at mid-on.
I'd count it as a moral triumph if I got my pads to that, let alone my gloves.
Yeah. Every little helps.
Just adds so much to a bowler if the keeper can stand up.
Gorvin in, and Bedingham defends this one.
Just rushed him a little bit there. Bedingham wasn't quite ready as he started his run-up and hurried into his stance.
David says, my cousin's married to an Australian fella. They live in Melbourne. He doesn't just shorten the Melbourne Cricket Ground to the MCG. He shortens it further to G.
Yeah, the G. Boland's got 6 at the G, one of the great bits of commentary.
G.
Build the man a statue.
You could call any ground
Yeah.
in the ground the
I think
G, in the world
people
the
in
G.
Sydney call it the G as well, and yeah. We had a crack at one stage, didn't we? The old roll off the tongue, the Emirates International Cricket Ground.
Durham. It was the Durham Emirates International Cricket Ground, wasn't it? It was 9 years ago it got named, I think.
Well, the annoying part is that Glamorgan don't have a sponsor for Sapphire Gardens, and people having taken years to get used to the sponsorship by an electricity company still use that, even though the commercial relationship has ended.
Mm.
And it's back to the rather more beautiful Sapphire Gardens name.
Well, this has always, for me, just been the Riverside, or indeed Chestley Street.
So it is James Harris in the attack from the Lumley end. Into bowl, whipped off his pads by Robinson for a single to Gorvin at fine leg.
Paul Wilson's email, hi Marty and the mob. Greetings from a sun-kissed, sizzling Costa del Hartlepool. Just got in from work, now watching the live feed. Evenly matched at the moment, but Durham have some work still to do with the bat. She'll be with you for the rest of the day.
We are the mob, not angry. We're not angry.
Sleep with the fishes.
Harris into bowl. Bedingham drives to mid-off. No run.
Television series that you're late to. So The Sopranos had been on for years before I actually caught an episode of it one night. And I actually thought I was watching Goodfellas or something when I did catch this episode one evening. Then the adverts came on and I was, wow, this is The Sopranos. We were on holiday, on honeymoon in New York, when one of the cast was arrested for a mugging in a park in Central Park. And it was on every news channel.
Harris is in to bowl, short ball, just pulled gently by Bedingham to square leg for a single.
That, wasn't it?
Yeah. And every news channel used the intro in it.
One of the actors carried out the mugging.
Yeah. Yeah. Mugged somebody else. I don't know. I can't remember what the background to it was, but they were arrested. In an act of life imitating art, said every news channel.
155 for 4 with that single. Robinson is on strike. 2 slips, not much else in the way of pressure. Harris bowls and a slash and a miss by Robinson. Wide-ish outside off stump. Robinson went after it, which was fair enough, but didn't execute.
He threw everything at that one. Surprised we didn't get another waft up here after that.
Elsewhere in Division 2, Derby, Yorkshire seem to be heading for victory there. Harris bowls to Robinson, who shapes to pull and then pulls out. Derbyshire 36 for 4 in their second innings, still 206 short of avoiding an innings defeat, 2 apiece to Code and Fisher. Yorkshire made a 353 all-out century for Milan.
You haven't used their full title there. Bottom side Yorkshire.
Run a bit of a roll after the T20, haven't they?
Yeah.
A few wins under their belts.
They have.
Harris bowls wide of up, crunched away by Robinson through the covers for 4 runs. No way Salter can get near that. Harris not quite consistent enough with his line. 159 for 4. Gloucestershire 225 for 8 against Leicestershire. Ollie Price, top scorer there with 85. 3 wickets for the veteran Leicestershire seamer Chris Wright. And at Hove, Sussex made 348 all out. Worcestershire going fairly nicely in reply. 141 for 2. Jake Libby is 70 not out. 2 wickets for the debutant Shipley. Produced a lot of youngsters, Sussex, didn't they?
They do. They do. They just.
Prime Saudi back on here. I was having a chat with Rob Andrew when I was down there a few weeks ago. He's the chief exec at Sussex. His mum still lives at Scott's Corner. He's playing in this charity cricket match at Bamborough this week for the Lord's Taverners. Sodia then left arm spin from the Finkel end. Left arm round, bowling to Beddingham, who's on 34. It's defended, just rolls off to Salter at mid-wicket-ish. Sodia jogs in, bowls, left arm round. Ball played back to him.
This is quite a culture shock for Sisodia after being a first-team white ball specialist.
I'm in Chesley Street. Comes in past the umpire, bowls. Just angles that one in, and it's played away by Beddingham out towards deep cover for 1.
Glamorgan did play two specialist spinners at the end of last season when they had Ajaz Patel briefly on their books, played alongside Salter.
Bowling to Robinson now. Robinson forward to this one. It's gone to point.
The final innings of last season, Patel bowled 40 overs, 2 for 151.
Oof.
Salter 54 overs, 5 for 138.
Damn.
Sodia again. And, played out through the covers for 1 by Robinson.
That was when Sussex were batting to save the game. They batted out the final day and a half at 554 for 8. And Glamorgan turned the tables and did the same in spades on them in the most recent encounter.
Have that back.
7-3-7 all out.
In comes the bowler. And that's defended. It rolls back to him end of the over. 2 from it. 161 for 4. Trail by 229, Durham. Morgan all out last night for 390. Durham had an over to bat last night. There were 4 for none. Then by lunch, 119 for 4, having lost Lees for 62 in the over, leading up to lunch, bowled by Andy Gorvin.
So Glamorgan on the back foot somewhat at the moment. James Harris has been expensive. He's got a defensive field though at the moment as he's bowling to Robinson. Bit of bounce in that one, but sails harmlessly past outside off stump.
I'd say a bit of that. I think with this field, you've got a fine leg, a deep backward square, a deep forward square, all out on the boundary. And a man out at deep point. Just trying to see if there was a third man as well, but no.
No.
2 slips in place. An extra cover, a mid-off and a mid-on.
The uppercut is relatively risk-free, should Robinson want to essay that, as Carlson did several times yesterday. Harris bowls, straight defended by Robinson.
Just a bit of an indicator that Glamorgan think things have gone pretty flat out there. So just going to a bit of plan B work, which is good to see.
Yeah, at least it's a
not just drifting.
Definitive plan.
Yeah, for sure.
Try and get the batter to hook and allow him the temptation of fielders being 2/3 in. Harris bowls inside edge from Robinson. Didn't know anything about that as it squirts down to backwards square leg for a single.
That's also the thing that it does as a batter. You're just hanging back a little bit, expecting that short ball, and there's a good length ball that from Harrison. Ollie Robinson probably just hanging back a little bit on the back foot as he's tried to hit that through the offside, got a thick inside edge. But he gets down the other end and he's ticked under 21, so he's busy.
Yeah, a couple of nice shots and
a bit scratchy from him, actually. But yeah, you're right. A couple of nice drives in between.
Not hugely consistent so far. Beddingham on strike on 35 and defending to cover as there's no run. There's Maynard and Harrison perambulate once more. few runs and wickets between those two.
Yes, very fine cricketers.
Harrison would undoubtedly have had a few more seasons had it not been for injury. Chopped off rather in his late 20s, I think it was. Harris bowls, and that's driven back past him. Harris can't get a hand to it in the follow-through, and that's been nicely timed by Bedingham. Van der Hocht can only jog after it to collect it very straight. Hit between the bowler and the stumps. Bedingham 39, 166 for 4.
But on 47, these two.
Just starting to tick a little bit.
Yeah, getting back towards parity.
Yeah, I think so. I think you'd still be pretty happy being Glamorgan right now. If you're looking if you can, put 2 on it.
Yes.
Come on, lads, put 2 on it.
1 brings 2.
168 for 4.
Harris bowled short ball. Bedingham controls his hook shot, plays it forward of square for a single to Salter. One of that trio of fielders on the leg side in the deep. 6 off the over though. 167 for 4. Bedingham 40, Robinson 21.
How old's Gorvin? Because he looks like he's the junior player out in the senior team.
Yeah, that's misleading. He's mid-20s.
Is he? 26.
26, there we are. Went through the Cardiff University's system.
Fantastic.
Cardiff Met University. Yeah, just turned 26 last month. Obviously lived a clean and virtuous life.
Unlike some.
Sister coming in here. And the first ball is played away by Bedingham to short extra cover. Carlson loitering in there. Left arm round from the finger end. He bowls. Forward comes Bedingham. Big step forward to snuff that one out. It rolls across towards the offside into the covers again.
Like the field, mid-on's just hanging back and mid-off, just probably 5 to 10 yards than a traditional in the ring. Just to tempt Bedingham that he can still go over the top if he wants to.
Next ball comes in. It's played short to Salter on the leg side.
You have sweepers out on both sides.
Yeah, there's a guy on the boundary, isn't there? In front of the...
just keeping the groundsman company.
Yeah. Next delivery comes in and cut by Bedingham out through the covers for 1.
Speaking of people looking fresh-faced, the former England keeper Geraint Jones did a commentary game with us at Canterbury and was proud to report that he'd been ID'd for alcohol at the age of 38.
Oh, wow. It's a good effort.
Bowler comes in and that's played to the covers. My cousin a few years ago went to a local supermarket and she was asked for ID and she said, well, I haven't got any on me. And the woman said, well, I can't serve you. And she said, I'm really flattered. She said, I don't care whether you're flattered, you're not getting anything. I'm not serving you. She's like, I'm driving this BMW car. Could be your mum's, was the answer. This is away. Wow. A 4, nice square cut from Robinson. Past point. Races up to the boundary fence in front of the TV screen. Far left corner of the ground.
A little bit short there just to finish the over. You'd be disappointed. And Robinson pounced on that and cut it away behind point for 4. This outfield is quick.
It is, isn't it? 172 for 4, so the deficit's 218 at the moment here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Wales.
They're batting sensibly at the moment, these two, aren't they? They're just waiting for the odd bad ball and putting it away.
I think it is going to be that kind of day, isn't it, where if you just sit in, something will come your way. It's a warm one out there for the bowlers. And like you say, if you get at any side of the fielder, you're pretty much going to get 4 here. Really quick and firm outfield.
Yes, even though it's a longish boundary way to our left towards the pavilion. James Harris, to try and tighten things up, is into ball, and Bedingham drives to cover. No run. James Harris struck with his second ball, having Michael Jones caught it slip. Sam North East for 8.
Good catch too. Probably standing a little bit closer than they want to without the carry in the pitch, and flashed it away. Got a thick edge, and Northeast taking it above his left shoulder. Reverse cup.
Harris bowls. Bellingham turns on the leg side and will collect a comfortable single towards wide mid-on.
Have been tributes in the last few days to David Emery, who a lot of you probably won't be aware of who he was, but will be aware of what he was behind, because among other things, he was the man who set up the non-league football paper and the cricket paper.
Okay.
So he worked as a sports editor in Fleet Street for many years. Passed away a few days ago.
As Harris bowls and Robinson up on his toes, forcing towards backward point for 4 runs, finding the gap. Robinson on to 25, 173 for 4.
Vacant third man.
It's a tough one there, isn't it? Because it's one of Vic's angles. I guess it's the angle of the stand as well, but it does get very short down there.
Ground staff have resorted to putting up a beer parasol.
Yeah. Just wondering if he might go to one slip here and a gully or even a third man, just to try and stop the flow of runs here, which this partnership is now starting to build.
Only 3 saving the single besides the 2 slips. Harris bowls, short ball. It's down towards fine leg and just eludes the diving Ul Hassan, as the plan nearly worked for Glamorgan. Robinson didn't strike that one too cleanly, and Ul Hassan reluctantly peeled himself up off the turf. He put in the dive, couldn't quite get to hand to it.
I was just watching him there. They pulled him in about 5 yards from where he was. And Robinson, uncontrolled there, got a top edge, and it was a good effort in the end. But ultimately another boundary for Ollie Robinson.
181 for 4. Harris bowls, pulled for 4 more. Fine of Gorvin. Racing away down the slope towards us. 185 for 4.
And this can be the danger with this kind of field, is that runs can come quickly if they're prepared to take it on, which Robinson is at the moment.
Almost trying to buy a wicket, Glamorgan, even though it's a seamer rather than a spinner bowling.
Nearly created a chance though, didn't it? Robinson not in control of the previous pull shot. Al Hassan diving away out in the deep, unable to get a hand on it. Durham motoring now, 185 for 4.
As Harris is into bowl to Robinson, and did he glove that?
I think he
did. Played it off the bat into the ground.
It was hit down by Robinson and well blocked by a diving Cook. So Harris plugging away, trying to tempt Robinson. Nearly got him to hit 1-2 backward square. But Durham still profiting at 185 for 4, now just 205 runs in arrears.
One of those who's written a tribute to David Emery in the cricket paper this week is Derek Pringle, former England player. Just retweeted that if you want to have a look. So Sadia to bowl his 4th over. Comes in, and that's played away by Bellingham off towards the cover area, corner of the square for 1. Then bowls, and that's played to Carlson, short extra cover. Rem Sessadir, 24 years old, was with England under 19s at the World Cup 5 years ago. He bowls, and this is swept, and I've lost sight of that. That's gone along the floor for 4, square leg to the Castle stand.
Yeah, just drifting towards leg stump. Sissodi has been a key component of the T20 side over the last few years, quite often before this year, bowling in the power play, rather less so this year. Regularly bowled the first and maybe third overs of the innings for Glamorgan.
Comes in, and that's returned to him via the ground by Robinson. Thanks to Ash, who's heading off on errands. Might see him tomorrow.
Raining again in Bristol.
Is it? Too far south to guarantee the weather. It was nice the week we were there. It was lovely. This is played down to Corvin at long on for one. In fact, the day the match finished, and Dan dropped me off near the airport, and it was about a half-mile walk to the terminal, and it was really warm that afternoon. Just caught the flight with 2 minutes to spare. It was chaos. This is a little in-swinger, and it's played out into the cover area for 1 run.
Yeah, so
that's the 50 partnership now, these two, haven't they?
Yeah, 7 off that Sisodia over. 4 overs for 16 now, and Durham ticking along very nicely indeed. These two came together when the score was 119. Now 192, so it's been Durham's afternoon, as it was Glamorgan's afternoon with the bat on day 1. And Harris to continue a couple of boundaries, but one of them was almost a chance in the last over, and Glamorgan stick with those 3 deep-ish leg side fielders. There's a fine leg, a square leg about 5 metres off the rope, who's now coming in 5 metres, and, well, splitting them really, a backward square, come wide fine leg. But the first ball is on the stumps and pitched up and defended by Beddingham.
Dave sent us some scores. Durham 2, 64 for 1 off 8 at Grange Cricket Club against Scotland Day.
In the First Division, Essex 462 for 9 declared, Somerset 75 for 4, 3 for Porter. Harris bowls, Beddingham drives, single taken. At Canterbury, Surrey 125 for 9, and they were 60 for 7 at one point.
They could be following on, couldn't they?
Could be.
According to Dave, Scott Steele is playing for Scotland Day. He's a former Durham opener from the T20s who is now with Leicestershire, but hasn't had a look in for quite a while. He hasn't played a T20 game for a year.
Harrison to bowl to Robinson, the short ball that's pulled around but bounces down towards backwards square. Billy Root does the fielding on the second or third bounce. So Glamorgan working hard on this plan, trying to get the miss hook to one of these 3 fielders on the leg side. Lancashire 327 for 5, 185 ahead of Hampshire, who bowled out for 142 at Southport. Century for Phil Salt, the Welsh opening bat. Harris bowls, and Beddingham drives gently to mid-off, no run.
There's a second 11 friendly going on at Beckenham today, which is South London, near Crystal Palace. Kent 2s are playing Jersey in a T20. Jersey 142 for 8, Kent and 9 for none.
Harris into Beddingham, defensively played up to mid-on.
Trying to think, did Michael Richardson play for Jersey, the former Durham wicketkeeper batsman?
I think you've got the advantage on me there. I have no idea.
He played for one of the Channel Islands.
Final in the First Division scores, Notts 20 for 0, replying to Warwickshire's Mammoth 571 for 9 declared. Hayne 100, plenty of runs down the order. Harris bowls, short ball, hooked around again and fielded by diving route at backward square. reasonably controlled. Single taken. 195 for 4, though. Exactly half of Glamorgan's 390. Very much the same pattern as yesterday is developing. Glamorgan seconds, by the way, on that T20 finals day, which is at Wormsley on Thursday. And information courtesy of my friend and former colleague Lawrence Harahan. They're playing Hampshire at 1:45 in the second semi-final, if anyone fancies making their way into the wooded delights of the Getty estate.
Zia coming in now. Bowls. And the ball played upfield to Gorvin at mid-on by Beddingham, who moves on to 46. He's had 118 against Worcestershire here this year, Beddingham, and he's had an 86 in the same game. It's the first home game of this season. The next ball from Robinson's pushed out into the covers. Just the one run. Got 86 against... There's two notable scores this year. He's on 46 now. He's on strike. Pushed away again along the floor all the way out to deep extra cover. Not a cloud in the sky. Blue skies. Breeze coming from the north. It's a warm day. Bowler comes in and Robinson finds Carson at short extra cover. Dot ball. Keeper's asking will Hassan to go wider at mid-off. Bowler bowls. This is played away out into the deep on the cover side of the ground again. Fielding out there, James Harris.
Yes, Sisodi is being milked rather too easily for singles at the moment.
Here he comes. Bowls. Oh, that jabs back in sharply. Beddingham plays it away to Gorvin up at mid-on and gets a single, and Durham reached 200 runs in 50 overs, 200 for 4. Yes, they got to 150 for 4 and 41.3.
Yeah, 100 came up in the 25th, 200 in the 50th. Keeping the maths nice and simple for us.
Deficit now 190.
As these two approaching their half centuries.
When's your next bully?
Not till 4.
Oh, right.
So it should be a round about the tea interval. 15 overs to go till tea. Actually, we might get there in a reasonable time today if the spinners do a bit of the bowling. Harris continuing to try and buy this wicket and break this stand as Beddingham turns one on the leg side, and that is his half-century of 82 balls. It's included 7 fours. So chanceless half-century for the experienced South African. Got to 1,000 first-class runs a couple of summers ago. As Harris is into bowl to Robinson up on his toes, playing it square on the offside. Fielded by Salter on the point boundary. Single taken again. It's all looking fairly plain sailing for the batters at the moment. But an 83 for this 5th wicket. And the 4 to go do include the night watchman. Harris on his way and down the slope towards his bowls. Beddingham plays into the covers. Single taken again. Salter the fielder. Sweeping on the boundary away to our right. Umpire Pollard has taken up residence at point for some reason. Possibly because the fielder on the leg side wanted to field exactly square the wicket at deep square. Well, Hassan is winding for another spell, possibly. There's Harris into bowl. Pull shots is bisecting the two fielders. Well batted from Ollie Robinson as he in turn moves to a half century. The third of the Durham innings. And his has just taken 59 balls. And it's included 9 fours. So somewhat more aggressive than his colleague at the other end, David Beddingham. After a slightly scratchy start, he's very firmly into his stride now, is Ollie Robinson. Lease with 62, so 3 men have really got going so far. Harris into Robinson, who drives back past the bowler and will take a single as it's cut off by Sisodia at mid-on. 208 for 4. On this hot afternoon here at Chestler Street. Mardy Cricket or Nick Webb 2017 if you wish to contact us via Twitter. As that is turned on the leg side by Beddingham for a single. David Battersby corrects me. Henry Shipley mentioned playing for Sussex, not a local product. He's played a sprinkling of white ball cricket for New Zealand, so he's a new overseas rather than a new local. Thank you for that, David. And Stuart Dick sends us the video clip of Bon Jovi. Halfway there. Not really living on a prayer at the moment, Durham, because they're going along very nicely indeed. As Andrew Salter takes over from fellow spinner Prem Sisodia at this Finkel end.
They both brought their half centuries up. The partnership's 90 from 102 balls. 122 balls, I think, sorry. 122 balls. First ball from Salter. It's played off to square leg, no run there. So Durham 209 for 4, trail. 181.
Indeed.
Salter bowls. Oh, driven past him as he was diving through the air to try and snatch that one. It was a catching chance, was it? I think it was. Yeah, it was up in the air and he was at full stretch diving across to his right.
Yeah, didn't quite get a hand to it, but certainly very, very interested in it. Made every effort to get there.
This is just like yesterday afternoon, really, isn't it? It sort of settled into this partnership and flicked away here. Beddingham up towards root in mid-wicket. So
it's deja vu all over again.
Yeah, they'll be dancing in the streets of Wraith tonight. Comes Salter. Ball played up to Gorvin at mid on 1 run for Beddingham. Robinson's had a century this year, 114 against Derbyshire. He looks to sweep this one, and that's gone out towards the leg side boundary for 4, towards the castle side of the ground. So has he done this year? Robinson 73 against Glamorgan in Cardiff, 67 against Gloucestershire and Bristol in the last match, 58 against Sussex and Hove in the first game, 44 against the Yorkies here. He's been in fine fettle, as they say. It's nearly 3 o'clock. It's Madonna on the radio at the moment. Salter right arm over from the Finkel end. Ball played out through mid-wicket by Robinson. New gloves and a drink being brought on for Beddingham at the end of that over. Durham are 215 for 4. They got 6 runs from the over. And it is 3 o'clock. 175 they trail by. Beddingham 53, Robinson 56.
Hot work then for Glamorgan in the field at the moment. As James Harris's figures have suffered from that vain attempt to bounce one of these two batsmen and induce them into looking to square leg, fine leg and all points in between. And it's going to be Zain ul Hassan to carry on, or to take over rather, from Harris at the Lumley end. How close are we to the sports update?
Oh, you got about 4 minutes or so.
Ul Hassan then has got 0 for 28 off 9 overs so far. Still looking for a maiden first-class wicket. Andy Gorvin has got his first this season. Salter and Sisodia still looking to do that as well. Chris Cook is standing up to the right arm medium pace of Ul Hassan, and Robinson reaches for the first ball and hits it off the bottom of the bat to cover, and there is no run. Both these batsmen in the 50s then, and looking well set, and Glamorgan down to the single slip. Colin Ingram crouching a dozen metres or so behind Chris Cook as Ul Hassan bowls, and that's brilliantly intercepted by Salter at point. As Robinson looked to force just backward of square, and Salter dived away to his left and fielded cleanly. He's almost looking behind him to see if the ground staff are going to be called into fielding action. Salter intercepting it. 215 for 4 in the afternoon sunshine. 5 saving the single and the slip. Robinson plays that one though between point and cover, and the ground staff are called into fielding action. Forced away for 4 more. Any hint of width, and that is the 100 partnership. It's come off 131 balls. So just under 22 overs. And Robinson has 60% of those runs. Beddingham, who was on 13 when Robinson came in, is now on 53 at the other end. Here is Ul Hassan about his work again, bowling to Robinson, who sends another one into the offside, but Glamorgan have now pushed northeast back as a sweeper on that offside, and so it's just the single taken. .220 for 4, 170 in arrears. Glamorgan physio Georgina Ewart passes in front of us, and Beddingham plays one gently on the offside, no run.
Can you hear that? Silvio Berlusconi still in the Radio Newcastle news, following his departure from this mortal coil today at the age of 86.
Interesting band, this Mortal Coil.
Yeah, I love them.
As Bedingham plays to cover, and there's no run.
Didn't they do a bit with Liz Fraser from the Cocktail Twins, didn't they? Yeah.
That's the job. Song to the Siren.
Yeah, cracking song.
220 for 4.
Here we go. Update for Radio Newcastle. Well, Durham making good progress in the sunshine and the heat of Chusty Street this afternoon. They lost Alex Lees just before lunch for 62, so quite a blow. He was bowled by Andy Gorvin with just 2 deliveries to go to the break. But since then, David Bedingham has reached 53 and Ollie Robinson has reached 61. So they've put on more than 100. Durham currently 220 for 4, so they trailed Glamorgan by 170. And it was around about this time yesterday afternoon that Kieran Carlson and Sam Northeast got together for Glamorgan and put a big partnership together of 168. So a familiar feel to things at the moment. This partnership currently 101. Oh, Salter floats a little full toss up and it's edged down towards vacant third man for 4 by Robinson.
Rhys Jenkins tweets that he may pop down after tea since he's only 30 minutes away on the bike. He says, is Bumble really there and is he buying the beer? Well, he's really here.
He is.
I don't know who's buying the beer.
I went to see him at lunchtime. He's up in one of the boxes with Mike, the former Durham chief executive, and Phil Collins is there as well. And this is a clip wide of the slip corner and down towards third man again for Robinson, another 4. Phil Collins, not the singer, but he's one of the board members here at Durham, who's a business advisor with Ian Botham, or Lord Botham as he is now known.
Just another day in paradise.
Yes. On the shores of Lake Geneva in Montreux. Ball clipped away out towards deep cover there by Robinson. Isn't that where Phil Collins went to live, in Montreux? It's Geneva or somewhere like
that? Somewhere in Switzerland. I'm not aware of his exact whereabouts, not being a huge follower of the man's professional work.
It's a beautiful part of the world, that, around Geneva on the lake. Ball played back beyond Salter up to Ul Hassan at mid-off, no run. You can drive right round the lake and you can drive from Switzerland into France and back into Switzerland again. To Lausanne, where the Olympic Stadium is. This is played to Carlson, and the cover's no run there. And you've got Neon, which is down the bottom corner, just above Geneva. That's where UEFA and FIFA are based. That's a lovely town with a castle there.
Isn't it Geneva that's got airport with one entry in France and the other in Switzerland?
Yeah. Bowler comes in again, and ball played down to Gorvin by Bedingham at long on. I'm trying to remember, we were there a few years ago and driving around the lake, staying in that area. I can't remember if the Swiss drove into France to fill their cars up or the other way. I think the French must have come into Switzerland to fill the cars up. It's Lac Le Mans. So it's a really nice drive around that lake. When you get to the far end, the eastern side, you've got Montreux, where they have the rock festival I used to.
Yeah, talking about living on the border, I lived in Strasbourg for about 6 months, and we used to take a local bus and pop over the border to buy beer for parties because it was cheaper or better in Germany.
Yeah. Well, it's something to do with the taxation laws in France, because I remember years ago going to visit some friends in the Vendée, and we went to a local bar, and it was really expensive to buy a pint of beer in the bar, but absolutely pittance to buy a tray of 24 little beers in the local supermarket, and it was some kind of taxation that you had to pay in licensed premises.
Ul Hassan to continue from the top end, the Lumley end. And Glamorgan brought in a short mid-on now in a catching position as Bellingham plays his first delivery to root at cover.
Is Strasbourg on the Rhine? Is that the border
Yes.
there? Yeah.
Rhine or Rhone? Oh gosh, I don't know. I live there.
Well, isn't there the Moselle runs up that way as well?
That's right.
Been to Freiburg, that was lovely.
Mm.
And Heidelberg.
Ul Hassan bowls, Bellingham turns one to mid-on, and there's no run.
I think the Rhine, it's Strasbourg, it's on the Rhine, isn't it? That's the border between France and Germany.
Yeah, I can't remember what. I can't remember what number bus it was to get the beer.
Oh, Kyle Coates has just messaged me, former Durham and Scotland player. He says Michael Richardson played for Germany. Not Jersey, Germany.
Ul Hassan bowls. Bellingham hits it away on the leg side, and he has bisected the field. Is it square leg and fine leg? Runs away for 4. Big swirl of the bat there from Bellingham, who moves on to 58, having been outscored by Robinson over recent overs. Robinson came in after him after the lunch interval when Bellingham was already on 13. Bellingham was determined intent there. As Ul Hassan is on his way towards us again and bowls, and Bellingham chops that one down to third man. We'll take the single as salted as the fielding. 235 for 4. Craig Meshter, the Glamorgan all-rounder, played a couple of games for Germany a few years back, just before the end of his professional career.
He was at Somerset for a while as well, wasn't he?
That's right.
I'm trying to think who played for Jersey recently. It was a county player. I'm sure it was somebody who had connections to Durham.
Ul Hassan bowls and played away on the offside. Gently by Robinson. They wander through for a single. 236 for 4.
Bernard's returned from his hospital appointments. He says, "Dear Marty, I'm back in the land of cricket and the living.
Pleased to hear that.
I'm shopping now, but I'm avoiding the sun. Hope everything went well today." Bernard's been a regular since I can remember the emails.
Ul Hassan bowls and Bellingham plays one to short mid-wicket where Carlson fields. No run. End of the over. Absolutely zilch happening for Glamorgan at the moment. 6-man attack. 3 of them so far with wickets to their credit. Van der Hoogten 2, Harris and Gorvin. Ul Hassan and the 2 spinners still looking for their first success.
Ooh, news from the world of football. HMRC has issued a winding up petition against Wigan Athletic, which has been relegated from the Championship to League One. At points docked. Drew Salter to continue here. This is 9th over, none for 40 so far. Right arm over. Floats that one up and it's a full toss. It's thumped away by Robinson. 4-4. Wide of mid-off. Maybe his hand's just a little bit too sweaty there from a bowler's point of view, because that wasn't the best of deliveries, was it?
Well, it's a good job he contributed with the bat, Andrew Sol, because he's not having much joy with the ball at the moment.
Made 43 yesterday. Off spin is he was man of the match in the cup final win against Durham at Trent Bridge 2 years ago. His best bowling was against Durham in Cardiff last year. The cheer in the finding of the ball.
I suspect so.
Must have gone under the covers or something. It's Zain Ul Hassan who's retrieved it. Robinson on 75 from 71 deliveries. Salter bowls from the faker end. Robinson just pushes the ball back to the bowler. In other news from the world of sport today, there's been a fire at Twickenham Stadium. Salter bowls. This has gone off to the covers. A small fire, 25 firefighters were there, and it's been tackled. You'll have covered some rugby there, I presume, over the years at Twickenham, have you?
Oh, yes.
Bowler comes in, and this is pushed away to deep point for 1 by Robinson. The only time I was there, driving past and went to have a look, and the gate was open and walked in, and there were lots of people cleaning all the seats and everything and preparing for a huge religious gathering the next day.
Right.
So I had a little look around the stadium and a bit of a picnic and then went on my way. So not seen any action there. Little single pushed out into the offside by Bellingham. All through by Robinson. There's a cracking pub down on the riverfront at Twickenham as well. And then just across the way, you've got Eel Pie Island, which is, I think, where Mick Jagger lived at one time. And the man who, Trevor Bayliss, who created the clockwork radio, the wind-up radio.
Mm-hmm.
This is fired away through the covers. Will it be cut off or will it not? It's gone for 4. It was teasing James Harris all the way along that boundary rope there, in front of the pavilion. Robinson with a nice shot there, and they're just making runs in the sun, making hay while the sun shines here, these two. This is very much like yesterday, partnership now of 127. And it was these overs where the ball had softened a bit. And Durham's bowlers looked flat in the field, and the runs were made by Carlson and Sam Northeast. Root as well. Root made 45, Northeast 60. Carlson 162, and it was the introduction of the new ball. And the first delivery of it brought a wicket, didn't it? Got Root out. And then that was when they fell away. They lost the last 6 for 50 in 12.5 overs.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan need to induce something before the new ball. There's 22 overs to go, and Al Hassan bustling in bowls, and Bellingham smacks that away on the leg side. There's another long chase for James Harris, and he picks the ball up well just inside the mid-wicket ropes. And they settle for 2 runs. 248 for 4. The bonus point approacheth.
Yes.
So Glamorgan's catching efforts, having gone for 3 deep on the leg side, have got rid of one of those. And they've got 2 in catching on the close on the leg side at short mid-on and mid-wicket. No slip as Bellingham blocks one back to Al Hassan.
You know, we have some incredible listeners, of course, but the links they have and the places they've lived. What about this? Katie says, I think Phil Collins moved to one of the villages near Nyon, so between Geneva and Lausanne, because his child went to my school, my old school near there. So, it's a small world, as they say.
248 for 4. Al Hassan bowls to Bellingham, who plays that defensively back down the wicket. And Al Hassan looking to bowl wicket to force the batter to play straight. The short mid-on is on in there, just in case he mistimes one. But no actual chances offered by Bellingham as Al Hassan bowls to him, and he defends to mid-off. There's no run. Floated one just past the bowler Andrew Salter on 52, but that's the that wasn't a chance as such. Bellingham has not offered any lives, or been offered any lives.
And that was in 5 runs time yesterday when Carlson chipped up his catching chance to McAlinden and was dropped.
Al Hassan bowls. Bellingham is forward defensively back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Stuart says Robinson looks a hell of a signing. Some shrewd business in the last few years with Robinson, Bellingham, Jones, staples of the team now. Deleda looking good as well, says Stuart. From the rhubarb triangle.
As that is turned on the leg side by Bellingham. No run. Clive Cerberus has Van der Hoogten apart. This is the weakest Glamorgan attack I can remember for many years. Scathing. 248 for 4. Bellingham 62. Robinson has 80. And in fact, of the 6 bowlers used, only 2 of them, Van der Hoogten and Harris, have taken wickets in first-class wickets previous to today this year.
This partnership's 129 now. Durham trail by 142. Thomas Kendall says Robinson must be getting on for the best Durham signing of the last few years. A 3-format player and he's only 24. Indeed. Gorvin's coming back on.
I wonder if Carlson might give himself a twirl with his occasional off breaks. Claimed 2 for 6 at Sussex, 2 for 122 against Gloucester in the first match of the season.
Gorvin in to Robinson, and that's defended. Sam Northeast's gone in at silly mid-on, so he's standing just slightly in front and to the left-hand side of the non-striking batsman Bellingham, between him and the strip.
No slip.
Between him and the strip, I said, didn't I? This has gone off through the covers for 1 run from Robinson. Did I say slip?
No. I just said no slip.
Right. I thought
I was just remarking.
I said strip, and then you said slip. I thought, I didn't use the wrong.
No, I was just remarking on the absence of a slip. That was all.
It's a big gap there if there's anything wide of the keeper, because
cut with impunity.
Sasodi is way wide, isn't he, at third man? Gorvin in. Ball played to Root. Short mid-wicket, no run. So Bellingham is on 62 and he's faced 106 balls. Strike rate of 58. And Robinson came in after him and passed him. Both got their half centuries in the same over, I think it was. And then Robinson's now on 81 from 77, a strike rate of 105.2. Next ball comes in, and that is the batting point that was on the horizon a moment or two ago. So Durham's first batting point, 250 for 4 in 57.4 overs.
Well, it is pretty much copying yesterday's pattern so far.
Gorvin in to Robinson, who drives the ball out to Harris at deep extra cover.
I think if you offered Glamorgan first innings parity, they'd take it at the moment. Durham 139 behind and still 6 wickets standing.
Robinson's on, 82? Gorvin in. Ball played safely on the offside, no run.
Yeah, Glamorgan labouring really, aren't they, at the moment?
It's like a mirror image, isn't it, really?
It is. Carlson's probably the next option with the ball. As Colin Ingram doesn't seem to bowl at all these days. I saw him bowling a few practice deliveries in one of the T20 games before one of the T20 games the other night. He used to be a semi-regular contributor.
Damo says, I have to say, I've been impressed by Kieran Carlson all season. Outside shout for a tour place in the winter, perhaps, he asks.
Well, he's got 4 big centuries. He hasn't been quite consistent enough around that, I would guess. But certainly when he gets in, he gets decent scores. 251 for 4. Van der Hoogten back, and his first ball of a new spell is driven by Robinson to mid-off. No run. Yeah, we're talking about Van der Hoogten being used in short spells. I think this is his 4th spell, and it's only his 14th over. And he has the honour of a slip being restored to Colin Ingram. As Van der Hoogten bowls and driven by Robinson to mid-on for a single. Mid-on being slightly back. Set back 252 for 4. So this is probably Van der Hoogten's last spell before the new ball, which will be late-ish in the evening session, back half of the evening session. Van der Hoogten bowls and Bellingham plays to mid-on, and there's no run. Maybe a realisation by the Durham batters that Van der Hoogten is Glamorgan's strike bowler, and they'd be quite happy just to get through his spells and try and cash in on the others. What have you spotted?
It's a photograph. I'll tell you about in a sec.
Van der Hoogten to Bellingham, blocks to mid-on.
So, there's a photograph of the commentary marquee at Chesterfield.
Right.
From David Griffin.
Right.
Derbyshire. So I'm looking and I'm seeing 4 people in the picture now. Dave Fletcher, the Derbyshire commentator, looks like he's a bouncer standing at the back. And then I'm looking at this blonde lady and I'm thinking, who's that? And I'm thinking, I sort of recognise her. And it's Dutch Bird Kate, who is Kate Holdsworth, who is originally from Otley. And she now lives over in Holland.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that one's played to mid-wicket by Bellingham, and there's no run.
So they've got her on as a guest. I think she lives on a canal boat in Amsterdam or somewhere like that. Darren Goff's on there with them as well, but somebody's asking, is Dave Fletcher there as the bouncer? But the last time I saw Kate, Durham were playing at Arundel, and she'd come over to watch that game, and she was good pals with Jason Gillespie from his days as Yorkshire coach. And we all went out and had a few beers one night. So nice to see her getting a chance on there.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's punched by Bellingham to root at cover. No run. Single off the Van der Hoogten over. He's noticeably a couple of yards quicker than the rest of the Glamorgan attack, but he hasn't been able to make the breakthrough. And Durham are 252 for 4, 138 runs in arrears with 6 wickets still standing. Dave Fletcher looks like a very avuncular bouncer, doesn't he, rather than an aggressive one. The sort who'll put an arm round his shoulder and say, "Look, son, I think you've had enough. It's time to go home. I'll get them to call you a taxi if you like," rather than the sort who'll pick you up by the scruff of the neck and chuck you down the stairs.
Are the players unhappy with the ball here? Are they going to change the ball? Oh, this might bring a wicket.
Oh, ball change.
Yeah.
The Glamorgan players' prayers have been answered. They will get not a brand new ball, but at least a different ball to propel. Yes, I'm not previously aware of the work of Dutch Kate.
Well, I mean, she's just a cricket fan. She's not a journalist, I don't think. But her and her brother were offered the opportunity to take over the family business. And she said no, because she didn't really have an interest in that kind of thing. And it was Holdsworth Cycling, who were big in the 70s and the 80s. And then they've made a bit of a resurgence in recent times. So back in the day when I first started riding a bike in the 80s, a 531 Reynolds tubing frame from Holdsworth was always a desired thing.
Not missing any action because the ball changing process.
The ball change has taken an age, isn't it?
Continuing, how many overs we got till tea? 6.
We've got 3 boxes of spares here.
Don't think Ash Thorpe would be terribly pleased if he gave all his balls away. Morgan might be pleased to have a new ball to bowl with, 20 overs early.
59 overs gone and that ball's changed, so they trail by 138. Beddingham has 63.
Yeah, my colleague Edward Bevan suggesting that Glamorgan might be thinking of that loan market, as Durham have done in signing Craig Miles for a couple.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose ideally Glamorgan would have an overseas quick in the next championship game.
Gorvin with this change ball. It's played back to him. 133 this partnership, so the deficit now 138, and Robinson's on 83 from 81 balls. Durham needed something like this, and I said it as these two got together that I'd said yesterday when North East and Carlson got together that Glamorgan could do with a partnership from those two, and they got one. I said, well, I may as well say the same thing again today, and it's worked again. So the ball driven out to Harris at deep point for 1 by Robinson. Must be the afternoon sun, and the pitch just flattens out.
Morgan could do with 6 cheap wickets with the new ball then. New ball was taken at 340 for 4 yesterday.
Anyway, Durham have avoided the follow-on. Have we noted that yet? Gorvin in. Ball played up to Ul Hassan at mid-off by Beddingham. 5.5 overs to tea. They'll actually get into tea before 4 o'clock, I think.
Decent going.
That's a rarity. Amber thunderstorm warning across the Midlands. Gorvin in. Ball played to Root at mid-wicket, no run there.
You may be unlucky and catch a heavy downpour, or you may not.
Gorvin, it's a wideish ball. It's driven out into the cover area by Beddingham for 1. He moves on to 64. Durham, 254 for 4. Things feel like they've just slowed again in the last few overs.
Yeah, I suppose
They've
not.
thought they've got one eye on tea now.
Not by that ball delay, but yeah, the boundaries have dried up a little.
Oh,
Kent didn't enforce the follow-on against. Oh no, it's against Surrey.
Gorvin to Robinson. This is played away through mid-wicket. There's a man sweeping up in front of the old scoreboard on the right-hand side. 2 runs. Rowe is back in from Colin Ingram, who, do you know what? Other than in batting yesterday, I don't think I've mentioned him at all in commentary.
Well, he's been at slip. Well, he's been at slip for most of the innings, hasn't he? And the
ball's not really gone there.
And the only slip catch was the second slip, North East.
So Liam Dutton, the weather presenter, the Met Office has just upgraded thunderstorm warnings to amber across the Midlands. Hail, lightning, torrential rain, no doubt very, very frightening. Gusty winds and flash flooding possible in some locations. Ooh. Well, that is a circle, sort of Lichfield, all the way down to Oxford, down to Gloucester.
Is it heading our way at all?
Hopefully not, Worcester. It's just to the east of Newport. Top of the Severn Estuary.
Van der Hoogten, 2 for 30. Into bowl. Bedingham plays one into the offside. Pleasantly struck. Intercepted by Salter. Dashing round the ropes. 2 runs for David Bedingham. He moves to 66 to 58 for 4. Just 132 runs behind. And Durham at the moment are looking as though they are favourites to take a first innings lead. Van der Hoogten has got 2 slips now. And Bellingham works one into the offside. Again, Salter is the fielder this time. It's just a single.
The top performers in this division, Kieran Carlson, 633 runs, Rishi Patel from Leicestershire, 568, and Ollie Robinson, Durham now, 547. And then Tim van der Hoogten has just gone past Matty Potts today. He's on 31 wickets. So Potts is 30. Joe Leach is on 31 as well.
So leading performers in the championship on both sides. Carlson with the 4 centuries to his credit in 7 or 6.5 games. As that's edged wide of slip by Robinson. It'll run down the hill for 4 runs, I think. Yeah, just getting the ropes ahead of the fielder. It wouldn't have carried to the slips, even had there been a 3rd slip. But it was a rare false shot, and Robinson moves on to 90 off just 94 deliveries, I think that is. Was it 84?
84.
84. Gosh. Bethana, a runner ball. Spectacular stuff from Robinson. Flying along.
He's averaging 55, Robinson, at the moment.
Van der Hoogten into bowl 2. Robinson, who's plays and misses for once outside off stump. Now, that is a rarity in this afternoon session. Feet weren't quite there as he looked to play it through the offside. Got a bit off balance, but thankfully for him, did not tickle it through to Chris Cook. So Van der Hoogten still looking the bowler most likely to break this partnership, but Glamorgan wicketless in the afternoon. In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls to Robinson, who drives on the up through the offside single. To Salter sweeping at point. So not much sign of any joy.
Just been sent an email. I have to say I haven't heard of this club. I'm just looking them up. But Stephen Quilliam has emailed. Can we have a shout out to the lads at Stafford Place Cricket Club in Thornaby? Top of the league after an impressive win on Saturday.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Bedingham defends to mid-off. End the over. 264 for 4. 126 runs in arrears.
He said a few of the lads can't wait to head to Chester Street for the blast this Friday evening. Thanks. So, just having a look. They play in the Langbar League. So that's Teesside area.
Freddie Jones asks, how much work, if any, is done by non-regular bowlers in the nets? Is every player expected to turn their arm over? No, I don't think so. You get the coaches with the old dogs. What are they called? The slinger things.
Oh, the dog throw thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gorvin to bowl his 11th over. Oh, he's been stopped by the umpire. Robinson's having a look around. Well, they had a canny win at the weekend, Stafford Place. They beat Moors Home Cricket Club. by 179 runs, 226 for 9. They batted first in 40 overs, bowled the others out for 47 in 15. Robinson plays the ball out to deep mid-wicket for 1.
Graham Smith wondering why Harry Podmore doesn't get into this attack. His first team appearances this season restricted to 1 T20 and the first 2 championship games, Harry Podmore. Some success for the seconds.
Gorvin in. And the ball is played into the ground and back to the bowler.
Emir Evans. Hopefully, Mark Wallace is taking note of the need to be adding to this attack. And he too suggesting that Glamorgan ought to have moved for an on-loan signing, as Durham have done for this game with, and the next game, the addition of Craig Miles.
Cut off towards the covers this time by Beddingham. No run. I'm just looking at the teams in this Langbar League, and it's some nice little villages sort of just to the south of Teesside and the North York Moors. Kildale, for instance, in the league. Beautiful area around there. My daughter's just been doing a training walk over the weekend in the Duke of Edinburgh. She's been through Kildale this weekend. Danby, Kirby Sigston, Hutton Rugby and Stafford Place. This is pushed away back up to mid-on. So you wouldn't really travel up that way, would you? Unless you were coming up to Sunderland for football, maybe. You don't go up the A19, do you?
No. Some of my football colleagues have greater experience in depth of the motorways of England, as, of course, they get fairly set routes over the years. Vast gaps in between.
Gorvin bowls, and the ball is played up to Sam Northeast at mid-on, no run there. The big powerhouse in the Langbar Cricket League, Hartlepool Power Station Cricket Club. And they're probably the most northerly as well. It's the other side of Middlesbrough, that. Gorvin from the Finkel end, and the ball driven out to Carlson, who does a backward roll as he stops it. Short extra cover. 1 run from the over, and that means we've now got 3 overs to go to tea, 265 for 4. Davey's wondering if the cricketer I was trying to think about who played for Jersey was Jake Dunford, who was a wicketkeeper who went to Durham Uni. No. It's gone out of my head now. Can't remember.
Scattered thunderstorms in South and Mid Wales this afternoon, reports Derek the weather.
In where?
Well, bits of South and Mid Wales, thunderstorms, scattered thunderstorms. Derek is possibly most famous weatherman in Wales. 265 for 4.
Does he have a rival?
Well, there's several who are well known for appearing on screen.
Yeah.
265 for 4 as Van der Hochten bowls, and Robinson steers another one away on the offside to move on to 93 not out.
The big new BBC place in Cardiff City Centre. Is that where you're based in there?
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Where were they before that was built?
Llandaff for many years, most of my BBC career. I don't very often go into the new base. There's Van der Hochten bowls. Well, that kept a little bit low, and Beddingham did well to dig it out and play it on the offside.
I would wonder about parking would be probably the thing in the centre of the city.
You're absolutely spot on.
There's lots of building work going on around there as well at the minute.
There's very little available, only for early and late shifts for BBC staff. And at the moment, there's a car park about a couple of 100 yards away that's due to disappear. So yeah, I've got the bus in for quite a few occasions. Van der Hoogten bowls and Beddingham punches through the offside off the back foot. A classical cricket shot. It runs away up to the temporary stands. And the score rockets on to 270 for 4. The partnership is worth 151, out of which Beddingham has 58 and Robinson a big old 93. So very much as yesterday afternoon, one man playing the leading role, which was Carlson, and North East's support act being played in some style by Beddingham on 71, as he is forward, watchfully playing to mid-off. No run. 2 overs to go to tea after this. Glamorgan have not claimed a wicket since the ball before lunch, when Gorvin bowled Lees for 62. Seems a long time ago now. Van der Hoogten bowls. Beddingham plays another nice back foot shot on the offside, but this time it is straight to Billy Root at cover. No run. So Durham took lunch at 119 for 4, added 151 runs in about 32 overs. As that was turned on the leg side by Beddingham, Ul Hassan fields at mid-wicket.
Now, the thing yesterday was it looked like Glamorgan were going to get through the entire afternoon session without loss, and then Sam North East fell just before tea. LBW to Craig Miles for 60. And just after tea, the new ball was introduced, and bang, 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 bang.
1 brings 2. Go on, boys, and go bang, bang, etc., etc., etc. All the chirps you hear on every ground, from professional down to the bottom of the league.
Lancashire 374 all out against Hampshire in Southport, lead by 232 runs. Felix Organ took a career best 6 for 67. First ball of the new over here from Gorvin. Bowled to Robinson, played back to the bowler.
Yeah, Gorvin finished the first session with a wicket. Could do with finishing the second session with one as well. Otherwise, Glamorgan are behind the 8 ball.
Gorvin in. And played by Robinson out towards the covers for 1. He moves on to 94 from 90 balls.
Yeah, it's been the dominant performance of the match, hasn't it? And Carlson was, his 100 came off 127 balls, but it looks as though Robinson's going to get there much more quickly than that.
Gorvin right arm over, bowling to Beddingham. The ball finds its way up to Zain Ul Hassan at mid-off. It's a dot ball. He's giving it a furious polish. And some sweat from the small of his back. How nice. Just to give it a bit of an extra shine.
Yeah, Carlson's usually chief polisher. He's in the covers today.
Moving in. And virtually every shot finds Harris out of the covers, doesn't it? That's 1 run there from Beddingham.
Is that a sweep?
See him trying to G up his colleagues as well. Orvin bowls to Robinson. Robinson turns it very late off his legs. Just got a little bit of bat on that. It's gone off to square leg. He gets a single. I think Orvin thought he had him there on 94.
Yeah, would have had a good shout at that one, just snuck through.
Joe Clark bowled by Hassan Ali for 2. Notts 53 for 3 at Trent Bridge after Warwickshire made quite a sizable amount of runs and declared. There again. 571 for 9. Drive, nicely done. And that's a lovely shot from Bedingham for 4. It's just landed down below our commentary position. Over the ball past the mid-off, between the bowler and mid-off. He moves on to 76.
Oh, Hassan moves off to retrieve, and you almost fail. You can see the daffodils on the Glamorgan caps wilting at the moment. Will Robinson look to push on and possibly collect 3 figures?
Robinson's highest score this year in the Championship, 114 here against Derbyshire. That was in the second home game of the season for Durham. So they started at Hove, came home, played Worcestershire, then I think went down to Cardiff, and then trying to remember where else we've been. There's been 3 big journeys.
Here we are, the Carlson over before tea. Just to try and break things up a bit. Robinson is on 95 and Carlson is in from the Lumley end. Floated delivery, driven on the onside for a single. Carlson, not the tallest of men, but gives it a nice little bit of loop in his bowling action. For first-class wickets this season. As that is played off the back foot by Bedingham for a single up to long on. And with Robinson on 96, I think it's incumbent on you to take the next delivery.
Well, if he can get there before tea, then Ollie Robinson will be talking up his 6th century. Kieran Carlson bowls. Swept. Where's that gone? That has gone for 4. He's got there. Punches the air in celebration, and he's got there in 93 balls. Raises his bat in celebration, and it's included 17 fours.
Second 50, just 34 deliveries. Really has put the foot on the accelerator in the latter stages of the afternoon. 283 for 4. Robinson becomes the 2nd centurion of the match. With a boundary off the man who's the 1st centurion, Kieran Carlson, who got 96 in a session yesterday. Robinson, century in the afternoon session.
This is flicked off the pads.
Single taken down the backward square. 284 for 4. 1 over after this until tea. 7 off Carlson's first 4 deliveries. As he tosses one up and Bedingham watches it carefully and just hooks it very gently up to long on. Sisodia might be feeling rather underemployed. 285 for 4. Carlson again bowls and run down by Robinson into the backward point area, but stopped by Ul Hassan. And that, ladies and gentlemen, will be the tea interval, with Durham having completely dominated the afternoon. They've progressed from 119 for 4 to 285 for 4. David Bedingham is 78 not out. And Ollie Robinson has got a marvellous century, better than a runner ball inside the session. He's 101 not out. Commentary will resume in just under 20 minutes' time.
Partnership 166 from 206 balls. How many overs have gone? 65 overs or something?
Yep.
With the dawn of a new era on the horizon, it's time to awaken the sleeping lion. Time to rise and go to war. Hear our cries now, hear us roar. A team with great prospect has now come forth, who fight for our pride and who fight for the North. Together we march, success in our sight, achieving our goals and reaching new heights. Heroes of old and heroes of new, the brave and the bold, they bind us like glue. Stars will be born out on the wicket. Now begins a new chapter at Durham Cricket.
Oh, that's six. That's a biggie.
Lovely use of the feet. Excellent from Travaskis.
dust of the coalfields.
A dream of bringing professional cricket.
30 years later, we stand together.
With many successes on and off the field.
A trophy cabinet full of silverware.
A professional pathway for boys.
And girls in the north.
And community programs that both enhance.
And transcend the sport in our region.
But we want to achieve more.
We want to reach every corner of society.
A welcoming place for people of all backgrounds.
Supporting the community to which we belong.
We want to be at the forefront of inspiring generation.
Inspiring people to be better players.
Better people. Better members of society.
We are working hard to welcome everybody.
Developing inclusive environments.
With a commitment to encourage
Equity.
Diversity. And inclusion in everything we do.
We aim to make a positive change across cricket.
our wider community.
We must be accountable.
Cricket is a game for everyone.
Our programmes are for everyone.
Seat Unique Riverside is for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, 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 for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North for everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North and everyone.
Durham Cricket for the North, for everyone.
We've always been good at designing niche products for consumers. So our thinking was if we can use the same design skills on products which have got more volume, we'll be more successful. The big issue was the plan to do it. We set a figure of a capacity to make 250,000 pieces a year. That's an ambitious target, but that's our figure. So we then worked with the machinery designers to make the washing machines. Number one in this product, it's got to be reliable. A washing machine has a lot of hard work to do, and it's a very important part of most households. So reliability was a big issue. I think any new product, we've got to learn about it, and that's important. We've got to learn about it so we understand it inside out. And that's taken longer than we expected, but we've taken our time to make sure that it's right. There's a big appetite for buying British products, and rightly so, but we can't rely on that. We've got to make a product that competes with all the imports. And of course, remember, we've got our core business here of making domestic dehumidifiers and bottled water coolers and industrial dehumidifiers, so that takes our time, and we don't want to get this wrong. We've done 120,000 hours of testing washing machines here to make sure that it's absolutely reliable and does the job.
Rod Stewart. In concert.
You turned into a lover and mother, what a lover, you wore me out. All you did was wreck my bed, and in the morning kick me in the head. Oh Maggie, I couldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from home, 'cause you didn't want to be alone. You stole my heart, I couldn't leave you if I tried. I really want to know. Tell me, who are you?
Well, welcome back to Durham for the final session on day 2. So this partnership from Durham is effectively the 4th wicket because they started last night with Stanley McAlinden as a night watchman, so he wouldn't normally have been there. And it's worth 166. Yesterday, the 4th wicket partnership for Glamorgan was worth 168. It's all...
So Durham are going to get another 2 runs, and there's going to be a collapse.
Yeah, well, the new ball will bring the collapse, which is in 15 overs' time, if it's to follow what happened yesterday.
It'll be Andy Gorvin then to bowl the first over after tea, and he's bowling to David Bedingham on 78 not out, and that is turned on the leg side to root at short mid-wicket. No run. So Glamorgan in something of a holding pattern. They tried a few vaguely funky fields in the afternoon session. They've swapped the bowling round. They've used 7 bowlers in all. But not only a couple of hints of chances, nothing that actually went to hand in the afternoon session as Gorvin bowls. And that's almost turned on the stumps by Gorvin, and it had Robinson diving back to his crease at the non-striker's end. Dan Douthwaite, the Glamorgan bowler, got a wicket like that the other day, back-heeling one onto the stumps. Deliberately or not, we're not quite sure.
Ambulance just going past the ground up the hill towards the castle.
Gorvin bowls and Bedingham defends. Much gentler strike rate than Robinson. 57 runs per 100 balls, that is. It's the sirens echo round in the distance. Didn't manage to stay in the hotel up the hill this time, but got a very pleasant place in Durham. Next ball driven through the covers. I think Carlson got a hand to it and took much of the pace off the ball, but it's an easy couple of runs for David Bedingham. Poor old Kieran Carlson looking down and surveying his battered hand. He did sustain a finger injury, dislocated, and possibly a small fracture in there just over a week ago. He's played on with it, but that really isn't the sort of blow that he'll have wanted. I'm slightly surprised he's in the firing line at cover. Bedingham to 80. Gorvin bowls, down leg side, hits him on the pad, collected by Cook.
Are you staying in Durham City Centre, yeah?
Yeah.
Down on the river, or?
Just 100 yards or so from the river.
Yeah.
Very pleasant.
Trying to work out which hotels are where in Durham these days. You've got the Radisson Blue on the river where lots of visiting teams stay. Then there's the County and the 3 Tons.
As in comes Gorvin, bowls straight and again fired back to the bowler who gets a hand to it and takes most of the pace off it, but it runs slightly wide of Ul Hassan at mid-off, and it's just the single. 288 for 4 are Durham. Bedingham, 81. Robinson, who didn't face in that over, 101 not out.
Just along from the prison, there's quite a nice boutique-y place where each room has a different sort of theme. Near the Dun Cow pub.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Do they all still have different themes now?
There's some sort of fake library books on the wall of my bedroom. I don't know if that counts as a theme or not.
Kieran Carlson bowling his glasses. Bedingham on the strike as he comes in and bowls. Bit of spin. Oh, Beddingham's turned inside out there. Looks to play across the line. Got a leading edge. He's looking to push that down the leg side, and it's come off the shoulder of the bat, I think. Off spin from Carlson. During lockdown, the County Hotel, and a lot of them shut down, of course, and Carlson in again, bowls. Bedingham plays that to backward point to Ul Hassan, no run there. So they left a caretaker sort of living in the hotel on his own.
All right.
And he was there for deliveries and whatever. And one of his jobs was he had to go and turn all the taps on in the hotel every day or every couple of days. Ball played by Bedingham out through deep mid-wicket for 1 run. Because of Legionnaire's disease, and there was something like 350 taps in the hotel that he had to turn on and run. Quite a job.
Yes. Wouldn't have thought of that.
Carlson bowls, flicked away by Robinson out to deep mid-wicket for 1. It's, you know, you think back to lockdown now and how many businesses shut down and hotels shut down and we weren't allowed to travel anywhere and you were allowed out for an hour a day. You know, I was still going into the office each day to present news bulletins or present music shows or whatever. I had to have a letter to show that we had authority to be on the roads. You know, people going from Whitburn to South Tyneside, or from Seaburn to South Tyneside, just about 2 miles along the road, being sent back home. It was just bizarre. Carlson bowls. This is played by Bedingham to short mid-wicket, no run there. Do you remember the goats of the Great Orme coming down into wandering the streets? There were deer roaming around the streets of Newcastle on an evening. End of the over, 290 for 4. Durham trail by 100.
Yeah, well, I was in Rome for the rugby recently. Went to an exhibition of professional photographs taken during the lockdown. It's quite amazing, all these famous Roman landmarks without a soul around them.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
It's probably the only chance you'll ever see to get to capture them in that sort of deserted fashion.
We had a guy who rang us up regularly who was from the northeast originally, but was living in Lucca, just up to the north of Italy, and they were allowed to go for an evening walk at a certain time, but there were patrols on the streets, and if the police stopped you, you had to explain why you were out.
Gorvin bowls down leg side. Cook goes the stumping. It's out. Glamorgan have got the breakthrough. Brilliance from Chris Cook. Ollie Robinson goes for 102. Delivery down the leg side, and Cook has performed an absolute wonder there to get the breakthrough.
That was very good wicket keeping indeed. He just fell out of his crease there, Robinson. Now, that's the sort of stumping you'd see Robinson pull off. Keeper standing up there. And that's ended the partnership at 171. So Durham end up effectively the same pairing. 3 runs better off than Glamorgan did. Robinson is out for 102.
Well, it's quite uncanny how these innings are mirroring each other, isn't it? And 71 for the 5th wicket, and the deserved applause for Ollie Robinson. Not able to kick on again after tea, but what damage he'd done in the afternoon session. The century inside the session, didn't bat in the morning. As Graham Clark is in at 7, or effectively 6 if you don't count the night watchman. It's the first championship stumping I remember seeing this season. But that was a work of art from Chris Cook, as he had some way to go down leg side and just managed to get the right hand back to knock down the leg stump. 290 for 5 now, exactly 100 runs behind. Clark, Rain, Deleda, Mills, Miles, Patel. As Gorvin bowls, and the first ball is driven confidently by Graham Clark. Averaging 35 this season, century to his name. And Glamorgan bring in Ul Hassan to a silly mid-on position. They've also got a mid-on. So where's North East going to go? He's going to go a little bit wider just so that he can see the ball. 295. Gorvin to Clark, wide outside off stump, has a slash at it and misses. Cook takes. So 97 deliveries in all faced by Robinson and the 17 fours. Quite the attacking knock from the former Kent keeper. Now can Glamorgan put some pressure on the new bat. Nice and straight from Gorvin, but defended comfortably enough by Clark. Well, Hassan trying to get in the batter's eye line there. He's fractionally to the side of the pitch. His left foot must be about a couple of inches away from the cut strip. So pretty much as close as he's allowed to be. There's also a shortish mid-wicket and a mid-on. Gorvin bowls. Clark nudges one past route at mid-wicket. Should pick up a couple of runs here as it's collected on the boundary. And a good piece of fielding by Salter, but Bedingham had got home comfortably enough at the non-striker's end. And Graham Clark is off the mark with a couple of runs. Last ball of the Gorvin over then. To Clark, one slip for the new bat. Gorvin bowls and Clark plays it to mid-off. No run, 2 runs in that over and the wicket off the first ball. Robinson stumped Cook, bowled Gorvin 102. Durham are 292 for 5, trailing by 98.
It's a very nice afternoon. Just been having a chat with my wife. We're discussing whether today is the day we inflate the paddle boards and get out on the river. It's until recently, it's just felt quite cold. We've had this real cold easterly breeze. Some people go swimming in the sea on a morning and I marvel at them. Carlson with a full toss to Bedingham and he whipped this one along the floor to Ul Hassan at a backward point. Missed out there. I went plodging in the sea a few weeks ago. I thought I was going to pass out. It was that cold on my feet, I couldn't cope. So I don't know how people swim in it. Bowler comes in again. Turned towards mid-wicket. No run. Carlson to Bedingham. He drives and he finds, is it root in the covers? Root in the covers there, I think?
Yep.
Next ball in and Bedingham plays this towards wide mid-off. So I've had 2 centurions in the game. Robinson out for 102. Carlson yesterday made 162. Bowler comes in again. Oh, that skids through and is played down into the ground hard by Bedingham and it loops up back to the bowler. So if Bedingham could get another 60 on the board, say, then it's just absolutely even Stevens, isn't it? Carlson again, and the ball played back towards him, and he dives across to his right. He can't get it. It's away up towards long on for 1.
Yeah, Glamorgan's slower order really didn't contribute at all.
No. Well, they lost 6 for 50, and I think 12.5 overs once the new ball was introduced. So Durham now 97 behind. 5 down, but one of those 5 was Stanley McAlinden, who probably would have come in at 10 or 11 anyway. Next in is Baz the Lader. Then you've got Ben Rain. And then it's a choice between Miles and Patel, who will be 10 and 11.
Yeah, Patel biffed a 50 for Glamorgan. It's not the worst bat. Gorvin, no slip now. Bowls a full-length delivery that Bellingham plays to mid-off. And there's no run.
Trying to remember what Patel got at Bristol.
Gorvin on his way in again. Bowls on off stump, defended watchfully by Bellingham, who's playing the game in his own tempo. Much gentler than the rapid stroke play of Robinson. More than a run a ball, which is always good going in Championship cricket.
He made 22 at Bristol. Ajaz Patel.
Gorvin into bowl, defended by Bellingham, no run.
Tea is often an interrupter of progress, isn't it? Players have been batting for hours, they've got their eye in, and then they go off for 20 minutes. And how often do you see a wicket just after tea?
Gorvin trying to add another one, is into bowl and played on the offside. Well, there's acres of space for Bellingham to wander through for the single. Gorvin's previous first class best, 2 for 35. There's 2 for 52 at the moment, so if he gets another one, it will be a CB. As he reintroduces the slip for the new man Clark as Ingram trots in. Gorvin bowls on the legs and played to mid-on by Clark, and there's no run.
Band of thunderstorms today. There's a big circle of them, but everything's sort of south of Hull, but across really from South Yorkshire and North Nottinghamshire up to and across into North Wales and then down across the Southern Midlands as well, some around London.
Next ball is defended by Clark, no run.
But we are miles away from anything like that, quite a long way away. There's some right up northern Scotland as well, and some across Northern Ireland. Sometimes, quite often, it pays to be in the north.
294 for 5. Carlson to continue into his 4th over.
Two little bits of wispy cloud starting to appear. As Bellingham plays one off his legs off towards square leg for 1. Carlson.
Are we 71st over, 10 to the new ball, and Carlson bowling. They'll try and rattle through them quickly. Carlson coming in off half a dozen paces.
Right arm. And I don't know how the ball's gone where it's gone, because the ball was delivered quite wide of Graham Clark. And he looked to drive. I think he's got an inside edge and dragged it onto his front foot, and it's bounced back to the bowler. Clark defends this one around about off stump.
Yeah, Carlson's giving the odd delivery a lot of air. Go on then. Oh, drive at that.
Clark on 2. This is defended. Runs up to mid-on. Clark's century in the last championship match at Bristol was then followed by 102 not out in a 10-wicket win against Northants in the opening T20 game. Comes in and bowls again now. Clark forward to this one. And Clark's previous century in county championship cricket had been here against Glamorgan in the summer of 2017. Durham's first win of the year that year. Been relegated by the ECB. Wilson in, driven by Clark to a long on for 1. Seat in the pavilion in the shade now. Those wanting the sunshine are in the east stand, or indeed the 2-tier County Durham stand to our right, with the huge Durham University sign over a simple section of seats, and the other stand's got Durham School badge, and they've both got a sort of purpley background on them.
So Gorvin will continue from this Finkel end. Bustles in, bowls, and Clark defends gently. Too short, mid on, and there's no run. Storm's hitting London, apparently. 296 for 5 here. There's Gorvin bowls, played through the offside pleasantly by Clark, and that will be his first boundary as it races over the cover ropes, bisecting the infielders there. And that is Durham's 300, so their third batting bonus point. And it's come in the 72nd over. 200 came up in the 50th. So that's a decent rate. 122 overs. At best part of 5 runs and over the third 100. Gorvin bowls a low full toss that's punched to mid-off. No run. 300 for 5. 90 runs in arrears. Still a bit of batting to come, so a lot of work to do for Glamorgan. If they're to restrict Durham to somewhere around their own total. That's squeezed away by Clark down towards third man. An easy couple of runs because there is no third man, so Sisodia has to retreat from backward point and chase it. 302 for 5. 6 off this over so far. Bettingham at 85. Clark on 9 and moving into double figures as he turns one through the leg side. Sorry, I thought he was going to get a second run there. Oh, yeah. No, he was on 9. He's now on 10. 303 for 5. Gorvin working away hard. 2 for 59 in his 16th over. Hot work out there. 4 wickets in the first session. Just none in the second. 1 in the third. Defensive shot from Bettingham to conclude the Gorvin over. 7 off. 303 for 5. 87 runs behind. Elsewhere in the second division then. Derby battling hard to avoid defeat against Yorkshire, an innings defeat anyway. They've put together a big partnership between Duploy and Hyder. They're 172 for 4 still, 70 behind Yorkshire.
Carlson, right arm over, flights one up to Clark, who drives hard towards the cover boundary. It's cut off on the rope. From the Castle stand, 1 run.
Well fielded by Salter. More delays in Bristol, where Gloucestershire 316 for 8. Plenty of runs coming from their lower order. They're 118 for 5.
Next ball to Beddingham, who's pushed away down towards long leg for 1. Fielded by Gorvin.
Worcestershire opener Jake Libby is going well at Hove. He's 134 not out. Worcestershire 252 for 3, just 96 behind.
Carlson to Clark again from the Lumley end. Clark plays the ball back to the bowler. Along the floor, trickles back eventually.
Division 1, Somerset 152 for 7, still 310 behind Essex on first innings. 3 apiece for Porter and Harmer for Essex.
Carlson again to Clark. Gorvin fields it backward square leg, no run.
Opener Sean Dixon is 72 not out.
Former Durham player. Comes Carlson, driven by Clark up to mid-off, no run. He moved because he wanted to be nearer his family, who are sort of Canterbury-based, so he's gone to Somerset, which is as far from Canterbury as this is. Ball played by Clark, the backward point to Ul Hassan. End of the over, it's a dot ball.
And the Somerset supporters feeling rather hard done by because Craig Overton was given out caught by a ball that ricocheted from the boot of short leg up to one of the other fielders, and some doubt on the video whether it bounced on the way. The Somerset supporters quite often a vocal lot. Kent batting a second time against Surrey with a lead of 156 on first innings over the City Slickers. Kent 59 for 1 in their second dig. 215 runs ahead. Gorvin to bowl to Beddingham, who drives nicely and will get 4 runs here. Wide of mid-off.
Carlson set off early to try and cut that off, but he was always second to it there.
Yeah, I knew there was no point in chasing, really, once it had gone past the infield. Beddingham moving on nicely to 90, and the total on 309 for 5, 81 behind. At Southport, Lancashire in the ascendancy, Hampshire 29 for 1 in their second innings, still 203 runs short of avoiding an innings defeat. There's Gorvin into Beddingham, who defends. Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire in trouble, 62 for 4 in replies of that mammoth Warwickshire, 571 for 9 declared. Rushworth, moment 1 for 9 in his 10th over. .309 for 5. Now Durham, Rushworth's former employers, as that's nudged away on the leg side. Single to Beddingham, 310 for 5. 80 behind. For the 6 overs to go to the new ball, so Morgan can't really afford just to mark time. Got to work for wickets as well, rather than just hope the new ball will do something. As Gorvin bowls and Clark blocks. Morgan haven't got an awful lot of pace in their attack. So it's going to be a question of blasting through the lower order. 310 for 5. in the afternoon sunshine. Gorvin bowls down leg side, clipped away to fine leg for a single by Clark. Moves to 12, 311 for 5. At Marty Cricket, at Nick Webb 2017, if you want to tweet us. We are cricket at yahoo.co.uk if you wish to email Mr. Emerson. 311 for 5. As that one might have kept a little bit low, as well dug out by Bellingham. And it is the end of the over. 311 for 579 runs in arrears. Duncan hoping that the new ball does its work like yesterday. He's in a sweltering and humid Sevenoaks in Kent, where they had a few rumbles of thunder earlier on.
Carlson to start a new over from the Lumley end. Clark plays the ball short to mid-wicket. Picked up by Billy Root. Carlson bowls again. Clark plays the ball up to long on, far end of the ground, 1 run. Princess Adia fielding all the way up there. At the car park end of the ground. Beddingham flicks the ball back past Carlson. It's hit. Now, did he get a hand on that, or did that hit Graham Clark? Hit Graham
I
Clark,
think it hit the non-strikers' pads.
Did. Looked like it was going to be away for runs, and then suddenly it had stopped. 312 for 5. They trail by 78 Durham against Glamorgan. Day 2 in Chester Street. So Beddingham then does find Sisodia. 1 run there. Up to on again. Matthew Maynard's done quite a few laps this afternoon, juggling a rugby ball. He's on his way around again now. And Clark plays the ball up to the same fielder for 1. Beddingham on 92 is now on strike. Also record for the most runs in a match for Durham, David Beddingham. First to get past 300 in a game. It's pushed away. And that is the end of the over. He did that. Got 310 in a game against Derbyshire in 2021. So he made 257 and then 53 not out. 257, the second highest score for a Durham player, behind Martin Love's 273 against Hampshire back in 2003. He's got 6 centuries and 8 50s for Durham. Will it be 7 centuries come the close of today?
Prem Sisodia to bowl from this Finkel end. His slowish left arm has just bowled the 5 overs so far, so Glamorgan obviously not believing there's too much turn in the pitch. Carlson's bowled 6 of his gentle off spin. Clark on strike on 14. Sisodia bowls, and it's driven back to him on the bounce. Where are we? 22 overs to go. Oof, maybe finishing about 6:15. Sisodia bowls, and that's defended by Clark. No run, but I suppose things will slow down once we get the new ball in. 4.5 overs time. Sisodia in again. Bowls played out way outside the off stump, but Root manages to get to it in the covers and prevent the single being taken. 3.14 for 5, 76 behind Durham. Glamorgan need to induce the same sort of collapse as they themselves suffered yesterday with the new ball. Driven by Clark, rather gently out on the onside, not really timed. Glamorgan fielders doing their best to make Sisodia feel good about his work. As it bowls a full toss, they won't do it like that. And it's smacked through the leg side. 4. Umpire waiting for a signal. 4 runs.
I'm just seeing the video of that Craig Overton being given caught out. He smashed it into the floor, and it's bounced up, hit short leg in the leg, and then he's jumped up and caught it, and it's celebrating the catch. He's been given out. It's dreadful.
3.18 for 5. There's Sisodia bowls. It's a better delivery. Played gently away on the offside. So 1 boundary in that over. 3.18 for 5. 72 behind. Bedingham 92. Clark is on 18, I think.
Yeah.
Some of the figures in the white on the scoreboard going a little bit hazy. The ones in the yellow are the batter and bowler performing at any given moment. They're rather clearer.
There'll be plenty of celebrations going on in Manchester today as City parade the European Cup and all their other trophies down Deansgate. Carlson to Bedingham. Bedingham forward to this one. He's on 92. Somebody went on Roker Beach the other day with a rake and drew a big picture, "Come on City," on the beach on Saturday afternoon. Must be a Manchester exile.
Is it quickly scraped off?
The tide takes it away. Oh, Bedingham looks to pull one round the corner and it's missed it. Hits the keeper and he gets a bye. $319 for 5. Clark looks to drive and he's mistimed that one. It's just towed away to short mid-on. Finds Billy Root there. 76.5 overs gone, so come 18th, the new ball. Durham are 71 behind at the moment. Clark pushes this one out through to the covers for 1 run. Salter fielding with his back to the castle stand. Bowling in his sunglasses still, Carlson. Bedingham goes for a quick single off towards square leg. He moves up to 93.
Well, given that cricketers are prone to wearing sunglasses in the greyest of days, and forgive him on a bright day like today when there is a bit of glare around.
Next delivery has gone. Did it go through his legs there? What happened? No, it's bounced off the keeper's gloves.
Cook took the leg bail off just in case the batter had toppled forward. He's already got 1 stumping in this session.
End of the over. So Durham trail by 69.
Umpires meeting for a little chat. Should we go for a pint tonight? Can't see any matters that they're required to adjudicate on, to be honest. 3 overs to go until the new ball. No
overraters level.
No outbreaks of bad behaviour that we can see from this distance. Anyway, 321 for 5, 69 behind. Sisodia from the Finkel end to bowl to Beddingham. Flighted, driven to mid-off. They go through for a smart single as Carlson has a shy at the stumps just in case. 322 for 5. Glamorgan will be hoping this wicket takes a bit more turn, and Patel got some very gentle turn. Too much sign of it today. That's down leg side. And it's, I think, the pads of Cook again. No run. Umpire Pollard decides not to call wide on this occasion. Clark on 19 not out. Sisodia bowls. Clark stretches forward, plays back to the bowler. No run. 2 more to go till the new ball after this one. 322 for 5. Robinson out for 102. Lees for 62, the main contributors, apart from Beddingham. As that's caressed through the offside by Clark. Little room for error for these Glamorgan bowlers, with the batters going at a decent lick today, and Sisodia just offering a fraction too much width. Clark latched onto it and drove it fluently through the covers. 326 for 5. Sisodia in again to Clark. Off the back foot he plays it to mid-off. No run. Batting to come, Rain, Deleda, Patel, Miles. Sisodia bowls outside off stump. Too much width again. Hammered away by Clark for the second time in the over. He moves to 27. Durham to 330 for 5. 60 runs behind. And Glamorgan are in desperate need of that new cherry to make the breakthrough, as Durham did last night.
Right, the deficit's 60. So 6 wickets falling for 50 last night when the new ball came in 12.5 overs. Beddingham's on 94 and he's on strike as well. And it's going to be quite a wait for the next ball to be bowled, because Carlson went and retrieved the ball from down to our left, and he's like ran right across the far end of the field to come back to bowl. So Carlson to Beddingham. Beddingham flicks it off through mid-wicket and goes for 1. Harris is in there quickly from the boundary, so it will only be the 1.
Maynard and Harrison on the patrol again in front of us with their rugby ball.
They came round a little bit earlier and they threw it to somebody in the stand and got a return pass. Carlson to Clark. Clark pings that one past mid-wicket. Root couldn't quite get there. In fact, it's gone all the way up to the boundary at the Health Club boundary in the northwest corner of the ground for 2. Fielded by Harris in the end.
Yeah, it was a long 2. Might have been 3 on a less warm day.
No.
Beddingham's been in since well before lunch anyway.
Bowler comes in again. Clark rolls his wrists through this one and finds Harris out at deep mid-wicket. Partnership of 44 from these two, from 68 balls. Durham are 56 adrift now. Beddingham is on 95 as Carlson bowls. He finds Root at mid-wicket, no run there.
A little bit innocuous at the moment, isn't it, the Glamorgan attack?
Carlson. This will be a single out towards Harris at deep mid-wicket for 1 for Beddingham, who moves on to 96. And there's 1 ball left of this over. And then there's 1 over to go to the new ball. In comes Carlson, pushed away out into the covers by Clark. It's the end of the over. So 79 gone. So 1 over to go to the new ball. Also, when that happens, there'll be 17 overs left in the day, which is a fraction over an hour's play. So they might actually finish building a bit of drift, because it will drift a bit, won't it? Fast bowlers on again.
Quarter past
6, say.
Yep. Lightning speed if this were a test match. 3:35 for 5.
The 5 o'clock news is on. Have you got a bully at 5?
I do not.
No.
Do you wish to continue with Mr. Sisodia then? You're better with Beddingham on 96 anyway.
All right, okay. Beddingham has had 1500s in first-class cricket. If he gets over the line with this one. The first ball is defended. This would be his 7th for Durham as well. He's faced 172 balls, 11 fours. Little flick back towards Sisodia, 1 run. Bowler couldn't quite get the return ball there, just ran behind him. You can have it back now, this over, if you want.
3:36 for 5 then. Sisodia still plugging away in search of his first championship wicket for 4 and a bit years. Down leg side, won't get it like that.
I want it back now. Beddingham back on a strike then on 97 from 173 balls. Got a strike rate of 56.1. About 2 minutes into the news bulletin, they normally come to me and the final throw. Here comes the spinner, left arm round, turned off towards square leg by Beddingham for 1. Oh. Everybody's absolute nightmare story on the news at the moment. I don't know which country it's happened in. I missed the start. In comes the bowler. Ooh, that's hit the pad, but going down the leg side. Right, the new ball is now available. 338 for 5.
.340 for 4.
Yeah.
And Glamorgan faced the new ball.
The story that they've just had on the news, I don't know which country it was, but a woman in hospital had a stroke and was pronounced dead. And 2 days later, at her wake, she started banging on the coffin lid.
Oh, gosh.
So Tim van der Houten. Here we go. Well, we've seen one centurion from Durham this afternoon. Ollie Robinson weighed 102. He was out just after tea, stumped down the leg side by Chris Cook off the bowling of Andy Gorvin. That was after putting on a partnership of 171 for the 5th wicket with David Beddingham. Beddingham is now on 98 from 174 balls, and Durham at 338 for 5, trail Glamorgan by 52. We've got just over an hour's play left in the sunshine here today, but Glamorgan have also taken the new ball, and when that happened yesterday, Durham took 6 quick wickets and bowled them out for 50 more runs, so they were out for 390 yesterday. So lots to hinge on what happens in the next few minutes here, but Beddingham on 98 and he's on strike. Tim van der Houten back into the attack then from the Lumley end, and Beddingham defends on off stump. He's had the 1 century this year, which was 118 against Worcestershire. He also made 86 in that match as well, so he's got 204 runs in the game against Worcestershire, the first home game of the season. Van der Houten bowls, and he cuts, and that's down towards third man, 4-4. A nice shot, there's nobody there. It bounces off the wall at the front of the stand. Beddingham turns to raise his bat and his helmet to the pavilion. He's got there in 176 balls, 213 minutes and 12 fours.
So quite a paced effort than Ollie Robinson, but still really valuable, not needing lots of concentration in these hot conditions. Van der Houten bowls and he repeats the shots, and this time it's the other side of Andrew Salter on the point boundary. It's 4 more for Beddingham to celebrate with his 13th boundary. And the new ball coming down faster and going off the bat faster. So Durham now just 44 runs in arrears. Glamorgan really desperate for Van der Houten and co to repeat the breakthrough of Rain and Miles last night. Next delivery again driven into the offside. This time it will be fielded by Salter, sweeping on the point boundary. 9 off the over so far as Graham Clark takes a fresh guard.
Batting point due in a mo as well.
Yeah, that'll be their 4th, which is as many as Glamorgan got. Glamorgan still in need of 1 wicket for...
It'll be the 3rd, won't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, still on old money.
Yeah.
Clark defends into the leg side and there's no run.
Derek says Ellie's watching a few overs there at the game before going to train with the North East Warriors. Paul McAllister says, of all the positives to take from the season so far, the most pleasing for me has to be Graham Clark being given the opportunity in the county championship and absolutely revelling in it. He's on 31, he's on strike at the moment.
He's enjoying himself at the moment as he plays that one back to Van der Houten, who gets a hand to it in the follow-through. End of the over. The new ball came, the new ball went off the bat. A couple of boundaries for Beddingham to take him to and past his century. Will it be Harris? Ul Hassan? It'll be Ul Hassan to propel it from this Finkel end, opening the batting and the bowling for Glamorgan in only his 2nd championship match. A lot of responsibility on the young man. Did a fair job with the bat. 24 in a first wicket stand of 55, but hasn't yet claimed his first wicket for Glamorgan.
Nissan bowling to Beddingham. This ball is played down to mid-on, no run there. Bowler comes in again. Put hard out through acres of land on the offside, and Harris is not going to get across to that one. That's gone for 4 towards the pavilion steps from the middle of Beddingham's bat. Yeah, the new ball can help teams. It also travels quicker than the old ball, and that's the 350 runs and the third batting point. 81.2 overs.
Oh, that's inflation for you.
351 for 5.
Everything costs more these days.
Trail by 39. That's played out into the covers. No run.
Yeah, if Durham get ahead with 5 or even 6 down there, really in a position to build up a significant scoreboard pressure on Glamorgan in the third innings of this game. Thought 390 was a pretty reasonable total.
Next ball is driven up to Carlson at wide mid-off. No run there. Well, Hassan defended right on the money, right on middle stump, played back by Bellingham.
Well, if this game is mirroring yesterday, where's the evening collapse? Go on. Morgan look a little short of bounce and joie de vivre in the field, as Durham did yesterday afternoon.
Hassan, ball played away out through the covers along the floor for 1 by Bellingham. Picked up by Harris coming in off the boundary. And is that the over? That is the end of the over. 5 from it. 3-5-2 for 5. Deficit's 38. Soon be in the lead.
So Glamorgan definitely needing someone to stand up. Van der Hoogten, the leading wicket taker this season, no longer aided and abetted by Michael Neser, with the Australian retained by their international squad after playing 5 championship games in a row and either making contributions or helping to keep the pressure on for other bowlers to benefit. James Harris has 1 wicket. Andy Gorvin has got a couple. But with Jamie McIlroy missing this game, he's put on a bit of pressure in recent weeks, as that one keeps a little bit low from Van der Hoogten. It's well played from Beddingham, who chops it down to northeast at third man for the single. 3-5-3 for 5. Beddingham approaching his highest of the season, 118. So 113 with that single. 353 for 5. So a large van of some sort going behind the sight screen. Van der Hoogten bowls, edged but safe. Runs down the hill for 4 runs to Graham Clark. I don't think it was catching height anyway, even if there had been a third slip in. Third slip would probably have stopped it. 357 for 5, but that's a luxury Glamorgan can not afford at the moment. So they try to keep the runs down as well as take wickets. In fact, North East is now going down to third man, and they're left with one slip for their premier bowler. Bowling his second over with the new ball. Says it all about the match situation. Durham on top as Clark defends to cover, no run.
Worcestershire in control against Sussex at Hove. Jake Libby, the opener, has just brought up his 150. His side of 303 for 3. They trail by 45. Brilliant fight back from Derbyshire, being led by Pakistan batsman Haider Ali. 22-year-old up has brought his 4th first-class century at Chesterfield.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Clark angles one down to third man again, but there is a third man now. North East doing the fielding, so it's just a single. 358 for 5.
So they're now just 41 behind. 201 for 4 Derbyshire against Yorkshire. Bad light at Trent Bridge.
Bad light?
Yeah, thunderstorms.
Ah. Van der Hoogten bowls, Bellingham defends to cover. The umpires are obliged to take them off if there's lightning in the vicinity, aren't they?
Mm. Well, Alex Winter reports there are isolated thunderstorms all over the UK today. There's none up here. There's nothing north of, really, the Humber.
Well, yeah. Glamorgan could do with a bit of a thunderstorm now just to halt this progress. Van der Hoogten, last ball of his over, 6 off so far, and that'll be more runs as it's turned pleasantly through the offside, and they'll come back for 2 runs at the cover boundary. So 8 off. The new ball is doing nothing to help Glamorgan, as Durham took advantage of it. Glamorgan haven't so far. 360 for 5, just 30 behind, and Durham will be in the lead this evening, surely. Sisodia in consultation with Ul Hassan. It will be Ul Hassan to bowl. Kieran Carlson coming over and having a word. First time, I believe, that Glamorgan have fielded 3 players from a British Asian background in the same team.
Here he comes. This is played by Clark to Sam North East at mid-wicket. It's pushed away back to the batsman. Durham 360 for 5, trail by 30. Zain Al Hassan to Clark. Clark plays this out into the covers. Comes in and bowls, and this is driven out through The square on the offside to Harris. 1 run for Clark, who moves on to 37. Was that Hassan stopped in the covers there of Beddingham's bat. All right. Mike Duncan says, it is a sign of our progress this year. We will still be top of Division 2, whatever the result of this game. 29 points clear. I'll have to leave them in your capable hands tomorrow as I'm on a day trip to the lovely island of La Gomera. Ball flicked off through mid-wicket.
Where to by is that like?
La Gomera is an island off Tenerife, and it's like a big granite rock in the sea. We went there on a cruise in March last year, but we only had 4 hours on the island, so there wasn't really much to do. We just walked into the little town centre and had a poodle about. In fact, I sat in a park and wrote my preview for the BBC cricket website for the season, as I spotted an email which informed me I hadn't sent anything in because I hadn't seen the original. Yeah, I mean, we went into Tenerife. We flew into Gran Canaria, picked the ship up, set sail about 5 o'clock. Basically, just floated around in circles for the evening, and then following morning, moored in the north of Tenerife. Had a nice day there. Santa Cruz to Tenerife. It was a nice town. And then that night, sailed again from there towards La Gomera. But I think all they did was just basically drop the anchor somewhere offshore and then sort of posted it on the tide.
Van Hoogten bowls, turned away on the leg side by Beddingham, down to backward square.
So we flew out on the Monday afternoon. So Monday night across to Tenerife. Had Tuesday in Tenerife. And then Wednesday had half a day, 4 hours in La Gomera. And then we set sail for Madeira. So we were sailing all the way up to Madeira overnight. And that was a lovely place, Madeira. I hadn't been there before. I'd go back there again.
363 for 5 as that's defended on the offside by Clark to cover. No run.
Have you been to Madeira?
Can't say I have, no.
You do this wicker basket ride down the streets from halfway up this mountain, and there were baskets on sledges which were originally designed to take fruit and veg from the hills down to the town below. But you have 2 guys on the back who steer you. It's really good fun down this steep streets.
Hope there's not a weight limit, otherwise I'd be in trouble. As Clark plays one into the covers, no run.
So they go about 2 kilometres down this hill. So I had on my camera, I had the front-facing camera and the camera facing us on the back. So you got the 2 views. And actually, the hardest part after that was once we stopped, was trying to walk back down into the town because the streets were so steep. Really hurt your glutes. It was a lovely place, Madeira, really nice. Funchal, I think, was where we went into.
363 for 5, 27 runs behind. Van der Hoogten into bowl to Clark, who slaps a delivery through the offside. Sliding stop by Salter on the ropes, and they decline a second run. So good work from Salter. Get his throw in quickly. Single take, 364 for 5. Colin Ingram is the solitary slip. 4 saving the single, 4 out against the new ball. As that is a swing and a miss from Beddingham, and slightly fortunate not to feather that one through to keeper or slip.
I think a lot of people who go to La Gomera go there for walking holidays, and there were some sort of jeep safaris you could do, which they took you right up into the mountains, and there's all these lakes and old volcanoes and waterfalls and everything. So I think if we'd been there for longer than 4 hours, I probably would have booked onto something like that.
Down the hill towards us comes Van der Hoogten, and jabbed to cover by Bedingham. No run. 2 singles off the over, 364 for 5, but Durham advancing seemingly inexorably upon that Glamorgan total of 390, and with 12 overs remaining tonight, they could be a few dozen runs in the lead.
Well, they're having to delay things for the Man City parade tonight because there's thunderstorms in the area. I was listening to 5 Live when I was driving in yesterday morning, and they had a couple of Man City fans on. And one guy was called Dante. And they said, "Where did you watch it?" And he says, "I was up Cheetham Hill with me mates." I thought, I bet it was lively in Cheetham Hill on Saturday night. That's the area to the north of Manchester where Strangeways Prison used to be. And then on a Sunday morning, they've got these huge street markets that run all the way up the hill. Zainul Hassan coming in here to bowl to Clark, who's on 38. Oh, that's a wide-ish delivery. Well left alone by Clark. He watched it zip past, it angled back in after it had come past the stumps. A little bit of late swing. I will be doing an update at 5:30 into the news and sports heads. Just a quickie. Century-wise, that's Al Hassan comes in and bowls again, and Clark goes for a quick single out to the covers to root. There have now been 332 centuries for Durham players in first-class cricket with these 2 today. Graham Clark and Michael Jones got centuries at Bristol in the last game 3 weeks ago. I can hear a plane, but I can't see it. You hear that on the mic?
Yep.
Must be quite high haze because I can't see anything. Bowler comes in, and this one is played by Bedingham out to Harris, who's been quite busy sweeping up on that cover boundary all afternoon. I was wondering if this was going to be one of those long days in the field in the heat that county cricketers detest from a Glamorgan point of view this morning, and it is turning into that. Durham 24 behind at the moment. This partnership is building nicely as well as Clark plays this ball to Sadir. It's 75 runs now. So the 2 big partnerships yesterday for Glamorgan, 168 for the 4th and 91 for the 5th. Paul says on Twitter, Durham middle order at it again. Great to see. Oh, Clark plays at one that leaves him. Angled through to the keeper. Duncan Evans says the lead story in the news, it wasn't the lead, about the lady who suffered a stroke and woke up in the coffin. It happened in Ecuador. Al Hassan bowls to Clark. Clark drives. It goes out through the covers for 1. He said, "Is there, with the Ashes starting on Friday, is the news on a replacement for Nisa in the Championship? In my honest opinion, I would sign Doug Bracewell, who played well for Essex earlier in the season."
Yeah, I mean, Glamorgan, I think we'll stick with the spinner Peter Hatzoglu for the T20. For next championship game against Sussex for Glamorgan starts on week Sunday, possibly 25th. But yeah, in my opinion, they'd be better off signing a quick for the T20 as well, because that would give them a rather more balanced attack. Without wishing to disparage Mr. Hatzoglu, who's bowled well in a couple of games.
Yeah, the next round of championship matches start on a Sunday. So Durham are at Leicester. In Leicester, Sunday the 25th. They've got what we got coming up. Friday, Derbyshire here. Sunday, Lancashire away in the T20. Tuesday, Brummagem here. Following Friday, Yorkshire here, and then down to Leicester on the Saturday for the start of the championship the day after. And then they finish with T20 matches on Friday the 30th in Worcester and Sunday the 2nd in Birmingham in the group stages. Carlson's bringing himself back on here.
Yeah, unusual. His first ball is played up to mid-off by Bellingham, who moves to 119, and that is now his best score of the season. Unless that run went on very quickly, in which case he's equalled it.
I don't think it's gone on, has it? No, it must have done. No, it has. There's a 1 on the board at the bottom corner there.
Sorry, it was Clark who took that.
Yeah.
Single. Apologies. It's Bellingham on strike now. Get my brain in gear. 368 for 5. Bellingham 118. It flicked over too quickly for me. Bellingham plays this one up to deep mid-off, and might be in a single there, but hey, it's late in the day, it's hot. He's been batting since before lunch.
Right, there's an update, quick update for Radio Newcastle in a sec. 27 degrees in Norwich at the moment. 28 in Exeter. 24 in Newcastle. 27 in Glasgow. Carlson forward and bowls to Bellingham. Here's an update. Yeah, Durham going along quite nicely here. They are 368 for 5 against Glamorgan. They trail by just 22. David Bellingham has also joined Ollie Robinson in getting a century. Robinson made 102 earlier before he was stumped down the leg side. Bellingham currently on 118 and Graham Clark at the other end on 41. Their partnership so far worth 78.
Carlson to Bellingham on 118 then. Looking to get some maybe bounce with the new ball for the spinners.
Oh,
as that one didn't bounce much and was dug out by Bellingham. Carlson down in one on the imploring. Oh, didn't that get through? But yeah, Carlson using himself ahead of Andrew Salter, who was the more specialist spinner. Might have wanted that opportunity himself, as Jamie McIlroy won the 12th as prowls round the boundary with liquid sustenance for the outfielders.
Stephen Mitchell says, I can't, and I'm still puzzled why Bellingham is not in the T20 squad. He continues to perform well in the championship. Great 100 under pressure. I think they decided they needed to try and strengthen the bowling department because of injuries and international call-ups. So that's why they went for Wayne Parnell, who has come, billed as an all-rounder, hasn't got many runs yet. And Bellingham is classed as overseas as well. James Harris to join the attack here from the Finkel end, and that ball nearly went off the side of the cut strip. I don't know how that wasn't a wide there.
I think it was just inside the white lines. It would have been a one-day wide, that's for sure. Parnell billed as an all-rounder. Very much billed as a bowler when he played briefly for Glamorgan in T20.
Harris, right arm over from the Finkel end. Clark watches that one go through into the keeper's gloves. Well, he hasn't had any runs. He's been coming in at sort of middle order.
I would have, when he was with Glamorgan, he was around about the sort of 8 tail end slogger sort of vibe.
This is turned off the legs by Clark down towards fine leg. 1 run. No, he's definitely coming in higher up the order than that, I think. Where is he? Was he? 7 he comes in at. He's been coming in at number 7. Ball played back to Harris via the ground. That sounded very tinny. Off the toe of the bat, maybe. 9.2 overs left. Nearly down to the last half hour or so in an overs time. Harris bowls. And this is played by Beddingham out through the covers. I think Durham have done well. They fought back nicely with the bat this afternoon. Done what they needed to do to keep themselves in this game. Five down at 370, so they trail by 20. Harris bowls to Clark. Clark drives the ball up to Carlson at mid-off. And that is the end of the over. There were 2 runs from it.
Well, Glamorgan are a bit down in the dirt at the moment, aren't they? 370 for 5, just 20 runs behind. And poised for what should be a significant first innings advantage. And Glamorgan already switching their bowlers round with the new ball, keeping them going in short spells on this hot day. And we've got the off spin of Carlson, the 3rd spinner used, and he's operating early with the new ball as that's bounced up off something, obviously not bat, and claimed by Cook in a leg slip sort of position. Beddingham 119 not out, and it's now definitely his highest score of the season. I've taken him there somewhat prematurely. It's off the back foot. He plays that one up to long on. Wanders through for a single. And Glamorgan really, though Carlson's bowled quite tidily, not for 27 in his 10th over. No real signs of Glamorgan being able to exert any sort of pressure. And the very occasional foibles of the pitch haven't produced wickets. Just the odd one keeping low from the Lumley end, from which Carlson bowls, and Clark is beaten for once. And Cook again takes off the bails, but doesn't bother to appeal. So Beddingham continues to progress with a strike rate in the high 50s as Clark's is slightly higher than that as he works a single to square leg. 3-7-2 for 5, 18 runs behind. Glamorgan would have had hopes of claiming a first innings advantage, but they really have been dissipated by this stand of 82. And off the back foot, Beddingham plays one very gently up to long on, single taken, all rather somnolent at the moment. 119 for 4 at lunch, 290 for 5, still 100 behind. But Clark and Beddingham making sure that they shut the door firmly on Glamorgan hopes. Carlson bowls, swept away hard by Clark. 4 runs down towards the dressing rooms at Backward Square. Rare moment of attacking intent against Carlson, who's 10 overs will now cost 33, 377 for 5. Bedingham 121 not out. Clark now is approaching his half century. He's on 47 off 72 deliveries. Glamorgan meet for a little discussion. Cook Northeast, Al Hassan involved there. And James Harris comes in rather wearily from the boundary, although he claimed a wicket with his second ball of the day. It really hasn't been his day as he's gone for 7 runs and over.
Harris to Bedingham. Ball played to the cover area. Short extra cover to Zain Al Hassan. It's a dot ball. T-shirts and shorts, still very much the order of the day in the stands. Certainly on the southeast corner of the ground to our right. Harris bowls. The ball goes through to the keeper, and they're all wondering what that sound was there. I think that basically Bedingham missed a Yorker and played the bat into the ground after the ball had gone past.
Yeah. Sounds like the thunk of bat on very firm earth, doesn't it?
Notice again, Bedingham finds Al Hassan once more in the covers. Harris in. And a quick single off towards point from Bedingham. This partnership worth now 88 runs. And Clark's on 47 as well. Harris is played by Clark off towards the covers for 1. So Graham Clark, just to put you in the picture, when he made his first appearance this year at Sussex, where he got 47. His highest score was 109 against Glamorgan here in 2017. The previous game he'd played before the first match of the season this year at Sussex had been the penultimate game in 2021 at North Hants. And this ball is played by Bedingham up to Susadir. It Weidman on 1 run. So he's been given backing by Ryan Campbell, Durham's new coach, and he's taken it with both hands. He got 100 in the last game at Bristol. He was out on 100. He's had a 48 against Worcestershire, a 47 at Sussex. So to date in his first-class career, 210 50s. So 2 runs more, and he will have passed 50 for the 13th time. And although he's 30, it just goes to show he hasn't played that much first-class cricket. This is only match number 44 for him.
Well, he's doing a fine job here in partnership with David Bedingham, who's on strike for the first ball of Carlson's over. Carlson hoping maybe for a little extra bounce with the hard new ball as he bowls his off breaks. First ball played up to Bedingham at long on. There's no run, and I'm just a bit concerned that there are so many easy singles available for this pair as they push their stand towards the 100 mark. 91 it's worth at the moment. Carlson bowls, attempted sweep shot by Clark. A polite inquiry, but no more as it strikes the pads. Clark on 48 not out. Slip mid-off and mid-on are not really saving the single if the ball's played gently towards them. Or for the miss-hit as Clark hits one away on the leg side, and that will bring his half-century up. It was aerial, but it was wide of James Harris, and he couldn't get to it running round the boundary. Aggressive shot to reach his 54, Graham Clark. That's his 7th 4, and it's come off 75 balls.
13th time he's got there then, and well done him. So got 100 in the last championship match at Bristol, then followed that up with 102 not out at Northampton, the T20, about 5 days later, and he's now got himself a half-century in this one.
The man in form then. 385 for 5 as he drives expansively up towards deep mid-off, and there is a scrambling stop and no run. That one rather too hard to get a run out of it. So mid-on, mid-off, a fair way back, and most shots probably would give away the single. As Carlson bowls and Clark pushes defensively back up the pitch, and there's no run.
.95 the partnership now.
Carlson bowls. Oh, it's hit slightly aerially, a bit wide of Ingram at cover. And it's an easy single. A long day for Glamorgan in the dirt then. Having been slightly on top, if anything, at lunchtime, 119 for 4. Won those the night watchman, but just 1 wicket since then.
Yeah, and you're thinking how pivotal that dismissal of Lees could have been right on lunch. And then Durham went through the entire afternoon session without losing a wicket. Harris bowling now to Clark, who drives at a low one wide of off stump and plays at fresh air. Got 5.5 overs left today. Durham are 4 away from levelling the score. Clark cuts hard, and there they are, they've levelled it. Is it going to be cut off from the boundary? It's not. It's gone away down to third man, and Billy Root couldn't get across to it. So the scores are level. 100-run partnership as well from these two in 145 balls and 86 minutes.
Yeah, they've picked their moments, these two, haven't they? Not too many big flourishes in the evening, but just a great accumulation.
Next ball is bowled. Defended. There hasn't been a wicket with a new ball, has there?
No.
What over was it when Robinson was out? Did you write it down?
68th.
What's how many balls? 67.1?
67.1.
Didn't have that on my scorecard. Harris in. Clark drives the ball back past Bedingham at the non-striker's end, and two fielders convert. And this might go for 4, yeah? Carlson slides in and stops it eventually about 3 or 4 yards from the rope down below our commentary position. Now what are they applauding?
The lead.
Ah, yes. Haven't spent all that time talking about the deficit. I thought I'd described everything there was left to describe for this over. The lead, 91.4 overs. Well, going for a quick single here to Sasadir at mid-on. Harris in. Ball driven out into the covers by Bedingham. Durham are now 7 away from a 4th battling point. 92 overs gone, so there's still 18 overs left for bonus points as well. The next wicket will bring Glamorgan their 2nd bowling point at 6 wickets down.
Yeah, that won't be a huge consolation. I don't think they have been forced onto the back foot really in the last few hours. What are we 92 overs. Oh, they've got loads of time to get the max if they keep going as Carlson starts a new over to Clark. Defends back down the wicket. Only need to go at 3 and over or thereabouts to get to 450. Carlson bowls that. Oh, it's just gone past mid-off. I thought Van der Houten was going to snap that one up there, but it was just straight off him, and he couldn't get anything on it as Clark blasted it aerially through straightish mid-off for 4. 397 for 5.
Well, these 2 innings were mirroring each other all the way until the new ball, but then what differed was Glamorgan lost 6 wickets to the new ball, and Durham haven't lost any. They were still about 60 behind when the new ball came.
Carlson bowls and worked away on the leg side by Clark. Sprawling stop by the man at mid-wicket, Gorvin, which prevented any run.
They were trailing by 52 when the new ball was introduced. And now lead by 7.
Carlson bowls on leg stump, swept away by Clark down to Sisodia at deep backward square. Just the single. $113 added so far in this session for the loss of Robinson's wicket, but without really breaking too much sweat for this pair. Carlson bowls, worked away towards fine leg by third man by Bedingham towards the university stand. Salter runs round the boundary, and that is the 400 up in the 43rd over, in the 93rd over for Durham. 200 came in the 50th. So the second 200 has been somewhat quicker than the first. 370 seconds, so last 100 in about 21. Best part of 5 runs and over. Carlson bowls. Bedingham leg glances will get more runs here. Sisodia will run round from the 45 position to field at a fine leg. 2 more taken. 9 off the over. I think Carlson probably needs to turn to someone else at that Lumley end. 402 for 5. Durham have 7 out of the 8 bonus points available. And every sign that they will get a maximum 8-point haul in the morning. One thing Glamorgan have done efficiently is get through their overs.
Yeah, they're level. Harris to Clark. Clark plays this up to Sasadie, no run there. At mid-on.
Yeah, I'd think it'd be better than given that sometimes they're level when we're drifting towards a 6:30 finish, and it's going to be about 10 past at this rate.
Partnership 112 from these two. Oh, inside edge and a great stop there from the keeper.
Oh, he's done well there, Chris Cook, hasn't he?
Bounced twice. It was racing away down the leg side. He's got across with his left hand and stopped it.
Completely changing direction there. Well kept Cook. With a superb stumping just after tea.
Harrison bowls. And, Clark plays the ball up towards mid-on for 1. Harris to Bedingham. This is a defensive shot back towards the bowler. Two balls left of the over. Harris to Bedingham. Ball driven into the covers. Stopped by Zain Ul Hassan. Kent scored 301 at Canterbury, then bowled Surrey out for 145. They're now 119 for 1 in their second innings. This one finds Hassan as well. Derbyshire have taken the lead against Yorkshire in Chesterfield.
I'll have to leave you temporarily to contribute to the 6 o'clock bulletin, and hopefully should be back just before the close.
Drinks have been brought on for the batsmen. It's a gorgeous evening here at the moment. And the temperature outside at the moment is 23 degrees. Well, it's 20, but it feels like 23, it says. Meanwhile, in Derbyshire, the current temperature is 29, feels like 33, but it's got really muggy in the Midlands and thunderstorms are knocking around now. So Sadir back into the attack, left arm round from the Lumley end, and the first ball is played by Clark up to mid-off for a single. Hampshire at Southport against Lancashire are 91 for 1 in their second innings and trail by 141 runs after Lancashire made 374 in their first innings. Essex leads Somerset in Chelmsford by 309, so they had quite a sizable first innings lead. They're 14 for 1 in their second innings. Bellingham gets this one away from the off stump as it skids on through. Close of play at Trent Bridge. They went off a bad light with thunderstorms in the area, so Nottinghamshire 82 for 5, struggling against Warwickshire, who made 571 for 9 declared, so they're trailing by 489. Sosadia with this next delivery, which is played out into the covers for 1. Chris Rushworth and Oliver Hannon Dolby with a wicket each there. Bristol. There's Sosadia bowls here. Clark playing that up to mid-on. Gloucestershire 366 for 9 against Leicestershire. 111 overs gone there. They had issues yesterday with rain. They didn't get many overs in yesterday. Bad light has brought things to a halt at Chesterfield, where Derbyshire are 248 for 4 and lead Yorkshire by 6 runs. They are in their second innings, though. And Worcestershire now lead Sussex by 30 runs in Hove. They are 378 for 5 in their first innings. 2 balls here from Sosadia, played back to him by Clark. That is the end of the over. 2 overs to go, so we're virtually at the end of the day here. And a fairly prompt finish, which is a rarity. James Harris coming into bowl from the Finkel end. This is played away by Bedingham out towards the cover boundary on the pavilion side of the ground. Playing a miss there from Clark, who's on 67 from 94 balls. David Bellingham's now on 130, so he's got Kieran Carlson's 162 and 168 in his sight. Sorry, his was it 162 he got, wasn't it? It was a partnership of 168 with North East for the 4th wicket. Harris in, and the ball driven back up the field by Clark. And a sliding stop from Sosadia. 1 run. $407 for 5. 1.5 overs to go this evening. Harris to Bedingham. Ball's gone to the covers, no run. Ambulance heading up the hill past the castle. Ground staff now sheltering under 2 parasols near the scoreboard. Cover drive from Bedingham 2 runs. Gorvin out in the deep. Update now for Eddie Newcastle. It's been a very good day for Durham. They lead at the moment by 19 runs at 409.45. David Bedingham has 132 of those. Graham Clark 68. Their partnership 117, and that on the back of a partnership for the 5th wicket of 171, which ended when Ollie Robinson was out, stumped off Andy Gorvin for 102. So Robinson putting that 171 on with Bedingham. So we've got 1 over to go tonight, and Durham are 409.45. The oyster catchers are back. That's their squeaks you can hear. Bath over the days, that's the bowling to Bedingham. He plays the first ball back. Next ball is just defended. It rolls back to the bowler's end. Bedingham plays this one out through the covers for 1 run. 3 balls left of the day. This is as early a finish as I can recall when it hasn't been raining. Quite the thing. Mark plays this one out up to mid-off, no run there. Next ball into Clark, tickled round towards square leg.
Well, if the first day was an even-ish first session, the afternoon to Durham and the evening to Glamorgan, today's been an even-ish first session and 2 sessions thereafter to Durham.
That one is blocked by Clark. He'll resume tomorrow on 68 from 99 deliveries. Bedingham 134, Durham 411 for 5, a lead of 21. And this partnership 121 from 178 balls. I think it's fair to say it has been Durham's day.
Absolutely.
Certainly not losing a wicket in the afternoon session helped as well.
Yeah, just the one in the evening session. Glamorgan in some trouble in this match. They're going to have to play well to get out of it, and some of their weary players meeting for a little chat on the way off. They're going to have to dredge some energy up from somewhere, because Durham are already 21 ahead with 5 wickets still standing and set. Very significant first innings lead.
Bedingham has been out there quite a long part of this day. He's faced 224 deliveries in the heat in Chesley Street. In minute number 5. So I think that was when Borthwick disappeared in the 23rd over. So applause as they head up the steps now. 21 runs the lead. It's a gorgeous sunny evening. We'll go off and get close of play interviews. You can hear them on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Tees in the morning, and of course BBC Radio Wales as well. And look out for the interviews on Twitter too. So we'll be back tomorrow with you, and Thanks for joining us today.